Welcome to a compilation of the entire plot of Queen of Shadows by Sarah J Maas. But don't you worry if this is the furthest you've gotten the series. I'm only going to be talking about this book, Throne of Glass, Crown of Midnight, Heir of Fire, and Assassin's Blade, so we will not be touching anything that happens in the last 3 books. I apologize in advance, this is going to be a crazy long video. If you would, however, rather watch this in smaller chunks, and frankly I wouldn't blame you, this is a crazy long video, then you can go down to the links below where I have every single part individually listed. I hope you enjoy, and let's get things kickstarted with Chapter 1. We're going to start off with, honestly, a very gut-wrenching chapter and a really strong way to kick off this book, but it is in Dorian's POV. Now remember last time we saw Dorian in Heir of Fire, he was getting one of the Wordstone collars put around his neck, and after Aelin fight Narok, we learned a little bit more about what those collars do. In the previous book, we learned that whenever someone is wearing an obsidian stone ring or the obsidian stone collar, that the king has control over them, and typically the bigger the stone, the more control that the king has over that person. Unfortunately though, we are learning through Dorian's chapters, starting off strong with this one, that not only does the king have the power to control that person, but the Valg itself is an actual being that takes over the body of the person it is feeding on. So from Dorian's chapter, here's a couple things that we learn about what it's like when your body's been taken over by a Valg. He is completely lost in darkness. He is completely losing track of time. He can't remember his own name. He keeps reliving the moment before the collar was put on him, aka Sorsha having her head removed by the king. Even though he can't exactly remember the name of the woman or why he cared about her, he just knows that a woman that he cared about had her head removed. He's also subconsciously aware of the fact that the king is dictating his every single move, and although he is conscious and he can see out of his own eyes, he has no control over what he says or does. And then the 6th and final thing that he's aware of is that there is something lurking in his mind, but then also he is kind of debating whether or not he's actually the one lurking in his own body because he's not really in control of it. Chapter 2. Why is it so dark all of a sudden? Chapter 2, we're going to be hopping over to none other than Aelin Ashriver Galathinius' POV, because for the first time since Crown of Midnight, Aelin is back in Adarlan. Specifically, she's in the vaults. You'll remember this place from Assassin's Blade. That's where a lot of things took place in regards to the plotline with Rourke and Farron. But obviously we know both of those guys are dead now. Not only because Aelin killed Rourke, but when it came to Farron, we learned in Throne of Glass, Book 1, Chaol let Celaena know that he was killed. So both of them are gone now, thank goodness, but this rotting, reeking, infested place called the Vaults still exists. And in case you were wondering how Farron met his end, Wesley killed him. Do you guys remember Wesley? I told you to remember Wesley. Wesley is the guy who I refer to as the Peeta Mellark of Assassin's Blade. Absolutely love this guy. He was the bodyguard who tried to warn Aelin that she was being set up. Or, he knew her as Celaena, but we know her as Aelin. That's something I'm going to give you guys a heads up off the bat right now. I'm going to be referring to her as Aelin. There are still some people in these chapters specifically, like Chaol, who do struggle to call her Aelin instead of Celaena. So a lot of times, if I'm talking through Chaol's POV, I might call her Celaena on accident, but as you guys remember, they're the same person. Aelin is Celaena, Celaena is Aelin. Anyway, so Aelin is in the vaults and she's observing everyone around her with the goal of trying to figure out basically what's happened since she's been gone, because she's been gone for a hot minute and a lot has changed. She also has another agenda and a reason for why she's here, and that is Arobynn Hommel is basically sitting in a booth in the vaults waiting for someone. So she's very interested to see who he's meeting. Because in case you remember, one of the main reasons she's back is because she's trying to get her mother's amulet back, and the only person she thinks that could have it is Arobynn. So we need to find out if he still has this amulet and how in the world we're going to get it back. Because they didn't exactly leave on the best of terms with each other. So that's something we'll just have to figure out as we go. Aelin actually finds it really funny that Arobynn is in the vault meeting with whoever he's planning to meet, because there are a lot of soldiers around, way more than typical when she was last here. And there's even a lot of them in the actual vaults. We're talking royal soldiers here, but they're in new uniforms. In case you remember from Heir of Fire, Aedion was actually attacked by some of these similar guards in these uniforms. It's an all black uniform with a wyvern crest on it. So a new type of royal guard has moved into the picture. Also, on another note entirely, and this is not very relevant, but I feel like Sarah J Maas had to do it for a reason. I guess Aelin has like basically whitish blonde hair, and that is kind of a rare thing, and it's also a trademark of Terrasen, and people know that Aelin is alive now, so she's kind of like in hiding. So she decides that the best thing she can do is she buys like this brick colored something dye, and it's not like an actual hair dye, it's more of a temporary thing, because we learned that she needs to like dye her hair multiple times throughout this book, but yeah, she uses this like red brick dye, and she dyes her hair red, and that's not really relevant to the plot really at all, but I felt like you should know that because it's brought up so much. So we learn in this chapter that Aelin has this big master plan, and honestly this entire master plan is going to be carrying us through like the entire plot of the next 3 books, but we're not actually going to learn what her plan is. We learn it in bite sizes as we go. A lot of people hate the book series for that reason. In my opinion, it makes it way more fun and exciting. But I'll just give you guys a heads up right now, especially if you're reading this book and this is only as far as you get. Like, she is going to keep talking about like a plan, and you might be wondering when in the world she's going to tell you what this plan is. She's not. You're just going to have to live it with her. And that's what makes these books so exciting. So she's working on her master plan, and some of the first couple steps of that master plan she's already kind of taken to action. She informed the king and queen of Eelway, aka Nehemia's parents, of pretty much everything she knows, except for obviously like the word keys, but she basically lets them know like, hi, I'm Aelin Galathynius. I don't know if you've heard of me. Just wanted to let you know I'm alive. Your daughter was my best friend, blah, 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 blah. So she kind of informs them what's going on, which was a very kind and respectful nod to Nehemia, and I love that for her. She also decides that she wants to find Chaol, which is going to be interesting. One, to basically like confirm that the relationship is over, although that was kind of assumed before she left, but they kind of left things really vague, so she's gonna make sure that's very clear. But then she told Chaol everything that she knew about the word keys before she left and asked him to help her look for them. So she's gonna see like what he's found out, what in the world is going on with Dorian and all of them. Like, she just wants to basically catch up on everything that she missed while she was gone, but then make sure that her and Chaol are on the same page about them being an item or not being an item anymore. That being said, she has not actually been in touch with Chaol yet, so she's hoping to hear some whispers about him while she's in the vault as well. But lucky her, she doesn't really have to wait long. The person that Arobynn's meeting up with shows up. And it's Chaol. Why is Chaol meeting with Arobynn? I guess we'll find out. Chapter 3. Chaol doing business with Arobynn is honestly a really bonkers idea, and we will be delving into that. But the second that Chaol sees Aelin in the vaults, he and his guard, which happens to be a very, very pretty girl that we'll meet in a hot minute, they book it the second they see her. So Chaol just sees her for the first time in like forever. And then he's just like, he's gone. He's out of there. Interesting. So she wants to chase after Chaol, but she decides she can't act emotionally. After all, there's something much bigger than her and Chaol going on right now, and that is her issue with Arobynn. She needs to get this amulet. So she goes up to Arobynn instead. She sits down in the booth where Chaol was, and Arobynn off the bat does not act surprised to see her. He acts as if no time has passed whatsoever, as if he's not responsible for every horrible thing that's happened to her since Assassin's Blade, aka sending her to literal Endovir. And immediately she checks to see if he's wearing the amulet. Of course, naturally he's not. Guys, that would be too easy. Come on. We got a whole book here to work with. Sarah J Maas is always going to make Aelin Ashriver Galathynius work for it. That's been made clear. So Arobynn congratulates her on embracing her queenhood, but Aelin tries to deny it because she's smart and she's holding her cards close to her chest. Remember, Arobynn, if he wants to find something out, he's going to find it out. Not from Aelin, though. He's gonna have to find it out through his network of spies. He then reveals, though, that news of her standoff with Narok and all the other Valg beasts in Mistward has kind of gotten out, so she can't really deny it. She's just kind of like, okay, so what? It's so funny. They're always like doing this big power play with each other, and unfortunately, Arobynn always wins. You do see Aelin, who's this really big, powerful, confident, independent character. She immediately kind of like shrinks into herself whenever she's around Arobynn, and you really do see that here as well. So they just start making small talk, and Arobynn's basically talking about the current state of the Assassin's Keep, and she's asking about, you know, everyone there that she was close with, you know, just small talk type stuff. But then he reveals that Wesley died. Specifically, Arobynn had Wesley killed, but don't worry, guys. Arobynn now has a brand new spanking scar on his face, and it is courtesy of Wesley. Wesley apparently got a strike in before Arobynn took his life. So, you know what? Good for Wesley. We loved you. We miss you. We're sad that you're gone. Rest in peace, sweet Wesley. But way to go out swinging. We're very proud of you for that. Through all this small talk, Arobynn basically has picked up that, you know what, Aelin is very uninformed and she doesn't know what's happened, but of course Arobynn knows everything because he has spies absolutely everywhere, so he decides to take a couple minutes to inform her of everything she missed. One, Aedion has been imprisoned for treason and will be publicly executed at Dorian's birthday celebration. The king is literally doing this in hopes that Aelin will come and try to save Aedion. And then as a side note, he offers to help her rescue Aedion. We'll get back to that in a second. Magic sympathizers are being executed daily, and a lot of the rebels are rescuing them before these public executions. Chaol's rebel movement specifically. And then 3, the new Kingsguard, the one in all the black uniforms with all the wyvern on them that we've been seeing, they feed off of the execution because they're all Valg infested soldiers wearing black stone rings. And so this is also where we learn where they feed off magical people. Hence, back in chapter 1, Dorian talking about how he feels like he's fading away. It makes sense because Dorian is a magical being, therefore the Valg is feeding off of his magic and in so feeding off of Dorian. So after that lovely recap of everything that she's missed, Arobynn jumps back to the whole like rescuing Aedion thing and offers to help her once again, not only come up with a plan but give her some resources. And he says in turn, because of course Arobynn never does anything for free, he says he wants her to kidnap and bring him one of the Valg-possessed guards alive. He also says this should be no problem for her because she's already defeated a couple of the Valg over at Mistward, but she knows because she fought them in Mistward how insanely hard that's going to be, especially he's not just asking for like the body of one, he wants one alive, so that's going to be like a whole nother thing in general, but she needs help getting Aedion because she came back alone. She did not come back with Rowan, and to break into the castle of a very powerful king with a type of dark magic that she has not experienced before it's not going to be easy, and especially because it's literally a trap for her. Like, she needs all the help she can get. So she's thinking about it when Arobynn has the audacity to ask her to consider coming back to the keep. Dude, first of all, she is the rightful queen to Terrasen. Do you really think she's gonna settle for being your measly little assassin? It's interesting, but you know what? This is just Arobynn being his manipulative little self, and I hate it, but it's nothing new, so we're gonna move on. And after making this offer, he leaves. And Aelin is kind of on edge now because that ticked her off. And all she can think about is Sam and basically all Arobynn did to her and to Sam, and she's reeling, but she's trying to rein in her anger. But lucky for her, she's itching for a fight, and a bunch of these Valg-infested soldiers come into the vaults. And so she decides, you know what? Rifthold could do without the vaults. So she absolutely wreaks havoc on the entire place. We're now going to switch to Aedion's POV because he is quite literally in the castle prison rotting away. So Aedion got injured in the whole tussle that happened at the very end of Heir of Fire, and in doing so he got some really bad and deep cuts when he was fighting with some of the guards, and it is getting infected. So he's trying to hide the infection from the guards so that he will die before his execution, because then Aelin won't come and rescue him, and he doesn't want her to try to come rescue him because then she'll be trapped, and he would rather her be queen and him be dead than her come rescue him and risk getting trapped by the king. Chapter 5, we're going to be jumping back to Aelin's POV. She has taken care of the king's men, if you will, in the vaults. And she also decided to just kill the owner of the vaults while she's at it, because the vault is a very corrupt place where a lot of corrupt things happen. So as you could probably imagine, the owner himself was also very corrupt. So she just decided to take justice into her own hands and rid the world of the evilness that is the vaults. And we're particularly seeing Aelin after the vaults being chased down the street by a bunch of soldiers and some angry people who worked at the vaults. So she's running through the streets, over apartment buildings and through apartment buildings, and she's trying to get away when she decides that the only way to truly get away is to go to her absolute favorite place, the sewers. Guys, remember when she almost drowned during Assassin's Blade in the sewers? The amount of times that this girl finds herself walking through the sewage tunnels, especially in this book, like all the books combined, yes, but especially this book, it could never be me. Also, can we just take a minute? What is SJM's obsession with people traveling through sewage tunnels? Like, that is a reoccurring theme in like almost all of the books. Why, Sarah J Maas? That's what I want to know. Why is this such a thing? Anyway, she goes down into the sewage system. She's able to get away. They didn't see her pop down there, I guess. So she's walking through the sewage tunnels when she is snuck up on by another person. It is that pretty female guard that was with Chaol in the vaults. This person immediately calls her the king's champion, so she knows she's Celaena, and Celaena just says, like, I want you to take me to Chaol. I'm looking for Chaol. Chapter 6. Nesryn is taking Aelin to Chaol and basically informs her everything that's kind of happened from Chaol's side since she left to go to Mistward, how he left the king's service. He's basically an enemy of the crown, and he is one of the many leaders of the rebel movement. This is also where we learn that the pretty girl guard's name is Nesryn. I think I already accidentally referred to her by her name, so if you were confused, that's why her name is Nesryn. And Aelin's basically like, what's your deal with me? Because Nesryn off the bat is just like very cold and very angry. And at first, Celaena's like, maybe her and Chaol are an item and she hates me because me and Chaol used to be an item. But it's not that shallow, thankfully. Nesryn reveals that a lot of her friends were actually killed. Do you remember in Crown of Midnight when Chaol was like kidnapped and Aelin went through like the killing calm and she went to rescue Chaol, and so she just started like killing any rebel who got in her way in order to save Chaol's life. Apparently, I don't remember if Nesryn was there that night. I don't think she was, but a ton of her friends were. And so she's just like, you killed like a ton of my friends and you really hurt the rebel movement that night because we lost a lot of our best fighters. Aelin just kind of has a moment where she's like, okay, like, I get you can have an issue with me because of that, but you also threatened Chaol's life. And Archer Finn is the reason why Nahemia is dead. So I think I had every right to respond the way I did, and you need to let it go. And they kind of come to a truce in that moment, I guess. It's one of those things where off the bat they hate each other, but then they kind of grow like a mutual respect for each other over time. By the end of this conversation, conveniently timed, is about when we run into Chaol. And him and Aelin see each other, and this is when we learn that Chaol is everything but happy to see Aelin in Rifthold again. Chapter 7, it appears that Aelin showed up at a bad time because there are some rebels who just got back from doing some rebel things and a lot of them got hurt. I'll just explain it real quick right now because it happens a couple times throughout the books, but basically remember how Arobynn said that magic sympathizers are being publicly executed like in waves? So Arobynn specifically leads a group where they basically just try to rescue all of these people. So they go to these public executions, they basically cause riots, they fight the soldiers, and they make sure that the magic sympathizers get away safe. A lot of times they work with people at the ports and basically shovel all these people into boats and then ship them off somewhere. I don't remember exactly where. I don't know if they actually say where they go. I think they just go somewhere else and start a new life. A bunch of them just came back from one of those rescue missions, and I guess it didn't go perfectly according to plan because some of the rebels got hurt, so it's a little chaotic as Aelin's rolling in. And this is a side note, but I do want to mention it now because it's going to be so relevant in a later book, but this is where we learn that Nesryn's ethnicity is similar to that of someone from the southern continent. Now, we only talked about the southern continent one other time, and that is in Assassin's Blade. That's where Sam wanted to run away to, and there is honestly a lot of debate as to whether or not the southern continent continent more mirrors like an Indian culture or an Asian culture. Honestly, I have always imagined more of an Arabic culture. In the future, we do learn a lot about the southern continent's culture through Nesrin and her storyline, and it is referred to often as like a melting pot of culture, so it doesn't have to be any one of these. It could also be a mix of all of these. I'm not really sure, so I just wanted to give a heads up right now, just in case some of the fan art that I show here is maybe different from what you've seen. This is kind of something that a lot of people are torn on. In my opinion, I think Sarah J Maas just like created a whole different culture that's a mix of a bunch of different cultures, which is why so many people get really confused and imagine something very different. But I just wanted to put that forward right now because I'm just going to talk about the southern continent and its culture the way that Sarah J Maas has put it. So yeah, I'm not going to jump into that any deeper, but I felt like that did need to be addressed now in case it does come up later. If anyone tries to come at me in the comments saying that I am reflecting the wrong ethnicity, it's not my fan art. I am not the artist who made the fan art, so I am not the person that you need to take that up with. Anyways, so one of the first things that Chaol really says to Aelin is to inform her, like, you know that the whole public execution thing with Aedion is just a trap for you, right? And she lets him know that, like, she's aware, and he's actually tried to make multiple rescue missions, which actually is like pretty sweet, but he's not really doing it for Aelin. He's really just doing it because frankly, Aedion was one of his friends, but Aedion also did play a pretty big role in the rebel movement, so Chaol really is trying to get Aedion back so that the king can't make a mockery of him and make this big event out of it. And unfortunately, there's, every rescue mission has failed immensely since. Chaol also shares a little bit about what his rebel movement specifically does. Like I mentioned, they save a lot of the magic sympathizers, but there's also some magic people as well that they've also been able to rescue. His specific rebel group, though, are people that have absolutely no magic whatsoever in their blood, because apparently the Valg are typically more drawn to people with magic, because if they infect the body of someone with magic, then the Valg themselves become significantly more powerful, and because of that, Valg are actually able to sense magical people. So Chaol's specific rebel group is people that have no magic whatsoever in their system, so that way they can be a lot more sneaky around the Valg and get away with a lot more stuff. But then Ren, which I represent them as Phineas and Ferb because Ren and Murtaugh are always put together, even though one of them is much older and one of them is much younger. I think I'm gonna have to just pick fan art for Ren, unfortunately, so we're just gonna go with this one. But Ren does have magic in his veins because he's actually a distant relative to Aelin, and Chaol telling her that Ren stayed at her apartment for a bit, but he sent him away because he has magic in his blood and he didn't want the Valg to sense him. This is how Aelin learns that Ren Alsbrook is alive, but she's very happy to hear that she's alive and she's looking forward to seeing him whenever that may be. There's also this sad moment where honestly a lot happens in this conversation. I'm trying my best to organize it. If this all feels really random, it's because a lot happened and I had to really sort out like what was really important for y'all to know. Otherwise we could spend 20 minutes just talking about this chapter. But basically, Aelin kind of has this moment where she's looking at Chaol and she's like, yeah, I'm over you, which honestly sounds really brutal, but she did kind of have this moment where her and Rowan are definitely becoming a thing, but she wanted to make sure that like her and Chaol were all good and she was completely over Chaol before pursuing anything with Rowan. So that's really why it sounds a lot more brutal than it is. But then she realizes that, you know what, it's fine because Chaol is clearly completely over her as well. Like, he has no love in his heart for her. Every time he looks at her, the way he talks to her, like, he just has pure hatred. And I'll just give you a heads up right now because Chaol gets a lot of hate on social media, and I was just actually talking to a friend recently who's reading this book for the first time, and she doesn't understand where a lot of the Chaol hate is coming from because it's not really like any one given thing that he does makes him like a super hateable person. It's kind of a gradual over time thing. This book, Queen of Shadows, is where Chaol gets a lot of his hate club from, unfortunately. Not to say that I don't think a lot of what Chaol does in this book is totally wrong and disgusting. I absolutely do. I just also kind of see it as a trauma response, and we can talk deeper on that in other chapters when Chaol kind of has to accept the fact that everything he's doing right now is a trauma response and wrong, but right now he feels very justified in the way that he's talking to and treating Aelin. Chaol's not exactly a picture of healthy emotional boundaries, and you're just going to learn that very quickly off the bat, so prepare yourself. He does, however, inform her that he saved Fleetfoot. So there you go. He saved her dog. And the dog obviously isn't in the sewage system with him and the other rebels. He actually left the dog with Nesserin's dad, who like owns a bakery. So Fleetfoot's living his best life, probably eating all the scrapped, burnt pastries that Nesserin's dad makes. So Fleetfoot's doing fine, don't worry. Chaol then has to go deal with something and then leaves for 40 minutes, but he gives her a meetup place. And then when she meets him, in a nutshell, here's everything that Chaol tells Aelin. He mentions how after she left, him and Aedion teamed up together, how the king captured Aedion and Dorian, who Sorsha was and what the king did to her, how Dorian sacrificed himself to get Chaol out of there, in doing so revealing that he had magic to his father, how Chaol is now one of the many leaders of the rebel movement. Aedion will be executed on what the king is calling Dorian's birthday celebration, and Dorian is not wearing a ring, but a collar. Chaol does not know the significance of a wordstone collar, so unfortunately, Aelin has to inform him of that, but she decides, you know what, like, we're gonna ease into this slowly. So she starts off basically telling him the entire plot of Heir of Fire and what she's been doing over in Mistward, and Chaol has the audacity to be angry at her, practically blows up at her for coming back empty-handed and alone. He basically mentions like, okay, well, Maeve is practically your aunt. Why didn't you bring back the Dornael army? And she's like, you don't want to work with Maeve. Maeve is a horrible person. And he's like, okay, well, what about all of your family in Wendelin? Those are like your distant relatives. She's basically like, are you seriously like mad about this right now? Like, she came back for a word key because she's not going to be able to like take up her throne and conquer the king without being able to like stifle whatever magic he's using. So like she could try to like come over with an army, but what's the point of coming over with an army if the king has this unlimited evil, dark, raw, angry magic power? But Chaol's convinced that she's just not even trying. She's being very selfish, and she basically went off and had a vacation with Rowan while they were all miserable and fighting the good fight. I don't remember exactly the words that he uses, but while he's basically chewing her out for all of this, she's just kind of letting him get it all out and also kind of like marveling at the audacity of him to say half the stuff that he says when he accidentally reveals that he's been like, while she's been off having a good time, he's been trying to figure out a way to bring back magic. And she's like, hold on, what do you know about bringing back magic? Like she picks up like, there's something you know that you're not telling me. He then reveals that she can't be trusted, so he's not gonna tell her. He thinks that she's too unpredictable and he's afraid of what she'll do with that information. In other words, he thinks that she's going to get rid of the anti-magic triangle, which I know that's not what it's actually called, but that's definitely what I call it. So when you hear me say anti-magic triangle, that's what we're talking about. But he thinks that she's going to try to get rid of this anti-magic triangle and then with her like crazy new firepower just like wreak havoc. So then she's like, you know what? I was going to try to deliver this softly, but you have ticked me off. A word collar is way worse than a wordstone, and Dorian is as good as dead. Because it's not just any Valg, it's a literal Valg prince, and basically he's no longer himself, and the only way to kill a Valg prince is to behead the host, in other words, Dorian. And she basically says, that's what I know, so I need you to tell me everything that you know, because unless we work together, like, we're not going to be able to rescue Adarlan. And then instead of, like, realizing what that means, he just gets mad at her for not starting with that. He's like, why would you waste my time telling me about what you've been doing for the past couple months and not start with the fact that my best friend is dead? And she's like, well, there's a time and place for everything, and I was trying to find the right moment to tell you that your best friend is gone forever, but okay, like, you just want to be mad. Chaol just wants to be mad about anything. So she's accepting the fact that Chaol just wants to be mad at her. And in his whole like rant while he's mad at her, he calls her Selena, and she decides to be like, no, my name's Aelin now. This like for whatever reason just like sends him. And he says, you know what? You are Selena because you're just the same selfish assassin who shows up whenever it's convenient for her. This is kind of the last straw for Aelin. So she literally pulls the amethyst ring out of her pocket that Chaol gave her like forever ago that she's been holding on to. And she basically chucks it back at him. Says like, okay, clearly like we're not going to be friends, we're not going to share any information, but I want to know why you were meeting with literal Arobynn Hommel tonight. Because there's something insanely ironic about him complaining that she's just an assassin who's selfish and only shows up when it's convenient for her, when he was meeting with the literal king of assassins to potentially pay a different assassin to do what Aelin will most likely end up having to do. If you ask me, it sounds all very biased, but you know what? That's none of my business. Aelin decides that she's done with this conversation because it turns out Chaol met with Arobynn because he was trying to hire someone to kill the king, and in my opinion, that was just so dumb. So as she's heading off, Chaol's like, so what are you doing now? Like, what's your plan? And she's like, oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were keeping our cards close to our chest. The second you start sharing with me, I'll start sharing with you. And then she leaves. Or at least she tries to when Chaol decides that he just wants to get in a last word because he always has to get in the last word. Chaol thinks, and he does tell Aelin as much, he thinks that she's really just here to get revenge, and she wants to get rid of this anti-magic triangle so that she can have her super raw, unchecked power and basically just start getting revenge on the entire city. And he's like, I'm fighting for the city, which we all know he's actually really fighting for Dorian, but we'll get to that later. He doesn't really know that yet. He thinks that he's just doing this for Adarlan, but he basically said that people like her with crazy unchecked power are just monsters. And with that, she leaves. She has nothing to say to that. Flash forward to later that night, we're still in Chaol's POV. He is trying to do some rebel things, but he's a little distracted by his conversation with Celaena, and he basically realizes that the woman that he loved is dead. And not only is she just different in the way that she carries herself and the way that she walks and moves and talks, but according to him, being in her presence felt like being in the presence of a magical ticking time bomb. Okay. I feel like he's just throwing aside everything he knows about her as a person to be true just for the sake of being mad at her, but that's just my opinion. Then Nesryn comes up to him and start talking, and this is where we find out that Chaol and Nesryn have been friends with Benny's for the past couple months, but Nesryn was there for like the first half of the conversation that Chaol had with Aelin, and Nesryn's like, dude, like what if she's right about Dorian? And Dorian's like gone, and there's no hopes of getting him back. Because the entire plan is to get rid of the king and put Dorian on the throne, but if Dorian's not able to be the king, like, we kind of need a plan B. Chaol is in denial, however, and basically says, like, this isn't a problem for today, we'll figure this out another time, and then goes off to a pawn shop and sells off the amethyst ring that he gave Celaena in Throne of Glass, just to get a couple coppers. Ugh, that breaks my heart. It is officially Chaol doing his own thing, and Aelin doing her own thing. So, hate to break it to you, but that's just like over. There's no recovering that. Now we're gonna jump to Aelin's POV because she is back in her apartment that she shared with Sam and Assassin's Blade, and a lot of this book is actually gonna take place at this little apartment, so get cozy. And all of her memories are coming back, like everything, like basically the entire plot of Assassin's Blade. And I really do think that the flashback she has when she first comes to the apartment mostly serve as kind of like a reminder for people who maybe read Assassin's Blade like a long time ago. So it basically just serves as like a montage flashback recap of the entire plot of Assassin's Blade. Aelin, after having a moment to kind of soak everything in, decides that it is time to take things into her own hands if Chaol is not going to work with her. So she decides to write a letter to Arobynn saying that she accepts his offer. One Valg-infested soldier alive for assistance and help with the rescue of Aedion. Chapter 8, we have Manon's POV. Did you think I forgot about our witches? I could never. Well, they're in Morath because she's now the wing leader, if you remember, from Heir of Fire, and she is now leading Adarlan's witch aerial army, basically. So Manon and her entire 13 are on edge because everything at Morath just seems wrong. Like, there's no other word for it. Everything just is wrong. Like, nothing feels right. There's definitely something in the air, especially a smell in the air that they really don't like. There's also some really sketchy stuff going on in the catacombs or like the underground of Morath, but it doesn't affect her 13, so she decides for now it's none of her business. And going back to the smell, a lot of the guards and soldiers all around have it in Morath, but there's one person who has this smell worse than anyone else, and it is a girl that Manon knows as Kaltain. Do you guys remember Kaltain? Well, Manon has noticed that Kaltain now has a word stone collar around her neck. We all know what that means now because of Dorian. We also learned that Kaltain is an absolute mess. She doesn't seem mentally present at all. She just very much seems like a shell of herself. And Manon goes as far as to refer to her as a broken human being. Kaltain also has this big, huge, giant, fresh scar down her wrist that we'll learn a little bit more about towards the end of this book. But aside from that, Duke Parrington is there, so Manon is in a room with Duke and Kaltain and a couple others, and Duke gives her an assignment to take to the skies and spy on the wild men of the Fang Mountains. We do not know much about these people yet, but we will talk about them here and there throughout the rest of the series, so just keep them in mind. It's quite literally, like their name suggests, they are wild men who live in the Fang Mountains. And he basically just wants to see what they're up to and what their numbers are. No one really know much about the wild men of the Fang Mountains. They really do keep to themselves and they show up occasionally. They're kind of referred to as like barbaric. So honestly, people don't want to see the wild men of the Fang Mountains. But Duke Parrington just wants to play his cards safe and make sure that they're not just like all of a sudden out of nowhere like a big threat to his plans. So he has Manon and her 13 go basically scout them out. Manon is with her second and third, otherwise known as Adarlan and Sorrel, and they're near the Duke's Tower in Morath, but they're not allowed to enter the Duke's Tower, so they're just near it. But they're talking and they want to know basically what they're here for, because they've been here for 4 weeks now and all they've done is spy for the Duke. Even then, they're not even doing it that much. So they're basically just sitting around and waiting for orders. Adarlan is really on edge about this and is actually complaining a lot to the point where Manon tells her basically to rein in her frustration because she is going to mess with everyone else's mentality in the 13 with all of her griping and complaining. And this is the beginning of where we see Adarlan really acting out emotionally in a way that is abnormal for her. Like, she's always been described as like a fiery soul, but this is the first time where we really see like she's even going as far as to like defy Manon's order a little bit, which is a big no-no in witch covens. So anyways, they go on their little spy job on the wild men of the Fang Mountains, but on their way they decide to stop for a quick snack, because remember, they're not allowed to snack on the guards and the soldiers who are in Morath. And on top of that, if you don't remember, the Iron Teeth witches are described as more of like vampires than actual witches, so they do feed on human blood. And there's nothing really important about this little snack break that they take, except for the fact that SJM wants to communicate to you guys that specifically in the 13 Coven, they agree that adults are free game, but none of them will ever harm children. It's not like accepted with witches throughout, although witch children are like basically sacred. That's a big deal. We'll talk more about that later. But even when it comes to like feeding on humans, specifically the 13, children are off limits. That is something that they all agree on and that they stick to very thoroughly. Chapter 9, we are back in Aelin's POV because she decided to run some errands and then head back to her apartment, where she is met with a box in her apartment. Arobynn, of course, is flexing that he knows exactly where she's staying, and Arobynn likes to deliver gifts all the stinking time. His gnarly gifts, and it is nothing else than her old assassin suit. The one in Assassin's Blade that he paid for that was like really expensive and really, really nice. Yeah, that one. So he delivered it, and, you know, she decides that she's gonna go along with it. After all, like, he's gonna help her rescue Aedion, and then once she gets that amulet from him, like, she is out of here. But then Aelin gets an unexpected visitor, Lysandra. Do you guys remember in Assassin's Blade there was that courtesan who, like, Aelin was really jealous because she was, like, all over Sam? That was Lysandra. She's at Aelin's door right now with a child? But that, we'll get there in a second. But basically, Lysandra says, like, hey, I came to warn you. Off the bat, Aelin knows something's up because they've hated each other since they were children. They've been at each other's throats. They've wanted nothing to do with each other. But Lysandra off the bat is oozing a lot of desperation and fear. And Aelin's like, okay, I've never known Lysandra to be desperate or afraid of anything. So she decides that she's going to hear her out. So Aelin welcomes them both into the apartment, and we learn a little bit more about this beautiful, beautiful child whose name is Evangeline. She has a courtesan tattoo on her wrist, which basically means that Clarisse owns her now, and Clarisse is the one who's basically the Arobynn Hamel equivalent for courtesans. Like, as Arobynn is to the assassins, Clarisse is to the courtesans of Adarlan. But the tattoo has been burned off and marred, and Aelin's wondering if it has something to do with the fact that this girl has 2 giant scars on both sides of her face. And now that I've revealed that, here is a fan art of Evangeline. Lysandra did say that she's there because Arobynn did send her to reveal his plan for rescuing Aedion, but Lysandra also has a warning that's coming directly from her that Arobynn doesn't know that she's delivering. Lysandra also says that she thinks that Arobynn sent her as a gift to Aelin for Aelin to unalive her, because Arobynn knows how badly Aelin hates Lysandra, and even told Lysandra the last time she saw her, like, if I ever see your face again, like, you're dead. Whether this is a test or a gift from Arobynn is not very clear, but honestly, the fact that we even have to guess that goes to show how gnarly of a person Arobynn is. So let's just jump forward to the warning. Lysandra basically says, like, I hope you realize, like, Arobynn offering to help you rescue Aedion is a trap. Aelin kind of figured as much, but when she asks Lysandra for more information, Lysandra even says herself, like, I'm not sure exactly how it is a trap, but I know it is. And Aelin's like, okay, that's not very helpful. But then Lysandra hands her a letter written by Wesley. Well, it turns out that, you know how Wesley went down swinging and made a mark on Arobynn? Well, it was because Arobynn was going to kill Wesley anyways, because Wesley killed Farron, the guy who helped Arobynn turn Aelin into the king. And this is also where we found out the craziest plot twist. Lysandra and Wesley were in love. Like, they were an item. They were a thing the entire time. As Lysandra is walking out, because she can tell that, like, she's very much been dismissed by Aelin, she reminds her, she just says, also, like, if you don't believe me that me and Wesley were in love, or that Wesley wrote this letter, I will remind you that Sam was also one of my closest friends, which we learn in Assassin's Blade. This also causes Aelin to think about how legit Lysandra's claims may be, but as Lysandra walks out, Evangeline stays by a little bit longer and tells Aelin very quickly a little bit of her backstory. Turns out Evangeline's mother was poor and she needed some money, so she sold her child to Clarisse, knowing that her daughter was beautiful, and Evangeline did not want to be a courtesan. She was assigned to Lysandra to basically intern and learn as much as she could before she came of age. And Lysandra, I guess, saw herself in Evangeline and asked Evangeline if she wanted out of this life, and Evangeline did. So Lysandra took a knife and she created the cuts on Evangeline's face so that her beauty would be marred and Clarisse would no longer want her, and basically rescued her from that lifestyle. Now, mind you, Lysandra only had to be a courtesan so long as she was in debt to Clarisse, and Lysandra had almost had all of her debts paid off, and she was going to be a free woman. But when she did this, Clarisse made Lysandra take on all of Evangeline's debts, and apparently all the money that Clarisse claims that she would have gotten from Evangeline are now Lysandra's responsibility. So she went from almost being a free woman to being completely back at stage 1 of all of the debt that she has to Clarisse. And honestly, it's one of the most gut-wrenching plot lines, but I feel like it's part of what made me love Lysandra so much is that story, and some other things that happen later in the book that we'll talk about. But because of this story, Aelin realizes that maybe Lysandra is not the person that she always thought that she was, and she calls Lysandra back in the room to hear her out. I just realized that my mic was off for all of chapter 9, so I apologize. We're back in Aedion's POV. His infection is spreading, and although he does have like some natural Fae healing abilities, they're not as extreme as if he had been like a full-blooded Fae, but it's enough to actually kill him. But unfortunately for him, the Valg-infested version of Dorian comes into his cell. But then Aedion sees the collar, and this is kind of the moment where he realizes, like, shoot, like, this isn't Dorian. Like, this is Dorian's body, but, like, this is not Dorian. But Aedion kind of wonders, like, almost kind of uses this as an opportunity to experiment. He asks him about Sorsha just to kind of see, like, if there's a reaction or a flinch or anything, like, to just kind of see how much of Dorian might still be in there. And he does notice when he says Sorsha's name that the Valg Dorian, like, flinches. So he wonders, like, Dorian may be still in there a little bit. But then the Valg version of Dorian, in order to get revenge, turns to a guard and says, he's infected, make sure it's healed so that he doesn't die. And that ruins Aedion's Aedion's last chance to save Aelin before Aelin tries to come and rescue him. Now we're gonna jump to Valg Dorian's POV because he is in front of his father, who can sense that Dorian is still present and says as much to the Valg version of Dorian, and basically assures the Valg in Dorian's body that Dorian will fade away soon enough. Like, Dorian's fighting it, but like, don't worry, soon enough, like, Dorian will fade away. And it will just be the Valg in Dorian's body. Also, the Valg in Dorian's body does report, like, the whole thing with Aedion, like, being infected, and the king is really happy with this report because he thinks that it means that, oh, like, if he's trying to off himself before this public execution, it means that he knows that Aelin is going to come rescue him. Chapter 11, Chaol's POV, and we are in the shadow market. Fun fact, the shadow market is basically like an underground black market in Adarlan where you can get all of the illegal things that you might possibly want. It's also where Aelin's getting her hair dye, so there you go. So he's walking through this underground market with Nesrin, and we find out that a lot of the rebels do use this underground market to really meet with each other and kind of communicate, but everyone's packing up their shops because it's like an underground thing in the tunnels, and there's like this big storm coming in, I guess, but apparently the tunnels usually get totally wiped out whenever these storms roll through, so everyone's packing up to basically make sure that they don't lose all of their goodies that they're trying to sell. And then they see Russ and Brullo, who they planned to meet while they were down there, and so they are actually still guards in the castle. In case you're like, wait, why do I know those names? Brullo is the weapons master. I believed I used Senna from the Hunger Games as a picture for him in the first book. And then Russ is one of the guards that we got to meet in Crown of Midnight. He's pretty close to Chaol. So they're still guards in the castle, but they're kind of working as double agents and insiders for Chaol. So they start discussing like what's going on in the castle when who else other than Aelin walks up. Basically, she's also there to see Russ and Brullo. She has wanted to know what Chaol's up to and he won't tell her, so naturally she's just been kind of following him around. When she realized who he was meeting, she decided to go say hello. She asks if they're willing to help with her plan to help rescue Aedion, and Chaol tries to be like, no, they don't take orders from you. And they're like, technically, dude, we don't take orders from you either. We're here to do what's best for Adarlan. Like, although you may be a leader in the rebel movement, you're not exactly our king. So they ask her, they're like, okay, what do you want us to do? She basically just says, have none of your men, like the double agents who work in there, be stationed at the southern wall of the gardens, and to make sure that any of their guards have any red flowers pinned to their uniforms. They're going to say that this is like for celebration of Dorian, but it's just so she knows when she rescues Aedion, who's a double agent, so she won't like hurt them. All Chaol notices the entire time that she's talking about this is that she's discussing like the guards and she's discussing Aedion, but she never mentions anything about Dorian or her intentions for him. But before Chaol can actually say any of that out loud, she does leave because she has some business to attend to at the bank. Later that night, after her bank visit, of course, Aelin goes back to the apartment and she's just thinking about how much she misses Rowan and how much she doesn't want to be doing this alone, but she also recognizes that she needs to be doing some of this alone when there's a knock on the door and she's been summoned to the Assassin's Keep. Chapter 12. We are going to be back in Manon's POV for this last chapter. She has been summoned by the Duke Parrington and a man named Vernon Locan. We will learn a lot about this man in future chapters. Vernon is there, and Vernon is kind of like a, I wouldn't say assistant to Duke Parrington, but he's kind of assisting him in all of the evilness, but he's definitely very high in rank for whatever is going on with the King of Adarlan and his cronies. Kaltain is also there, and she's somehow looking worse than before. Every time you think that Kaltain cannot get worse off, she manages to get worse off. And the Duke informs Manon that he wants to do a little experiment. Now, do you remember how in Air Fire we talked about how witches were created? Witches are a mix of Fae and Valg. So basically, the Duke Parrington wants to do an experiment of what if witches were to breed with Valg again, could they create an even more brutal species, basically. I'll just give you a graphic warning right now for this experiment. It's really gross. Basically, because Valg are like beings and not like physical people, how this breeding process is going to take place is they want to sew a black wordstone into the bellies of the witches. Sarah J Maas, I love you, but sometimes This is a bit much. Very disgusting. Yes, I know. Basically, she needs to pick which Blackbeak coven she is going to assign to be part of this experiment. And then lets her know that the blacksmith has some new weapons for her to look at. So she's basically been dismissed. As they're walking, I guess, to the blacksmith, Adarlan is like, you're not going to do it, right? Because Adarlan was with her as her second at this meeting. And Manon is very against it, but she's not really supposed to be discussing this with Adarlan because although they're very close, Manon has to constantly be the strong one. Like, she is the wing leader. She needs to lead, and she can't really be seen like consulting with other people. Like, she's supposed to be a power unto herself. Like, that is how witches kind of roll. So she is very conflicted about how she's going to handle this, and she can't let Adarlan know that she's conflicted because that goes against everything she's supposed to be. So she basically gives Adarlan some like non-answers because she's not even sure yet what she's gonna do. And Adarlan is basically getting aggressive with Manon. This is a huge no-go in witch culture, especially within covens. They need to have a totally united front. In witch politics, this just does not happen. So Manon lets her know that, like, if you're gonna keep going against, like, the witch hierarchy, like, I will replace you as my second. Like I mentioned earlier, witchlings, which is what they call baby witches, are like very sacred because witches don't have children. Like, it's extremely rare for a witch to have a child. So whenever a witch does have a child and it's like born to term, it is like that witch offspring is basically held in like the highest regards and highest respects. So the idea that a bunch of witches are just gonna like breed these creatures for the sake of an experiment is like completely against witch values. So that's why Adarlan's freaking out, for a little bit of context. But Manon is supposed to be like the wing leader for the King of Adarlan. So she's like trying to play both sides here and find a balance. Now, new POV alert. We're going to jump to a whole new POV. And she's actually a servant at Morath, and her name is Elide. Some people call her Elide, some people call her Elide. Last week, for the first time in my life, I heard Elide. That's new. Not gonna use that one. I personally call her Elide. I'm so sorry if you hate that. But anyways, she is currently cleaning Manon's room as Manon walks in. And Elide is off the bat horrified of Manon because, remember, well, first of all, look at this picture of her. But then second of all, we've talked a little bit about Manon. Like, she's known for being one of the most brutal of them all. She's very intense. So a little bit about Elide. She is a cripple, but she also has a chain around her ankles. When Manon asks her about it, she says that she fell down the stairs when she was 8 years old, and her uncle, who was her caretaker, did not trust healers. So her ankle didn't heal correctly. It healed malformed, so she's not been able to like walk correctly since she was 8 years old. But then as Elide's going to leave and goes to the door, Manon finds out that Vernon is her uncle. So remember I said Vernon Locan, like the new guy, but he's also like evil, and he's not like at Duke Parrington's level. He's like just slightly below him, but he's still pretty high up, like under the king. That's Vernon. So this is his niece, Elide. See, I even go back and forth between the two. But then Manon pulls out one of her claws and puts it up to Elide's neck and basically informs her that if she is spying on her for Vernon, she will kill her. And Manon, to kind of make the threat very clear, uses like the tip of her claw to like puncture Elide's skin enough to draw a little bit of blood, and then in order to like kind of freak her out, because she can tell that she's like afraid of her and Manon's just kind of having fun with it, she then like licks the blood off the tip of her nail. But then in that moment, Manon realizes something. That wasn't human blood. I mean, it was, but there was something else in there. Elide isn't just human. She has a bit of witch blood in her. So she goes back to the 13 and orders them to keep an eye on the servant with a quarter witch blood. Also, Manon can totally tell that when she was going around her room, like supposedly doing servant stuff, she believes that she was spying on her. The question is Elide spying on her for herself, or is she spying on her for her uncle? We're gonna be back in Manon's POV later that day. They're in training, and Adarlan has officially been replaced as Manon's second, and now Sorrel has been upgraded from Manon's third to her second. And you know what? It's a bit of a learning curve. But we're talking about the best coven in the entire Blackbeak clan, so naturally they're fine, they're figuring it out. And after this training, Manon is with Sorrel going to the blacksmith, where she informs him that the 13 will require lighter weapons, and of course, she wants them to look very nice and snazzy. And while they're like hanging out around there and waiting, Sorrel basically brings up the choice that Manon needs to make. And Manon's sick and tired of everyone questioning her and like what she's gonna do, because she doesn't even know what she's gonna do, but she can't let anyone know that she's not confident about what she's gonna do. But the conversation takes an interesting turn because they start discussing what Manon's grandmother, aka the Blackbeak grandmother, like what she would do in this situation. And Sorrel starts to toe the line a little bit about talking about like how brutal she is, but she's not saying it in like a respectful way. She's saying it in like a maybe like don't try to do what your grandmother would do. And Manon reminds her to be careful about how she talks about their Blackbeak grandmother. After all, the Blackbeak grandmother is capable of unimaginable brutality. To which Sorrel responds in a very interesting way, and I want you to pay very close attention to this response. More than any of us, Astrid has never for a second forgotten what your grandmother is capable of. Manon in this moment realizes she's missing some information, and as the reader, you should also be aware that you are also missing some information, but Manon, unfortunately, decides that now's not the time to figure out what she's missing out on. So unfortunately, we're not going to find out for a while what we're missing out on either. Chapter 13, which starts in Aelin's POV, she is back at the Assassin's Keep for the first time in 2 years, so she has not been here since Assassin's Blade. Also, just for the sake of like your mental timeline, the rescue for Aedion is tomorrow. So she goes straight to Arobynn's office to kind of talk like game plans for rescuing Aedion. And the only thing different about the entire Assassin's Keep is that Arobynn had a new rug, and apparently he couldn't wash Aelin's blood out of it from the time he beat her to a bloody pulp, so he replaced it. Before they start talking, like, game plans, he asks her, is she doing this as Aelin or Celaena? Which, honestly, it kind of sounds like a dumb question, but he's basically asking if she's going to reveal to Aedion who she is, which, in my opinion, I definitely didn't get that from this, but Aelin and Arobynn have, like, a whole secret language that we don't know. So, Aelin knows that that's basically what he's asking, but she already knows that she's going to tell Aedion the truth of what she's been up to and what she's been doing for all these years, and this is kind of the moment where she decides that Arobynn's not going to kind of hold her secret over her head anymore, and she does kind of find a lot of relief in that. But then Arobynn asks where his Valg possessed soldier was, and she's like, dude, I'm trying to already, like, there's a trap set for me, like, this is a trap, and I'm knowingly going into a trap, and I'm still trying to get in and out with my cousin without being captured. The last thing I need to do right now is go under an even higher profile by causing chaos by kidnapping a Valg guard. So you'll get him after Aedion is rescued. This is also kind of her way to ensure that she's actually going to get in and out with Aedion with Arobynn's help. If he really wants this Valg soldier, he's going to help her. He then threatens to have her hunt down if she doesn't end up going through with her end of the bargain, but honestly, she didn't expect anything less. She says, don't worry, like, you'll get your Valg soldier, but not until Aedion is rescued. Then he goes on to ask her if she plans to kill Dorian, which is honestly crazy that he would even ask, but Aelin doesn't answer. She refuses to answer. So that should make you a little nervous. Anyways, so they go over the plan, but that's not really important. What is important is that later that night, Lysandra is in Aelin's apartment with her planning. Planning what, you may ask? We'll get there in a little bit. As they're like doing their little planning date, if you will, she's like, are you aware that there's a man spying on you from like the neighboring building's rooftop? And not only does Aelin know, but she also knows who it is, and it's Chaol. She's like, I kind of expected Chaol to be keeping a close eye on me, if you will. Lysandra then just starts asking questions in the middle of their planning, like, why is she back, and why does she want to rescue Aedion of all people? Now, I will remind you, Lysandra does not know that this is Aelin. She thinks this is Celaena, so she's not aware at all that she's currently talking to the Queen of Terrasen. So to her, she's like, why in the world would you want to rescue Aedion, the King of the North? And then why is it a trap for you? Like, why are we going through this huge plan? Why is this a trap? Like, she's very clueless, but she's still helping. She's still helping. She's very willing to help, but she's got a lot of questions. Aelin kind of answers her questions with another question, being like, why do you want to help me? I guess that's the real question here. And Lysandra says, like, not only does she want to help Celaena do this, but she's hoping that she will help her take down Arobynn. She also reveals that she has almost killed Arobynn multiple times. She has just been waiting for the right moment. Lysandra's taking this very seriously. I mean, Arobynn did kill the love of her life, so it does make sense to an extent, but this is kind of unexpected coming from Lysandra. Basically says that she thinks that Celaena coming back in town is a sign that now is actually the right time. This is the moment where Celaena and Lysandra decide that, you know, they're not all too different, and they come to a truce and they decide that they're going to be teammates and work together, which they were already kind of working together, but it was just kind of like working together for a common cause. But now it's like they're actually developing a friendship. I gotta say, this is one of my favorite female friendships of any Sarah J Maas book ever. Celaena and Lysandra, their friendship, I love it. I'm obsessed with it. And it starts here, and it's beautiful. We basically get Aelin's entire inner monologue about how, like, the only close female friends that she has ever had is Nehemia and Ansel of Briarcliff. Ansel of Briarcliff poisoned her and tried to betray her and broke her heart. And then Nehemia went and got assassinated. Yeah, she's a little traumatized about making female friends, but for some reason she feels like this is going to be different. And I'm so happy for her. This is a big healing moment, not only just for the girls who've always struggled to have female friends, but for Aelin herself. Aelin does debate telling her, like, who she actually is, but she decides, like, now's not the time. But there is something that does excite her about the idea that she knows that whenever she does decide to tell Lysandra who she is and that she's part Fae, that Lysandra isn't going to judge her, but she's going to just embrace her as a friend. And that's kind of a reassuring thought that she has. So anyways, they have all their girl talk and they decide to get back to game planning. And while Aelin's sharing her plans of how she's going to break out Aedion, Lysandra then turns to her and says, what if we killed 2 birds with 1 stone? To which Aelin replies, I'm listening. And I guess you're just gonna have to keep reading to find out what Lysandra told her. Chapter 14, Chaol and Nesryn and Aelin POV later that same exact night. Chaol makes Nesryn promise not to touch Dorian because she is playing like a very on-hands role in the rescue of Aedion, so the rebels are also going to be helping. And he tries to turn to Aelin and get her to make the same promise, to which she responds that, has it occurred to you that it might be a mercy to actually end Dorian's life? And Chaol starts to freak out that she would even suggest it, so she just says, you know what, like, unless it's absolutely necessary and I have absolutely no choice, I won't hurt Dorian. Like, I'm not going to go out of my way to seek out Dorian and end his life. So Chaol loses his mind again, because this is not what he wants to hear. Like, she thought this was gonna get him to, like, calm down a little bit, but it just kind of sends him over a little bit more because it's only hours before the mission at this point, and he's starting to have some regrets. He's very on edge. And then Aelin turns to Nesryn, asks her how good she is with a bow and arrow, because she always has one on her. And Nesryn says, I never miss. Aelin decides that she wants to move Nesryn to be a bigger part of the plan, but Chaol is extremely against this. He's like, no, Nesryn already has her spot. Aelin had some thoughts and plans for her, but I guess Nesryn's going to be where she originally planned to be. Now, if you may be asking, where exactly is this conversation taking place? It's taking place on a rooftop near one of those public executions. Remember, they publicly execute any magic sympathizers in the area. So there's about to be one of those public executions in the city square, and Chaol's leading the rebel movement that tries to disrupt these and rescue as many of the people that are supposed to be executed as possible. Chaol, while he's watching all these people be rounded up right before the attack start, he kind of has this moment where he's like, you know what, like, I need my love for Adarlan to be stronger than my hate for Aelin. And he turns to her and he says, the clock tower. Take out the clock tower and magic will be free. Chaol does warn her, however, that if she does free magic, particularly tomorrow, I think is what he means here, but there's going to be a whole new massively unpredictable problem, and it's going to affect their plans a ton if she does this. And this actually triggers a thought with Aelin, because the king doesn't necessarily need the tower to be blown down to unleash his magic, because he uses a lot of word magic, aka word marks. And this is when Aelin realizes that she didn't even consider that the king will probably use some word marks to like try to trap her and Aedion in the castle so they can't leave, or to keep her out, because he can use word marks to keep certain creatures from coming in and out. So she's like panicking now. She's like, this is in a couple hours, and what if word marks are a big part of this? She also says, like, I used to study word marks, but like all my word marks books are in the castle and I don't have access to them. To which Chaol reveals when he was fleeing the castle and he went back to grab Fleetfoot, he also grabbed her books on the word marks. So he says that she can use the word mark books and basically counteract the king's word marks with her own. So down at the square below, the executions begin to start, but then Aelin throws a dagger that hits home on the executioner and basically causes a bunch of chaos. Nesrin assists with the chaos by throwing a bunch of bows and arrows, and then Chaol and some of the other rebels start going in with their swords and basically attacking the executioners and the guards so that some of the other rebels can make sure that the prisoners go free. And that is just another day in the world of Chaol and his rebels. So there you go. You get a little like behind the scenes. There's like a couple of those that you get to see like throughout the book, but yeah, there's one of those rescue missions. So after all of that goes down, Aelin goes back to her apartments basically to study the word mark books as much as she can and learn as many word marks as she thinks she'll possibly need for tomorrow, the day that she's freeing Aedion. And she does decide in this moment that Aedion does need to be her focus. So although it's kind of been in talks, she is planning to take down the clock tower, but just not tomorrow. Like, she needs to focus on getting Aedion out of there. Like, that is already going to be something in and of itself, but to also blow up the word tower, like, that's just a whole nother mission, a whole nother complicated scenario that she's going to worry about another day. But unfortunately, that just keeps adding to her list of things that she needs to do in Rifthold before she goes to Terrasen. So she's a little annoyed about that, but she also sees that, like, it needs to happen in order for magic to be free again. Oh, also, before I forget, on her way, like, with the books back to her apartment before she studies them, she does run into some Valg-infested soldiers, and she doesn't like kidnap any of them for Arobynn because frankly she does not have time for that tonight. But we learn two things after she hacks down all of these Valg soldiers. Two things that are good for you to know. One, Valg bleed black. So at this point we have 3 different colors of blood in the series. If you are Valg infested, you bleed black. If you are a witch, you bleed blue, and if you are a human being, you bleed red. So those are the 3 like blood colors, and that's gonna come up a couple times here and there, but we really like confirm that here after she goes on a Valg killing spree. But Valg bleed black, and then also she learns that once they're beheaded, they don't rise again. She knew she could kill them with fire, but clearly she doesn't have her fire now. But she knows that like if you cut off their heads and go all Queen of Hearts on them, you don't need fire. So she'll be okay without her fire magic tomorrow. Chapter 15, Aedion POV, and it is the day of his execution, and he's decided that he is ready to die. The crazy thing is too, is do you guys remember the Sword of Orinth? This is like the Sword of Terrasen, and it's technically Aelin's by birthright, but the king, for the sake of symbolism, has decided that he is going to execute Aedion with the Sword of Orinth. So he's brought out to be on display during the feast. There's kind of like a stage near where everyone's eating, and he's just gonna sit there on a stool until it's time for him to go. And there's gonna be a bunch of like little entertainment leading up to the main entertainment, which is Aedion's death. Chapter 16, Dorian's POV. And he's sitting in his body, but he has no control over his actions or his words, and he's basically just watching his mother eat next to him. And he has this moment where he realizes that like she's just so unaware. Like she is so detached from her son that she isn't even aware that he's trapped inside of himself and he's not actually himself. And that's honestly kind of heartbreaking. Then we're gonna jump to Aelin's POV, and I don't know what you expected Aelin to do. But for me, I know I wasn't expecting her to come into the castle dressed like a little ballerina dancer covered in body paint, but that is exactly what we get. Aelin's way into the castle is with Madame Florine. Madame Florine was her dance teacher because back when she was an assassin, Arobynn had her take some dance classes just so she can learn like stealth and how to be light on her feet and rhythm and all of that kind of stuff. So it was kind of like supplemental to her assassin training. And she always loved dance. We know that she loves playing piano and that she's really into music, but she also loves dance. Madame Florine was one of her teachers. And so Arobynn kind of pulled some favors with Madame Florine to get Aelin in under the disguise as one of the dancers. This also works great because she was able to, with body paint, put word marks all over her body and then cover that again with the same body paint that all the other dancers had. But then also in this moment we find out that not only Madame Florine is she a friend of Arobynn's, but she was also a close personal friend of the conductor and many of the players that were killed by the king. Do you remember in Crown of Midnight, after what happened at Eelway, the entire theater decided that they were going to mourn, but the king was in attendance and they wore mourning black and they played like a mourning song in response to the news of what happened at Eelway, and then the king had the conductor and all of the players removed from the world as well as the entire theater shut down. And Florine thought that this was a huge crime and she thinks that the king needs to pay for it. So Florine was offered safe passage for her and her dancers after Aelin begins dropping bodies like they're hot, and people kind of catch on that, with the whole body paint thing, she came in as a dancer, so Florine would be in a lot of trouble. Arobynn basically offered her and all of her dancers a free ticket out of there. So she's walking through the stone castle with the other dancers who are there to dance as entertainment before Aedion, and as they're walking from the stone part of the castle into the glass portion of the castle, she sees word marks on the door and she needs to get rid of these ASAP. So she decides to cause some commotion and coughing and throwing a fit, and she starts crying, claiming that I think one of the other dancers hurt her on purpose to sabotage her. But she starts crying and being I need water. So one of the guards brings her over a cup of water and she's taking some sips, and then when the guards look away, she splashes some of the water on the door where the word mark was to kind of wash them away so that it's not gonna trap her and Aedion in. And then she enters the glass castle and the game is on. Chapter 17, Aelin sees a few of the red flowers pinned to the guards. Remember, she told Ress and Brullo to have any of the people who are working with the rebels wear those red flowers, so that way she knows who not to mess with. So she's watching some of the servants as they're bringing in and out the food, as the dancers are kind of waiting for their turn to do the entertaining. And then she spots Nesrin, who's actually in the midst of the servants, disguised as a cook. But then here is something crazy. So they've already gotten in, and Florine basically comes up to Aelin and she says the craziest thing, and I absolutely love this. So I took a mental note of this and I wrote down the entire quote because I think it's worth remembering. I feel like this says a lot about Florine, but then also who Aelin is as a person and kind of the state of Adarlan. But Florine first walks up to her and says hey, the general's sitting on a stool in the middle of the room and he looks alert and he'll be able to walk on his 2 feet to get out of there. But then she turns to her and she says, "When you shatter the chains of this world and forge the next, remember that art is as vital as food to a kingdom. Without it, a kingdom is nothing and it will be forgotten by time. Wherever you set your throne, no matter how long it takes, I will come to you and I will bring music and dancing." I don't know why. I love that so much. I love that so much. Okay, moving on. I felt like that deserved a moment in this episode. So it's not super relevant to what happens next, but I feel like it sets the tone so beautifully. And then she nudges her forward and says, "Give our king the performance he deserves." And trust me, Aelin will. Now we're going to jump to Aedion's POV. He's watching the performances that are building up to the final entertainment, aka him. He notices one of the dancers off to the side. Under all of her body paint, he could see that there's some inconsistencies to the paint, and he realizes that they are a bunch of tattoos. Now dancers don't have tattoos. This is a career in the dancers of the stage. Tattoos were not a thing. Tattoos were not an option for them. So he's keeping an eye on her, and he watches as she slips kind of away from the crowd, and then she takes what was the skirts of her dancing costume uniform and flips it around to be a hooded cape. And then she starts walking towards the stage. And this is the moment that he sees her eyes. And based off of those Ash River eyes, he knows that this is Aelin Ash River Galathinius coming to rescue him. So the crazy thing is she's walking towards him, but right before she like breaks from the crowd to get to him, the dancers, who they were doing this special dance, and they kind of go into this whole thing of like what the dance represents, but there's a prop that they all hold, and it's like a glass flower, I guess. And at the very end, like as they strike the last pose, they all throw their glass flowers to the ground. All of these flowers were full of like a reactive powder, so the entire room just fills with smoke, and it is impossible to see anything like more than a foot out in front of you. Chapter 18, we are in Aelin's POV. She checked for a collar and was very relieved to see that Aedion is not wearing any type of wordstone anywhere, not as a ring or as a collar, so he's not under any Valg influence. Aelin starts pulling out all of these daggers that she had hidden in her dance costume, and she starts taking out basically any of the guards that get in her way, and she hacks her way through them as she makes her way to her cousin Aedion. She finally makes it all the way to him, grabs him, but then also makes sure to grab the Sword of Ornth, which is her dad's blade. The chaos starts to actually die down from the smoke, so she just starts screaming fire, and then people start panicking again. People are trying to find the source of the fire. People are trying to like throw water every which way. So she basically just kind of like revitalizes all of the chaos, and her and Aedion try to slip away through the smoke. And although they get through like the main crowd, as she's working her way out of the castle, she basically is going back and forth between like supporting Aedion's weight and trying to drag him out of there, and then having to like set him down to fight like some guards. So she's like going back and forth between the two. She's barely to the final gate when she runs into Dorian. Chapter 19, according to Aelin, she knew off the bat before this guy even opened his mouth, she knew that Dorian was not in there. This is also the moment where she realizes that like she does not have time for this if she's gonna get Aedion and herself out of there alive. And she's begging him for a sign. Like she's saying, give me a sign, Dorian, like give me a sign that you're in there. And he just starts throwing his like Valg infested dark raw power at her left and right. She's like begging him to show her a sign, and this is kind of the moment where she accepts that Dorian's just like gone for good, like Dorian's not coming back. And it's a really heartbreaking moment. And while apparently she's been like asking him to show a sign, she with like the tip of her foot wrote one of like the word marks specifically for like capturing something in a given space, kind of like what she used in Crown of Midnight on that creature underneath the library in the cells. So sure enough, like he lunges for her and she dives out of the way. He ends up getting stuck in her little word mark trap. She decides that the last thing that she should do is put Dorian out of his misery, because like this isn't Dorian's not there, and she's just like, you know what, like it's kind of a crime that his raw magic is being used by his dad as a weapon, and Dorian's might be stuck in there with no control whatsoever, and I should probably just put him out of his misery. So she realizes that on his 20th birthday, she might have to kill her best friend. But then right before she puts Dorian out of his misery, who other than Nesrin shows up, and she has an arrow to Aedion, and she says, I have my orders from Chaol. If you hurt Dorian, I kill Aedion. Apparently, Chaol got a tip from Arobynn that Aelin had the intentions of killing Dorian. Is it really a Throne of Glass book if Arobynn doesn't ruin everything at least once? That, of course, happened, and Aelin's like, you know what? Great. Why don't you deal with Dorian then? I'm going to take my cousin and I'm going to get out of here. And that's exactly what she does. They somehow, some way, they get out of the castle grounds and they run into this carriage that Lysandra's in. And immediately she starts like ripping the dance costume off of Aelin and like scrubbing some of the body paint off of her and putting her in an actual gown. Meanwhile, informing her while Aedion's just like laying on the ground of the carriage, like groaning in pain, that the guards are starting to check carriages because they know that she got out. So they have like a matter of seconds. Aelin finally gets in this like fancy little ball gown, and then they shove Aedion into this little like hidden compartment underneath the bench in the carriage. Seconds after they get him down there, one of the guards stops them, basically inspects the carriage, doesn't know that there's a hidden compartment, so he gives them the thumbs up, and they head to Aelin's apartment. Part of the plan was that Chaol was going to meet them there at the apartment, and the second Aelin sees Chaol, she lets loose on him, because not only did he almost compromise the entire mission because of information that Arobynn gave him. Like, when has Arobynn ever been a trustworthy person? But Chaol almost put the entire plan at jeopardy because he decided to listen to Arobynn. And Chaol's like, well, I was right because you were going to do it. And she's like, I don't think you understand. Dorian is not there. Like, Dorian is gone. Like, you need to accept the fact that Dorian is basically dead. And then he has the audacity to be like, don't talk to me like you're my queen, because you're not my queen. So then she comes at him with what we're all thinking. She's like, you need to figure out who you serve then, because putting Dorian on the throne is not an option anymore. And he has nothing to say to this, so she's like, you know what, you go take first watch. So Chaol thankfully goes and leaves, and Lysandra is kind of with Aedion trying to, like, you know, find the injuries and see what she can do to help. But then the second Chaol leaves, Aelin, like, turns to Lysandra. Lysandra looks at her and she goes, why did he call you queen? And Aelin tells her. She lets her know, I'm not Selena, I'm Aelin. Arobynn rescued me. Arobynn knows. I'm trying to get back my kingdom, basically. And, oh, by the way, I'm half Fae. And Lysandra seems a little hurt at first, but then she has this really funny moment where she goes, shame. I thought Aedion was really handsome, but you guys do look a lot alike. And now I can't kiss him because it would basically be like kissing my best friend. And they have a laugh. That's when Aelin realizes that she made a really good decision in befriending Lysandra. Chapter 20, we are in Elide's point of view, and she is working her way up the steps. Poor girl. Like, she's not only is she crippled and has a bad messed up ankle, but she also has chains around her ankles, and Morath is literally just like stairs all the time. Like, there's stairs everywhere, there's so many floors, and she constantly has to go up and down stairs all day. So bless her ever-loving heart. I feel like every single time we're in Elide's POV, the chapter starts with Elide was working her way up or down the stairs. So this is one of those scenarios. So basically she's been having a bunch of nightmares about Manon basically ever since she met her. So she is horrified when another servant hands her a letter that's written to Manon, and he's like, hey, I need you to deliver this to Manon. While she's walking to find Manon, she kind of has this whole inner monologue about how in the world she got to this point in her life where she is this person doing these kinds of tasks, and that kind of serves to give us a little bit of Elide's backstory. Basically, her dad handed her over to her uncle Vernon when she was about 8 years old, and her uncle had locked her in a tower in Parenth when the king's army took over Terrasen. Her uncle basically pledged himself over to the king of Adarlan to be his faithful servant, and then stole her father's title. I believe her parents were then killed by the king of Adarlan for, like, treason, even though they never served him in his kingdom. They were fighting alongside Terrasen, but that's besides the point. What I really want you to notice there is that she is the true heir of her father's title, not her uncle. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to Elide, the true lady of Parenth. And we'll get a little bit more into her backstory later and what that means, that that's her title, but it's something you really want to know. In this inner monologue, she realizes, you know what, for the past 10 plus years, I've been waiting for someone to come rescue me, and no one is, so it's about time I take my rescuing into my own hands. So for the past couple days, she has been working out an escape plan. She has been saving up some money and stealing a little bit here and there, and she's been working in the kitchens basically to find out when the wagon's coming to bring more food for the kitchens, and she's going to try to sneak back on that wagon. Also, she heard about what's happening in the catacombs underground. I guess once Duke asked Manon about the experiment, it got out with the witches, so everyone's been talking about it. So she knows what's going on down there and, like, the breeding experiment they want to do on the witches, and honestly, she does not want to stick around to find out what's being bred and what is created, or of course if that experiment goes wrong, she does not want to be anywhere close. She finally gets to Manon to deliver the letter and reveals that she can't read because Manon's like, how do I know you didn't read it? But Manon teaches her how to spell her own name and basically says, like, okay, like, well, if you get any letters and it has this on it, that's my name, bring it straight to me, like, I don't want to get letters from anyone else. And then Elide starts being like, what? Why me? Manon basically calls her out. She's like, stop acting like you're so timid. Like, I know that you're sneaky. I can tell that you're very cunning. You're a very smart person. Like, stop acting like this dumb little servant girl, because I know you're not. Then starts the interrogation where she asks her which of her parents are related to Vernon. She reveals that her father was Vernon's older brother and her mother was just a low-born laundress from Rosamel, which is basically like northern Terrasen-ish area. Then Elide decides to come back at her with her own questions and asks about the wyverns. Like, why do they exist? Like, wyverns disappeared. After all this time, they're just here, fully grown, and the witches all have one now. And Manon just says that the king made them. Now, Elide says, what do you mean the king made them? You know, you would think this is a very simple question, but Manon realizes she's never stopped to ask this. She's just been glad that she's had Abraxos, and she decides that she doesn't really want to dwell on this and what that might mean, so she just dismisses Elide. But after Elide leaves, Manon realizes that Elide has no clue that she is part witch. And this is also where Manon realizes that she's a witch through her mother, because Vernon isn't witch, so it can't be through her dad's side. So she's like, okay, Northern Terrason mother was probably half witch. So she finally opens the letter that Elide came all that way and down all those stinking stairs to deliver to her, and it's from the Blackbeak grandmother. Basically says that Duke Parrington told on her for being so difficult, not providing a Blackbeak coven to be bred with these Valg thingies. And then she also informs her that some of the other covens from both the Yellowlegs and the Blue Blood clan are going to be joining them in Morath soon, so she doesn't want to hear about any fights. And we know from Heir of Fire that that is highly unlikely, but hey, we're just going to have to stick around and see how it goes. I mean, as if Manon didn't have enough things on her plate to worry about, she also now has to try to diffuse fights left and right between all three feuding covens, and covens that have been feuding for hundreds of years. So she's like, great. This is my problem now. Then while she's like contemplating like how in the world she's going to keep all this from happening, she can't help thinking about Elide's question about what do you mean the king made the wyverns? Because there was another time where similar wording was used to her before. Do you remember when her grandmother made her kill that Crocian witch? One of the last things the Crocian said to her was, you were made into monsters. So Manon decides that she's going to go to someone for some information. And this is, I'm probably so pronouncing her name wrong, Ghislaine. I think it's a Ghislaine. She's one of the 13, but she's basically the most scholarly of them all. Like, she's a big reader, she's very knowledgeable, and Manon kind of treats her like a historian, if you will. So Manon goes to meet Ghislaine and basically says, I want to know everything you know about the Valg. So per Ghislaine, this is what we know about the Valg. Valg, Fae, and humans were the only being on the world a millennia ago. The Valg realized that they needed offspring like the Fae and humans did, so they started kidnapping Fae and bred them to create witches. And now this is something that we didn't know before, but the witches that resemble more of Valg are referred to as the Iron Teeth, and the witches that resemble more of Fae are the Crocians. So remember, yeah, the Yellow Legs and the Blue Bloods and the Blackbeaks, like those are all Iron Teeth witches, but then there's Crocian witches, and they have been feuding for forever. Like, as long as they've existed, basically. So it's not just like a matter of like, oh, all the witches just one day like split up into two people and they had a civil war among themselves. Like, no, there's basically like, you can be a more Fae-like witch, or you can be more of like a Valg-like witch, which are the ones that kind of have like this more like vampire undertone to them. That's like the Valg in them coming out. So anyways, the humans wanted the witches gone, but the Fae King Brannon of the Wildfire, you guys remember him? He gave them the land called the Wastes, but he and Queen Maeve banished the Valg themselves. So the witches got to stay, the Valg did not. And although the witches are known for their more like wicked nature, Valg, according to legend, are just like the origin of evil. So they didn't believe that the Iron Teeth witches needed to be banished like the Valg did. They felt like it was a little different. Then Ghislaine says what they're both thinking. Basically, the smell here that they're finding on some of the soldiers, Ghislaine thinks that the king found a way to kind of stuff Valg into human bodies. But Manon corrects her and basically says like, well, the Duke says that like the Valg are our allies in this war. And Ghislaine tells her that Valg do not form alliances. It is not in their nature. So Manon tells her what the Duke asked of her, basically saying that he wants to breed Valg with some of the Blackbeak witches. And when Ghislaine asks her what she's gonna do, Manon basically says like she has 2 days to make a decision, but she's gonna write her grandmother to see like what her grandmother thinks and if her grandmother knows anything about this. So the next morning when Manon goes to like their dining common, which is kind of funny because they don't really eat human food, but they all go there and like pretend to eat the human food. But while they're there, everyone's kind of tense because word has gotten around at this point. Like everyone kind of knows that Manon has to make a decision about which coven is going to be forced to breed with the Valg. But when she goes to sit down with the 13, a yellow Yellow Legs coven leader walks up to their table. Now, remember, her grandmother said that some people from the other covens were going to be showing up in the next couple days. This is one of those covens. So this Yellow Leg coven comes up to Manon and basically says, like, hey, we heard and we want to volunteer our coven. Basically, what the Yellow Legs leader says is that the Blackbeaks have kind of been like chosen by the king, and Manon herself, like his wing leader, is going to always prioritize the Blackbeaks in battle. So she's like, as you guys get the glory in battle, like we need to find glory other ways, and this is a way that we think that we can serve the greater good for the witches. So Manon's like, okay, I guess so. So later that day, Manon goes and she finds the Duke and she's like, all right, here's the Yellow Legs coven. You can use them. They volunteered. And he's like, I don't want Yellow Legs. I want Blackbeaks. So he doesn't just want Iron Teeth. He specifically wants Blackbeaks, but he's not really explaining why. And basically Manon says like, nope, you're getting Yellow Legs. Like if the experiment works, like maybe we can talk a little bit more about it later, but like this is what you're getting. He decides he's going to accept the Yellow Legs for now, but says like in the future, he expects more obedience from her. And as she's walking out, she decides to ask him, like, why is he doing any of this? Like, what's the point of all of this? And this is his response, okay? Word for word. Because this world has too long dwelled in ignorance and archaic tradition, it is time we see what might be improved. Did you hear that? Let me tell you what you heard. Because this world, okay? He didn't say land. He didn't say continent. He said world. Now, the witches are doing all of this because they were told that they could have the waste back. Like, they could have the witch lands back. But the Duke just revealed that the entire plan is to conquer the world, not just the continent, not just Adarlan and Rifthold and some of the neighboring continents. He said specifically the world. So he basically accidentally revealed that they want complete world domination. But then on top of that, do the witches honestly think and believe that the Wastes Kingdom is going to be the one exception? Something to consider. That was a long chapter. Chapter 21, another Dorian POV, and this one absolutely rips out my heart. He could hear a woman asking him to show a sign that he was in there, and he tried, but he couldn't beat the Valg influence. And all he can think about is that he wishes that the woman had killed him and put him out of his misery. Chapter 22, Chaol's POV. Later that night, after his watch is done on the roof, he decides to walk the streets at night, basically thinking about how much he hates Aelin, really, that's it. When he goes to Nesrin's father's home, where Nesrin is staying, and to his horror, Nesrin tells him that she's kind of siding with Aelin and thinks that Dorian might not actually be there anymore. He is still in denial and he's telling her like, no, Dorian's still there. There's still a chance. And she goes, okay, that's a possibility. Sure. Okay. But what's our plan B? And we see multiple times where Chaol gets like very vulnerable with Nesrin, and we get to see a little bit more of like why he's acting the way he is. And he basically reveals that everything he's ever done his entire life is for Dorian. He gave up his family title for Dorian. He did things that were against his values and against what he morally believed was right and wrong for the king, because it meant that one day that Dorian would be on the throne and he could serve Dorian. Everything he has ever done has been for the sake of getting Dorian on the throne. And so the fact that Dorian sacrificed himself, like Chaol always planned to be the one to sacrifice himself for Dorian, but Dorian sacrificed himself for Chaol. And because of that, he doesn't know how to live with himself with this information. And his entire life mission has been to get Dorian on the throne. So if like Dorian's not going to end up being the king, like what was it all for? Like what is Chaol's purpose? And then Nesrin says a very wise thing that Chaol definitely needed to hear, but basically says that she has a family here and in the southern continent. And she was not close to Dorian like Chaol was. And maybe Dorian was the straight, quickest, and easiest shot to a better future, but he's not the only way to a better and brighter future. So she's not fighting for Dorian, she is fighting for a better future, and suggests that Chaol starts thinking the same way. So she's basically saying like, maybe Dorian was the best option. Like Dorian being king would fix all of our problems. And she's like, but if Dorian can't be king, we need to have a plan B. And the main goal shouldn't be making Dorian king, because kings come and go, but what they need to focus on is setting up Adarlan for a brighter future. And surprisingly, Chaol agrees that they'll stay the course, but they'll plot a new path. Chapter 23, Aedion POV, because he is waking up from quite a long coma-induced nap, basically. And he is in Aelin's apartment, and he looks over to a chair and he sees his cousin Aelin sleeping there. Almost as if, like, you know, she can tell that he woke up. She kind of wakes up and they lock eyes for the first time. And then they have this really emotional, sweet, and tender reunion. Because, guys, they haven't seen each other since, like, she was 8 years old. Like, and they were best friends. They did everything together. They just have this moment where it's like, okay, like, let's catch up, basically. And Aelin tells him every single thing that happened from the moment that they were parted to the attack to Terrasen, to her falling into the river, to Arobynn rescuing her, to everything that happened at the Assassin's Keep, everything that happened at the castle, everything that happened in Wendelin. Like, she tells him everything that has basically happened in her life since they last saw each other. And then he takes a turn too. And I think this was really important because they both did a lot of not great things, and they both even actually spent time serving the king, and they both have a lot of regrets, and they both had some things that they were afraid to tell the other person because they thought they would see them differently. So I think it was really good for them to kind of have this little powwow, if you will. But it ends up being like a really good moment for them and very healing. So they got that over and done with. Basically, they just decide that no matter what it took for them to get there, like, they both needed to survive, and they both did, and they both ended up together in the end, and that's what matters. Okay, so now we're going to do something a little interesting. Sarah J Maas actually is going to take us back in time to earlier the very same day. You guys remember the vaults, right? Well, apparently Aelin messed up the vaults so badly that they just don't exist anymore. So naturally, something very similar popped up in its place almost immediately, and that's called the pits, which is basically exactly what it sounds like. It's a bunch of fighting pits and a tavern, basically, all in one. Aelin and Chaol are there to meet with Arobynn because he summoned them there, and sure enough, there are Valg guards every stinking where. And Arobynn decided to choose this place to meet because he decides that Aelin is going to get him his Valg soldier right this minute. And she is going to stick to her promise. She's like, okay, I need to get Arobynn his Valg soldier, and then I need to tear down this stinking tower, and then I need to get the Amulet of Ornith, and then I can finally go to Terrasen. So that little checklist just keeps getting longer and longer. So while she's there meeting with Arobynn, Lysandra is actually there with him, and the kind of funny thing is that Arobynn still thinks they hate each other, so they kind of like go back, and it's almost like fun for them to pretend to hate each other again, even though they're like low-key best friends and spend a lot of time together now. But Arobynn basically turns to Aelin and says, you know, now that my investment in the vaults is gone, thanks to her, he wants to invest in something else, and he's deciding he wants to invest in the pits, but the owner of the pits wants him to prove his assets, aka assassin. Sorry, that wasn't funny. Basically, the owner of the pits wants to see one of his assassins fight in the pit, and if he's impressed, then Arobynn will be able to make an investment in the vaults. And he decides who better to fight in his name than Aelin, so he lets her know that, like, this is a favor he's calling in, right? But of course, she has to go under an alias because she's not going to go in there and say she's Aelin, you know, around all of these royal guards. So she decides, you know what, like, until I pay off my debt to him, like, sure, I'll play your little party. Like, there's no harm to me done in this. So she goes into the pits, and when asked to provide a name, she says, Ansel of Briarcliff. Guys, remember that. Remember that. You remember Ansel from Assassin's Blade? Yeah, that's the name she gives. So, I mean, it works perfectly because Ansel's referred to multiple times in Assassin's Blade as like red wine colored hair girl or whatever. Aelin dyed her hair red, so it works. Chapter 24, Aelin actually gets to decide who she fights against in the pits. So she points to the guy who is exuding the most Valg energy, if you will. And she's basically like, I'm gonna fight you. So she ends up fighting this guy, and it's a no weapon fight. It's like just pure brutal strength. We kind of jump into Chaol's POV for a second for him to be like, he used to be like horrified of her, like when he watched her fight, but whatever she learned from that Rowan guy in Wendelin, goodness gracious, like he is absolutely in awe of how insanely more intense she fights. And after they make a really big show of it, she has this moment where she has this dude in like a headlock, and then she turns towards Arobynn, and he kind of like gives her this nod, and then she just cracks his neck. And that's when Chaol realizes like she was just toying with the Valg soldier the entire time. Like it was literally nothing for her. Like she was just messing around having fun, whereas this guy was putting his heart and soul into that fight. And Arobynn is annoyed because she hops out of the pits and goes over to Arobynn, and he's like, I wasn't telling you to kill him. I just said, like, you could end the fight. He's like, but I wanted that guy. Like, that was the Valg that I wanted. And she was like, oh, sorry, I guess I'll just have to get you another Valg another time. Because remember, he wants it alive. He doesn't want someone dead. And that Valg soldier is no longer with us. Aelin took care of that dude. So this was kind of her way where he was kind of abusing his power over her, asking her to fight for him, and then she kind of made a power move back, being like, I said I would get you your guy, but I didn't say I'd do it right now and on your terms. Like, I'll get you your guy on my own terms. So she starts to, like, walk out, thinking that she finally got the last word. And then Arobynn yells after her and says, don't you want to know where we buried Sam? I hate this man. This man is trash. This man is garbage. We all hate Arobynn Hummel. He is, of all the villains in Throne of Glass, he is significantly by far the worst. And she knows that, like, this is a ploy for him to have another favor out of her, but she decides, you know what, like, I don't even care. Like, I do want to know where Sam is buried. And so he tells her that he dug some small graveyard along the river in the middle of nowhere, basically. And then she goes to leave, and, like, the last thought, and, like, this isn't important, but I included it because I love it. Her last thought as she's leaving is how much she hates that she has to leave Lysandra in there with Arobynn, but she can't, like, take Lysandra or, like, find a way to get Lysandra out of there because Arobynn's supposed to think that they hate each other. And, like, she hates that she's leaving her girl bestie in there with Arobynn. And I love that. I love that. Chapter 25, we have another Elide POV. She is eavesdropping in the kitchens, of course, as she does. The wagon that is going to deliver the food for the kitchen, it's coming in like a week. So she's like, yep, that's my way out. So she's doing dishes in the kitchens when Adarlan shows up and basically is just like, you wash, I'll dry. And Elide's like, okay. And then Adarlan just starts like tearing into her, like interrogating her, asking her questions like her age, her heritage, how old she was when magic disappeared. And then Adarlan jumps the gun and literally just tells this girl, like, so are you aware that your mother's like half witch? Okay, I don't believe Manon, when she said to keep an eye on her, said to like share all that information, but okay. And then while Elide's like trying to process like is she telling me this, like how does she know this, all of that, she asks if the wind has ever called to her. Now this is a moment where Elide's like, it actually has, but she's not going to tell Adarlan that. There's like this thing to witches, like whenever they come of age, that the wind starts like, they kind of have like this special like soul tie with the wind, I guess. And Elide has always felt like the wind was like calling to her, or like communicating to her, and she's always had like this special connection, like whenever there's a breeze, whatever, I don't know. It's really hard to kind of explain, not in Sarah J Maas's words, but Elide has this moment where she's like, I have felt called by the wind. And she's like trying to process what all this means. I mean, for goodness sake, she's still processing the fact that her mother was like a half witch, and then the fact that she's just always thought that she like liked the breeze now actually means that she might actually be part witch herself. So it's just a lot of information and she's processing. But in her processing, she realizes that that might be the only reason her uncle's kept her around, because that's something she's thought of before. Her uncle doesn't exactly like her or enjoy having her around. But why else would her uncle keep her around than if she's a witch and he's trying to do experiments on witches? And then she has a moment where, like, let's say her uncle doesn't know. All the witches apparently now know that she is part witch. And she's like, how much longer is it going to be before my uncle realizes I'm part witch? And then he forces me to go down to try to breed Valg. Like these yellow legs witches that everyone's talking about. Absolutely no thank you, I'm out of here. Elide now realizes that she does not have a week until that food wagon arrives. She needs to find another way out of here. So she decides she's going to sneak back up to Manon's rooms, because when she was up there last time, she was spying for herself to see if Manon had any valuables in there. Sure enough, there was some gold. So Elide goes up to Manon's room and she's trying to steal some of Manon's gold, when sure enough, Adarlan predicted that she was going to come to Manon's room, so she was in there waiting for her. Adarlan immediately just starts like getting on her tail, basically like, I assumed the worst and I was correct. Like, what are you trying to do? Like, what's your plan? Like, are you a witch or are you not? And as Adarlan is trying to confront Elide about all of this, Manon walks into her room and she's like, what is going on here? She's just had a horrible day. She's been breaking up fights between all the covens. She's been dealing with the guilt of submitting those yellow legs to be a part of an experiment. And then on top of that, she knows that the Duke is going to be asking for black beaks most likely later if the experiment works. So then she's already kind of trying to think ahead to that. And then she comes into her room to see that Adarlan is chewing out Elide in her room. So she's like, okay, what's going on? So she actually starts chewing out Asterin, and she's like, if I ask you to keep an eye on someone, I'm not asking you to interrogate them and then do whatever this is, whatever's happening right now. So Manon dismisses Asterin and is like, I'm going to talk to Elide myself. So Asterin goes to leave. And Manon basically says, like, I don't know why you're trying to steal my gold. You can have it. If you're trying to use it to escape, don't try to bribe anyone because they'll just turn you in. No one here is trustworthy. Try to use your money when you get out of here to find a safe place to stay. And then Manon starts to walk Elide back to her rooms to make sure she gets back to her room safely. But sure enough, who do they run into in the hallway other than Elide's Uncle Vernon? He naturally says a bunch of gnarly stuff, not only to Manon, but he just starts ripping into Elide. Probably is more of like a power play to seem stronger in front of Manon, but he like rips into her a little bit, makes fun of her, tears her down, and then he just goes to walk away. And then Manon walks Elide into her room, closes the door, and then Manon turns to her and said, do you bleed red or blue? She basically decides in this moment that she is going to let Elide choose who she is. And then Elide says, my blood runs blue. So Manon welcomes her into the Blackbeak clan. Chapter 26, because we are in Aedion's POV. Oh, I need to move over so you can see photos. We are in Aedion's POV. He is healing slowly but surely, but he's really just enjoying being reunited with Aelin, and it's honestly really, really sweet. But something that you should know about Fae males is that they are extremely painfully territorial. And Aedion is fighting for his life against these natural Fae male instincts because if we know any woman from this series who would not handle that well, it is the most independent and most stubborn girl that you know from the Massverse, and that is Aelin Galathynius. And he knows that if he's very territorial with her, he will push her away, so he's trying to rein it in a little bit. But he absolutely hates that she's going out and basically doing all the dirty work that needs to happen in order to make their big master plan come together. On top of that, it's not just his best friend, but it's also his queen. So he hates that instead of being her sword and protecting her, he has to stay in the apartment and heal while she does all of the grunt work. A lot of the grunt work that she's doing right now is basically figuring out how to hunt down one of those Valg soldiers for Arobynn, and Aedion just hates that because he also hates Arobynn, so he doesn't like the idea that Aelin's doing him any favors at all. So they're sitting in the apartment talking to each other, and Aedion wants to know what's next. Are they going to go to Terrasen? Are they waiting for Rowan to show up and then they go to Terrasen? Like, what's the plan here? This is also really funny because we learn that Aedion is an absolute fangirl when it comes to Prince Rowan. Because if you think about it, like, he was a Fae warrior growing up, and around the campfires, people told stories of Prince Rowan and the cadre. So, like, he's heard all of these amazing myths and legends and battle stories of Rowan and the cadre. And so the fact that she not only is like a very close relationship to him, he's like aligning with their cause to Aedion is like the most exciting thing ever. But here's the tricky thing. He does not know about the fact that Rowan made a blood oath to Aelin. And that's where things get a little tricky because Aedion is Aelin's sworn protector. Technically, according to Terrasen traditions, it is Aedion's birthright to take the blood oath to her. Now, as you learned from Mauve, more than one person can take a blood oath, but in Terrasen, traditionally, you only gave the blood oath away to one person, and it was typically your sworn sword. So Aedion was supposed to be her one and only sworn protector who took the blood oath. And Aelin knows all this, and she knows that she needs to tell Aedion, because Aedion's gonna find out. So she knows she needs to tell him, but she's like, maybe now's not a good time. Girl, it's never gonna be a good time. But she decides now's not a good time, even though he's quite literally talking about how excited he is to take the blood oath finally. Anyways, they keep trying to talk shop about like what's next, you know, what's keeping them from going to Terrasen today, and Aelin's not really disclosing her plan to Aedion, which seems kind of fishy at first, but realistically, if you think about it, this is just very on brand for Aelin, and it will continue to be on brand for her. But Aedion's not quite sure why she's keeping her plan so close to her chest. But then Chaol bursts into the apartment to let them know that the shadow market is literally just gone. Apparently it got out that the rebel movement was kind of using it as a cover to meet up, so the entire shadow market was just burned to ash by Valg soldiers. And as if that wasn't already chaotic enough, Chaol decides to use this as an opportunity to tell Aelin that it's her fault, apparently, because fire was used. It was supposed to be a sign or like a signal to her. Which, first of all, that's a stretch. Whether or not that's true, I don't know. But Chaol just wants to be mad at Aelin, and it shows so often throughout this book, and it drives me a little insane sometimes. Aelin also can't stand it, though, because she just marches right out of the room, leaving Chaol and Aedion to chat. And this is where Aedion decides to share with Chaol his interaction with Dorian in the dungeons, and basically just says, like, dude, I think he's gone. Like, I think you need to let him go. But Chaol obviously is in denial and still doesn't want to believe this. And then Aedion says the craziest thing. He says, you guys need to, like, think about putting someone else on the throne. And Chaol's like, no, I don't want to think about that, blah, blah, blah. And Aedion's like, why don't you become king? And Chaol's very, if you think about it, like, he's been fighting for his whole life to get his best friend on the throne. He does not want to be on the throne himself. So he just shuts that down so stinking fast. And then he leaves. And we're actually going to jump to Aelin's POV later. She's got a lot going on in her mind. She's mad at Chaol, but then she's also wondering what if Chaol is right. And then she's thinking about how she's lying to her cousin about the blood oath. And she's just going through a lot of mixed feelings and emotions. And then she decides that what better way to kind of gather her thoughts than to go hunting for that Valg soldier. So she decides to go down to the sewage system because they've been using the underground sewage system as like tunnels, if you will. Chaol has reported that there have been like nests down there, which is basically like coves off to the side of the sewage tunnels where they've been like meeting and hanging out. So she decides to look around, see if she can find one of these nests, see what she can find, and she ends up following a Valg soldier for a bit. And then the Valg leans towards the water and a creature pops its head out of the sewage water. Chapter 27, no thank you. This is something that Aelin quickly decides to name the word hounds, but she's looking at this thing, and then the eye of Elena starts to glow, and we've learned from the previous books that when the eye of Elena glows, that's never exactly a great thing. It means that it's protecting her from some dark power. And because I know you're an intelligent person, I know that you have recognized by now that every single time the eye Elena has glown, not only to protect her from an evil power that's nearby, but it's always been directly correlated to a Valg power. That's how she knows it's Valg off the bat. Then, to make things even weirder, this guard starts talking to this word hound and reporting its findings and basically trying to find the rebel movement and stamp it out. And then the word hound talks back. Now here's the trippiest thing. Not the fact that it's talking. Believe it or not, that's not the trippiest part of this. The trippiest part is that it's speaking in the King of Adarlan's voice. So it's basically something he's using as a conduit to communicate with the soldiers in the sewage system. So yeah, Aelin books it back to the apartment for obvious reasons. And when she gets back to the apartment, Aedion can tell that she was out doing some work again. They get in a little spat, and then somehow this spat turns into them bonding again, which, I mean, good for them. They do bicker a lot. I think it's because they're both so headstrong and they're very similar in that way. So it's easy for them to butt heads, but then they like quickly become pals again, no problem. And they start like talking about their battle scars, because if you think about it, like, he fought in a lot of battles and she was an assassin, so they're both covered in scars. So they basically spend the rest of the night bonding and telling each other the story behind all of their scars. Then the conversation, naturally, when Aedion's talking about his battle exploits, goes to the sword of Orin, which technically was Aelin's dad's sword. So he goes to tell her, like, hey, like, I held on to this because I thought I was the last living Ash River, because he thought he was the last of them. He thought it was his, but she's alive, so naturally it is hers. So he goes to give it to her, and she says that she wants him to keep it. So Sword of Orinth is Aedion's. And honestly, it's a really tender moment. I do really enjoy that. I do love all the bonding we get between them in this book, especially at the beginning. You know, when they're first reunited, there's a lot of tender moments there. But we're gonna flash forward to a couple days later. Naturally, they're spatting again because, of course, she's going out and doing more of the dirty work, and he hates being left behind to heal, but you know what? He's good enough to leave the apartment. So she says that if he disguises disguises himself, he can join her to get some updates from Nesrin. The three of them end up going to a tavern after they get their updates, and they're drinking together, and they're actually genuinely having a good time. This is the first time that we really see Aelin and Nesrin like becoming friends. Obviously they butt heads at the beginning, but they very quickly like develop a mutual respect for each other, and this is where we see that friendship like really take off. And then after a nice night of drinking and just socializing with each other, they start walking back to the apartment when they run into a heavily armed male in an alley. And it's Rowan. Chapter 28, prepare your tissues, because this is quite literally the cutest and most tender reunion between Aelin and Rowan. You don't really see Aelin get like this, like super emotional, and she literally like chokes up when she sees him because of how much she missed him. And honestly, for me, I feel like this was the scene that I really like saw them as a couple. I absolutely am obsessed with this scene. But something's changed. And therefore we need to change our Rowan art. Rowan, I guess in order to be a little more discreet, he chopped all of his hair off. If you ask me, I low-key like the shorter hair better, but I also think this is going to make him look a lot more different than Aedion, which is very helpful for distinguishing them. Not only did Aelin really miss Rowan too, but she also could really use some extra hands and someone who's, one, not actively being hunted down by the king for having escaped the kingdom, but two, because he's still healing. So she's really, really happy to have Rowan there to help. But here's the funny thing. Remember the whole like Fae males being super territorial? It takes all of 5 seconds before Rowan and Aedion are like absolutely, like they get in the most hysterically intense and cringy stare down with each other. Just in the alleyway, and Aelin's like, okay, what happened to the little fangirl earlier who was obsessed with Rowan? And then Nesrin rightly calls it territorial nonsense before she decides to head home for the evening. And Rowan, Aedion, and Aelin head back to the apartment. So they get back to the apartment and they're just talking and catching up. First things first, she makes him take a bath because he smells like he's been traveling for weeks without a bath, because he has. And here's a tiny detail I want you to notice. Do you remember in Assassin's Blade, Aelin would not let Sam use her lavender scented soap because it was the nice stuff. And then when he died, she felt so selfish. She was like, I wish I'd let you use my lavender soap. When Rowan goes into the bathroom to take a bath, she gives him the lavender soap to use. I think we need to take a minute for that. Then on a side note, he talks about what it's like not having magic, because mind you, now he's in that anti-magic triangle, and although he's still Fae, he doesn't have access to his wind magic anymore, and he still has heightened senses for a human, but they're not as strong as they were when he was outside of the anti-magic triangle. But there's a moment where she wants to give him fresh clothes, and all she has is Sam's old clothes, and there's this moment where like it feels weird giving him Sam's clothes, but then it also just feels right for her to give him Sam's clothes. It's this whole thing. It's kind of funny because they're way too small, because Sam was like, what, 17? And Rowan's like a 500-year-old like Fae warrior who's like absolutely huge. She realizes she's probably gonna have to buy him some clothes that actually fit him, but it is kind of funny that he's wearing like crazy, hysterically extra small clothing. It makes me think of Captain America, like when he first becomes strong and buff and he's still wearing the clothes he wore when he was a twig. Like that's kind of what I envision in this. Then another small detail is after he changes into Sam's clothes, he is like looking through her room, and I will remind you that our girl Aelin really liked fancy and nice things, so he's going through her closet and he's seeing all of her fancy, nice gowns. She reminds him that clothes are weapons too, and I absolutely love that line, because yes, they are, especially in this book. You'll see that in multiple cases. He's specifically going through all the gowns and he finds this black one with like all this like gold detailing on it, and he basically says like, oh, this one's my favorite, and she's like, good choice. Remember that dress. We'll come back to that later. And now it's time to talk game plans. We have already caught up. Everyone's happy. Everyone is fawning over each other. So then they go back to the living room where Aedion is, and they start talking about the mission for basically why they're here. Aedion wants Rowan to teach him everything that he knows so that he can be a better sworn protector for Aelin, and Rowan agrees because he can tell that this is something that Aelin's cool with. But there's this crazy moment where Rowan just kind of looks at Aedion, and he was like, Who's your father? Fun fact, Aedion has no clue who his dad is. He just knows who his mother is, and his mother kept it an absolute secret. So he has no clue who his father was. But Rowan knows. Rowan lets us know that Aedion is the son of Gavriel, one of his cadre. Do you remember from Heir of Fire, the guy who came all distressed and Rowan gave him a tattoo? That was Gavriel. Now, Gavriel's freaking out, one, because he just found out who his father was in quite an unexpected way, and two, because he's literally grown up hearing about Rowan and his cadre, so, like, he knows all about Gavriel. Like, Gavriel's a legend to him, and he just found out that this dude is his dad. Aedion obviously has a ton of questions, and Rowan doesn't have a lot of answers, but basically, he confirms that he doesn't even know if Gavriel knows that Aedion exists. And as much as Aedion wants to start looking into this and learning more about, like, his dad, they decide that it's for the best that they keep this a secret between the three of them for now, because who knows what Maeve would do with that information. Also, there's kind of this thing where they're wondering if, since Gavriel was bloodsworn to Maeve when Aedion was conceived, is it possible that Aedion would also be, to an extent, bloodsworn to Maeve as well? So that's like the whole separate thing. They don't even want to find out. So they decide that for now, no one's going to know that Gavriel and Aedion are related. And then things get really messy really fast. So remember the whole territorial nonsense thing? So Aedion and Rowan start bickering, which is very common. It's a very often occurrence. But what gets messy about it is that Rowan's kind of like second guessing Aedion, and he's like, dude, like, I'm her sworn protector. And Rowan's like, well, so am I. Aelin tells them, like, hey guys, we're supposed to be a team, like, we need to get along. And Rowan turns to Aelin in front of Aedion and says, I'm blood sworn to you. Of course I'm going to be a little protective. I will remind you that she had not yet told Aedion this, and so Aedion goes, you're what now? Aedion is livid. Aedion, like, it was the one thing he had left. Like, obviously his cousin's alive and that's great and all, but like, the one thing that was rightly his, because even the sword is technically Aelin's, like, he doesn't have anything to his name. All he had was this blood oath, and Aelin just gave it away. Let's just say that Aedion uses some very, very flavorful language and then storms out. Chapter 29, Rowan POV. He understands Aedion's frustration, but he does not accept the way that Aedion lashed out, and he thinks it's unacceptable because although Aelin is his cousin and it may be easy to kind of jump back into that dynamic, Aelin's gonna be his queen, so he also can't interact with her the way that he used to. Before he goes to chew out Aedion, though, he does check on Aelin, and she's kind of going through it emotionally. I'll remind you that she's like 19 at this point, and she has quite literally the weight of the world on her shoulders. For context, a 19-year-old is like a sophomore in college. Like, that is how young this girl is. All of this is happening, and she's quite literally only has these two men at her side right now, and she's supposed to become the queen of a country that she has not seen for almost her entire life. She doesn't know if anyone's going to accept her because she's been an assassin and serving the king for a long period of time, and she wasn't raised to become queen. She was raised as a princess, but they didn't really get to the whole raising her to become a queen part. So she doesn't know what she's doing. She's very confused, and one of the very few people that she felt like she could count on to be on her side, she let down, and now they're mad at her. So she's just going through a lot emotionally. So it was good of Rowan to do a little emotional health check-in with her. But she's done talking about that, and she asks him, okay, as much as I love that you're here, I know you didn't come here for no reason. So, like, why are you here? And he reveals to her the bad news. Lorcan is here. In case you don't remember from Heir of Fire, we did a short little intro of Lorcan. He is the biggest, baddest, and most brutal and most devoted to Maeve of all of the cadre. You do not want to mess with Lorcan. They figure he's most likely here to spy on her, to find the third word key and bring it back to Maeve, to which Aelin's like, you could totally handle him in a fight, right? And Rowan reveals that he actually thinks he probably wouldn't, especially without magic. I mean, Lorcan also wouldn't have magic, but even with them both not having magic, like, it's too close to call, and even then Rowan thinks that most likely Lorcan would beat him. And then the last thing that happens at night, and this is kind of a small detail, but it's really funny, and a lot of people are annoyed with this scene. And I'm not going to explain too much the relationship dynamic between Rowan and Aelin, because that's kind of hard to like give in a more factual way like I try to with the entire plot recap. I try to keep my personal opinions and interpretations out of things. I try to keep it like to the text and what's there. But just so you understand the dynamic of Rowan and Aelin's relationship, they've just had this heart-to-heart, right? And they've just got really vulnerable. Aelin's scared, and so she goes to seek comfort from Rowan. And Rowan just starts putting up the most hysterically and insanely strict boundaries between the two of them physically and emotionally. And Aelin is very annoyed, and she's like, dude, what are you doing? But he explains that since she's embracing the role of queen, and she's gonna need to fight for not only power but also respect if she wants allies in this war against the King of Adarlan, she needs to be taken seriously, and dating and flaunting around her oath-sworn fae is not going to be a very productive way to do that. So it's kind of funny. They're in a relationship, but he's basically like, until this war is figured out, we need to pretend like we're not, even in private. Like, he thinks that they basically should put everything on pause and just be like a queen and her loyal sword up until this battle's done. Aelin hates that because she's just like, no. But he's very, very adamant that this is the way things should go. And she kind of lets him be like a royal advisor at this point. She's like, okay, it's fine. But she is going to quite literally make it as hard for him as possible. So there's like some really funny moments where she's just like flirting with him, and she is being hysterically and outrageously flirty just to kind of like get a response or a reaction out of him. And the whole time you can tell that he's so into her, but he's pretending so hard not to be for the sake of simplicity. And it's a really funny dynamic that goes on throughout this whole book. But I'm not gonna like hit on it every single time it happens, but just so you know, that's kind of like a theme for this book for them. So the next morning, Aelin wakes up and she goes to the kitchen to make some breakfast, where she runs into Aedion, and she tells him that I still want you to take the blood oath if you're willing to take it. And I also want you to accept that I'm not doing the one person takes a blood oath thing. I'm probably going to do multiple blood oaths. Just because I'm becoming the Queen of Terrasen doesn't mean I'm going to do everything the way that Terrasen had done it traditionally. And he agrees that he will take the blood oath so long as she promises him one thing. So in the past, there would have been this big thing where the whole kingdom is there, and it's almost like a coronation in a way, where like he has bestowed a blood oath publicly, and there's this big celebration and it's a big deal. So he's like, okay, like I'll accept that I'm not the first and only person to get the blood oath, but I still want to have a traditional like blood oath receiving ceremony. And so she agrees. They're gonna do a whole blood oath ceremony once they're back in Terrasen and everything's all settled and ready to go. Chapter 30, we are gonna jump to Valg Dorian's POV. It basically serves to let us know that sweet Dorian is fading away into the shadows. He will find himself hiding in the shadows, and he notices that sometimes the Valg's grip on him is tighter and sometimes it's looser. He doesn't remember his own name, he doesn't remember a lot of things, but all he can think about over and over and over again is how he wished that the girl that we know as Aelin had killed him. Chapter 31, we are going to be jumping back into Manon's POV for the first time in this part, and she is mad at the Duke because the Yellowlegs coven that was sacrificed to be bred with the Valg, they've basically been shut off from her and all the other witches and cannot be visited. So they're basically like locked away. So she goes to storm into the Duke's office to basically demand that she be able to see the Yellowlegs and also kind of see like what in the world's going on down there, when she walks in on something very interesting. Kaltain is using magic. It is an insane type of dark magic that Manon has not seen before, described as shadow fire. So, surprise, surprise, Kaltain has had magic this entire time. We just didn't know it because she was in the anti-magic triangle her whole life. And that is why the Duke singled her out in book 1. So if you remember in the dungeons in Crown of Midnight, when Selena was down in the dungeons with Kaltain made a comment that we all kind of dismissed because she was already kind of going crazy, where she said that she felt like there was a reason that she was singled out by the Duke. And this is where we learn that she in fact was singled out, and it is because because she had magic in her blood. So now for perspective, Manon, who's literally known for her evilness and brutality, literally can barely stomach seeing Kaltain use her shadow fire on one of the soldiers. Basically just fire made of shadows, but it's like hotter than actual fire, and it's like disgusting. That's all you need to know. So after Kaltain is done experimenting with her shadow fire, the Duke is like, okay, Manon, what do you want? Like, why are you here? Why did you just barge into my office? She basically says she wants access to the Yellowlegs, and he says, oh, they're just recovering. You'll be able to see them soon enough. But she sees this as the lie that it is right away. And then he decides to reassure her that his Valg breeding experiment worked. And she's like, okay, cool. I don't care. I just want to see them to make sure that they're like alive and that you didn't torture them. But what's crazy is he threatens to set a Valg prince on her in her 13's barracks if she does not get in line. Sir? No one threatens Manon, okay? So she realizes that she's not going to get anywhere by basically demanding answers with this power play. So she decides that she's going to take a more cunning approach. And she pretends to fall back in line. She's like, you know what? You are so right. And she decides she's going to play like the loyal servant in order to get more information. And then she asks, so like, what's the plan with this shadow fire? And he reveals that he's hoping it's going to change the course of the war, although he's not quite sure in what way yet. But then he briefly mentions that something that will change the course of the war is the weapon that the grandmother Blackbeak has been working on. This is Manon's first time hearing about a weapon that her grandmother's working on that's going to change the course of the war. And although she tries to hide it, he can tell that she didn't know about it, and he's a little bit smug that he was able to break it to her. But all Manon can think about is that if the three grandmothers are working together on a weapon, the humans do not stand a chance. Now we're going to jump to Elide's POV. She's on edge wondering if anything's going to happen because now the witches and her uncle know that she has witch blood in her system, but nothing's really happened over the past couple days. So she's thinking about this as she's walking back to her rooms, and then when she gets to her door, she can see that someone is in her room, like waiting for her, I guess. So she's like, no thank you. So she goes to the first place she can think of, which is the stables. And so she goes to where Abraxos sleeps. And Abraxos has taken a liking to Elide. It's kind of alluded that because Abraxos is a cripple with like his weak wings that we know Manon has buttressed with the spider silk. And so he kind of like takes pity on her because he understands what it's like to be a cripple, especially as a result of someone else's cruelty. So he has a soft spot for her. So Elide goes to Abraxos's pen and like sleeps in the stables with Abraxos. But she wakes up overhearing a private conversation between Manon and Astrid talking about the shadow fire that Kaltain has. And Elide's kind of freaking out the whole time because she's like, I'm not supposed to be overhearing this conversation. But we later find out that Manon knew that Elide was there the entire time. Chapter 32. Elide tells Manon that the reason why she's sleeping in Abraxos's pen is because there was someone in her room. Manon's interested, but she has a lot of other things going on in her mind, so instead she gives Elide a mission. After all, her protection isn't for free. And apparently when Elide said that she decided that she was going to bleed blue instead of bleed red, Manon was offering her protection as her wing leader. So she's like, that comes at a cost. I need you to do something for me. So she says, I want you to find a way to sneak down and find out what in the world is going on with the Yellowlegs coven. 3 days later, Elide makes her move. She decided that she is going to move from the kitchens to laundry, basically just by volunteering and finding out as much as she can about where the Yellowlegs are and who is responsible for the laundry that the Yellowlegs are using. After one of her shifts as a volunteer laundress, she is working her way up the stairs, and this poor girl, okay, not only does she have an ankle that doesn't work properly, but she also has a bunch of chains around her ankles, and this place is literally half stairs, and so that's just horrible if you ask me. But one of these days as she's going up the stairs, she runs into her uncle Vernon in the hallway, trying to take advantage of Kaltain's not so mentally present state. So Elide sees this, and then she walks up and she's like, oh, I was sent by Manon to summon Kaltain. Love that for her. But Uncle Vernon, disgusting man that he is, makes a comment about Elide working for Manon now that basically gives away that he knows that she has witch blood in her system. This actually freaks Elide out because she realizes like there's a lot of things her uncle could do with that information, including make her go downstairs with the yellow legs and be part of the horrible experiments that they're putting on. So she decides to go to Manon's room and she asks Manon for access to some poison. Chapter 33, we're going to jump to Aedion's POV because he is officially fully healed and in full-blown training with Rowan. Then on top of that, he's thinking about the fact that Gavriel is literally his father. Oh, and Lorcan is in town and hunting them down. So you could say that there's a lot of stress on him, not only because that's life-shattering information for his own life, but also he's supposed to be protecting his queen. And those are 3 big things. At least now he's like up to full health, but he's trying to get to the same level as Rowan. There's also a bit of that male territorialness that goes into that. But let's just say he's putting a lot of pressure on himself. So Aelin's up on the rooftop doing, I actually don't really know what, but she's on the rooftop while Aedion and Rowan are sparring and fighting, and Rowan's teaching Aedion everything he knows about combat. And Aedion's kind of using this opportunity, now that him and Rowan are like kind of cool, he's starting to ask Rowan about the different myths that he heard growing up to see like which ones were true and which ones were just like people making stuff up. And they're honestly having a lot of fun until Lysandra shows up and she takes Aelin to the side because they need to have a conversation. And after she leaves, Rowan basically gets in Aedion's face and he's like, look, I get why you're upset and I know Aelin's forgiven you, but I'll remind you, as I am bloodsworn to her and I am also her protector, if you step out of line again and talk to her like that, like you're dead. And Aedion actually like respects this in him, and there's actually this really sweet moment internally. Obviously he would never say this to Rowan's face, but he has this moment where he's like, I see why she gave you the blood oath. Like he has a level of respect for him now. Like he always did see him like in awe, but this is the first time that he respects him as an individual that he knows personally. Aelin didn't want Aedion to overwork himself, so she wanted them to quit sparring, so they decide to just kind of rest for a bit, but they're still up there together while Lysandra and Aelin are talking downstairs. And Rowan says like there's more training that needs to happen than the physical things, because we are going to be the backbone of this kingdom as her court. We need to be a team. So Rowan basically said they needed to start with like a code to kind of live by, that everything they do is filtered through this code. And they decide together that it is going to be to protect and serve Aelin, each other, and Terrasen. I think particularly in that order. But basically from this day on, everything that they do is with the intention to serve and protect. So those are like the core values, if you will, of Aelin's court as of Rowan and Aedion. And now for the fun stuff. Let's go down to Lysandra and Aelin having girl talk. First of all, Lysandra brings Aelin clothes that are actually going to fit Rowan, so sadly we won't get any more Captain America clothing moments. But then she reveals that Arobynn has been getting some interesting reports. Now, I don't know if you remember, but way earlier in this book, Chaol and Nesrin and the rebels have basically been trying to figure out where a bunch of missing people have gone, while Arobynn got tips that boats full of people are headed to Morath. And for some reason, we're just accepting that those are the people who've gone missing, so that kind of answers that question, but it doesn't really answer why all these people are being sent to Morath. And I will remind you that Morath is where Duke Parrington and all the witches and Uncle Vernon and Elide and all of them are. Morath is basically just like a giant building in the mountains. Aelin then changes the conversation and she asks when Lysandra's debts are going to be paid. But Clarisse, who, if you don't know, Clarisse is kind of the courtesan equivalent to Arobynn, but Clarisse keeps raising Lysandra's debts. Basically, as Evangeline gets older and prettier, Clarisse claims that she's lost more and more money on Evangeline as she gets older. So every single time Lysandra pays off a part of her debt, it basically goes up the same, if not more, of what she just paid off. So it's seeming like Lysandra is going to be in debt for a while longer. Then Aelin tells her, you know what, if you just said the word, like, I can make Clarisse disappear, like, forever. And Lysandra appreciates it, but she says that she'll let her know she'll let her know. Then we're gonna jump to Chaol's POV later because he's meeting with Aelin and Rowan. Talk about an awkward interaction. Chaol is finally meeting the guy that Aelin fell out of love with him for. Which, don't get me wrong, she very much was like not in love with Chaol anymore when she met Rowan, but Rowan helped her get over Chaol really, really fast. Chaol just kind of sees how natural they are together and how perfect they are together, and this just makes him more and more and more bitter because although like he has Nesrin and he's technically like quote unquote in a relationship, they're definitely more like friends with bennies than anything. They're not actually like a serious couple. Basically, Aelin came to let him know two things. One, what she heard about Arobynn finding out that all those missing people were going to Morath, and then the second thing she warns him about is the word hounds in the sewer and tells him you should probably avoid going down there in the near future. In chapter 34, Aelin's POV, she's actually showing Rowan around where she grew up. Not necessarily the bestest of memories, but she does have some good memories worth sharing. So she's just showing him around the parts of the city that she actually likes. And she's also using this time to kind of utilize Rowan's face senses to kind of sense out how much Valg influence is in different soldiers. Now, I will remind you that although he's in this anti-magic triangle and he doesn't have his magic, his face senses are also muffled, but they're still there. So he can sense out the Valg soldiers a little better than Aelin herself. As they're doing their little tour and walk through memory lane, Aelin decides to show him the theater. Now remember, this is the same exact theater that in, I believe it was Air of Fire, or was it Crown of Midnight? It was one of those two, but you remember, actually now that I'm saying that, it's Crown of Midnight. The Eoway people in the salt mines revolted when they heard that Nehemia had been killed, and then in order to like kind of squash any ideas the king had, all of the Eoway people in that salt mine prison camp murdered, and then the conductor, as well as all the people who played in the orchestra at this theater in Rifthold, they wore mourning black, and they actually played, I believe, like some sort of tribute to Eoway. Like they played like a mourning song basically, and the king was so upset that the entire theater the next day was shut down and no one saw the conductor or any of the orchestra players ever again after that. In other words, he had them killed. This is also why Madame Florence from the previous part, when we talked about she was the dance instructor who helped Aelin, she mentioned that a big part of her kind of turning against the king and starting to be on the side of the rebels is after what happened to her friend who was the conductor. So there we go. We just connected a bunch of strings for you. But Aelin decides to show that place to Rowan, and she talked about how she used to sit in the box with Arobynn, and then how when her and Sam left the Assassin's Keep and she didn't have the money to necessarily sit in there, she would like hide up in the rafters and listen from there. Sure enough, they're walking around this abandoned theater as Aelin is reminiscing, and there's an old piano. Of course, it is horribly out of tune, but she mentions how playing piano isn't the same for her. She does share about like the music that Sam got her and how music was always something so special to her, but now it's something that kind of reminds her of everything that she's lost. And Rowan actually encourages her to play at this old abandoned out of tune piano, and she actually plays the song that was on the sheet music that Sam got her in Assassin's Blade. That means she memorized it. For those of you who are not musicians out there, memorizing a piece of music like that and being able to play it from memory after not touching it for forever is actually extremely impressive. So there you go. There's a little musician insight for you if you've never played an instrument before. People like have to train to do that. Like I had to train for years to be able to play music by memory. It's a lot. So she plays the song that Sam bought her for Rowan, and he absolutely loved it. And then he actually sits down at the piano with her and asks her to, you know, teach him a little bit about playing the piano. So they spend probably up to an hour there, and then they hear someone like starting to look around the grounds, because I'll remind you, this is an abandoned theater, so they're not exactly supposed to be there. So once they hear like someone's coming to inspect what the noise is, they book it out of there on their way back to the apartment, but they make one stop at the bank. Notice Aelin's making a lot of stops at the bank recently. But she goes in and she tells Rowan to stay outside and wait for her. She goes in and she brings some gold back out. And this is when Rowan realizes Aelin has been paying for her and him and Aedion and all of them out of pocket in the apartment and all of that. So he's basically like, hey, so like what's the plan for funding? Because like an army isn't free, and you're spending all of your savings and money right now trying to get us just like food and clothing and a place to live. And all she says is, you'll find out soon. Girl, she loves to keep her secrets. What did I tell you? She loves to keep her secrets. Chapter 35, this is Chaol's POV. Him and a group of rebels just did their typical ambush and rescue of accused magic wielders and accused magic sympathizers, and they loaded them up on a boat and sent them away. I don't think we ever learn where they're sending them to. We just know that the rebels have connections at the docks and they're sending them somewhere. They just rescued some of those, and while they're like waiting for all these people to load up onto the docks, Chaol turns to Nesrin and asks her on a date. This is crazy because although they're together, they're very much just friends with benefits. Like, they're not like romantically involved in any way. So Nesrin actually like thinks he's joking at first, and she's like, oh, like, you actually want to spend time with me? She does make a snobby comment, as she should, frankly, that usually when they just hang out, he's like complaining about Aelin or something. And he's like, no, like, I actually want to spend time with you. And she's like, okay, so long as you're buying rounds, like, I'll go out with you. Now, this is a crazy part. Chaol's in a good mood because he just decided to ask Nesrin on a date, and she decided to say yes. And they're loading up the last of the rebels into the boats when one of the other rebel leaders, who's kind of more the leader around the docks area, because I'll remind you that Chaol is a rebel leader, but only in a specific area. So there's multiple rebel leaders, and this is another one. He makes an insane suggestion that absolutely knocks the breath out of Chaol. And let me just tell you why. I feel like it's pretty self-explanatory why this is Chaol's worst nightmare. But he says, what if we just surrendered Adarlan? Like, Adarlan's lost. What if we just surrender it? What if we all just went to Terrasen when Queen Aelin takes her throne, and we can all serve under her and let her take over Adarlan? Guys, this is Chaol's worst nightmare. He's already trying so hard to like, yeah, I want Aelin's help, but only as Selena, and I want nothing to do with her as a queen, except for I don't want her to hurt Adarlan, but I need her to help Adarlan, but I also don't trust her because I think she's gonna hurt it. You know, are you picking up right now? He has zero trust. He has so much trust issues. He's extremely skeptical. The fact that a leader in the rebel movement is suggesting this is kind of horrifying to him. And we're just gonna leave Chaol to sit with that for a minute, and we're actually gonna jump to Aelin's POV. We're not actually gonna see anything here, but we do learn something. Late at night, when Rowan is asleep, Aelin has been sneaking out of bed, getting fully armed up to the teeth, and sneaking out almost every single night. Chapter 36, I'm gonna need you to hang tight with me for this one because I'll tell you that this is probably, I think it's my 4th time reading the series for this entire plot video series. And this is something that only until I was like deeply dissecting it did I fully understand what was actually happening here. You know, sometimes a scene doesn't really make sense to you, but you understand the end result, so you just move on. This was that for me. So if that was you and chapter 36 was like, wait, what? I got you. Let's break it down. Aelin, we learn, is going Valg hunting at night, or at least it's what it seems like she's doing. There's this whole scene where basically Aelin meets up with Lysandra in the sewage system, and they start having this super vague conversation about keys. What keys do we know about? And then also like talking about where Aelin wanted to hide said keys. So what we're learning is actually happening here is that this is a totally staged conversation. Aelin intentionally was walking around to get her scent out in the air because she's trying to attract Lorcan. Then once she was sure that Lorcan was actually on her trail and spying on her, she met up with Lysandra, staged having the keys, and talked about wanting to hide it in a particular area in the sewage system, wrapped up a fake word key in a cloak, and then threw it into one of the, remember how I said there's like these little coves off to the side in the sewage system? They like throw it in there and they walk away. They then book it away and then hide at a distance to watch Lorcan go into that little cove. So basically they staged this entire thing to get Lorcan to go into that cove. Now what's so stinking funny about all of this is that that cove is the nest of Valg soldiers that Aelin found during all of her Valg hunting. Aelin literally, like, let Lorcan think that he was spying on her and that she had the word keys and he knew where she was gonna hide it, but in all reality, it was basically, like, the funniest prank that she could ever pull on him. Like, she's just messing around. From Aelin's POV, there is an explosion of yelling and clashing steel, and then she decides to head back to the apartment for the night, feeling pretty smug about herself. Honestly, this whole scene kills me and I absolutely love it, and whenever this becomes, like, a TV series or movie series, this is one of those scenes that I am dying to watch because I know it's gonna have me like crying tears of joy. But here's the problem. Lorcan very quickly obviously realized exactly what she was doing. He comes to find her and he does sneak up on her a lot faster than Aelin thought. Like, she thought he was going to be preoccupied down there for a while. He took care of them pretty quickly, and so he sneaks up behind her and pulls a knife to her throat, reveals that there were 6 Valg commanders down there, pretty strong Valg-influenced ones, and he killed every single one of them. And he's holding a knife to Aelin's throat, basically being like, give me a reason not to kill you right now. Like, he is ticked off when Rowan shows up, okay? This is about to get real spicy. Rowan is debating on killing Lorcan, but Lorcan reveals that Queen Maeve said that if he does not come back from this mission of retrieving the word key and come back to Dornael alive, then she's gonna side with the King of Adarlan to take down Aelin's. And that is something they cannot risk. So they decide they're gonna let Lorcan go. Goodness gracious, somehow Rowan scares Lorcan away. I actually forgot to take notes on the details of that, but for some reason, Lorcan decides tonight's not the night, and so he leaves. And Rowan is very upset. He recognizes that Aelin can handle her own, and she's very independent, and he loves that about her. But here's the thing. She's also his queen, and he is bloodsworn to protect her, and so the fact that was not aware, one, of what she was doing, and two, that she had a literal knife to her throat, and if he had not shown up, Lorcan might have killed her. Also, remember what I said in part, I believe, 2 or 3, Lorcan could beat Rowan in a fight. Like, Rowan's not really sure that he would win. It's not helping with his confidence of his ability to protect Aelin entirely on his own. Chapter 37 is a very dark and depressing chapter, so naturally it is in Valg Dorian's POV, and I think for now I'm actually gonna switch to this art just because it's hard to sometimes separate like real Dorian from Valg Dorian, so I feel like visually, if you are watching this on YouTube or if you're watching the video on Spotify and these pictures help you, then I just wanted to make that differentiation. But if you're just listening to this on Spotify without photos, that's not relevant to you. And also, like, congratulations. You don't need photos. Like, there's so many stinking characters in this book, so I very much admire you for not needing the photos. I don't think it could be me. But anyways, this is a short chapter. We learn that the Valg Dorian loves to go down to the dungeons where they're actually torturing men in the cells. Do you remember all those empty cells that Aelin found in Crown of Midnight? Well, they're all full now, full of men being absolutely tortured. And you know what? It's part of this Valg and Dorian's body daily ritual to go down there and feed on the darkness of basically all of the torture that's happening down there, because he's feeding on these people's pain. This alone is contributing to Dorian fading away more and more into the darkness inside of his body. Chapter 38, and I need you to hear me when I say, and I know I try not to include too many personal opinions in these videos, I try to keep them as factual as possible, but this chapter, like, I know so many iconic things happen in this book, but this chapter, to me, is, like, one of the best things ever. I am obsessed with this chapter. So, it's the next evening, and Aelin, Rowan, Aedion, and Lysandra are all having dinner together, and they're just messing around, having a good time. It's very cutesy, fun vibes. No one's bickering, which is so rare, and it's really nice because, you know, life is rough for all of them right now. Like, the least they could have is a fun dinner party with their friends. Lysandra turns to Rowan and says, "I like your fangs." Seems pretty legit, right? To which Rowan replies with the wildest thing. "Are you studying them so you can replicate them when you take my form, shapeshifter?" This is how we find out that Lysandra is a shapeshifter, okay? Let's get some of her backstory, okay? So she shares her backstory. By the way, no one knows this, not even Arobynn, okay? So Arobynn knew Aelin's secret, that she was the rightful heir to the throne of Terrasen, but he didn't know that Lysandra was a shapeshifter. So she was 6 years old when she found out. Also, she knew that her father was a shapeshifter, but she never actually knew who her father was, and her mother didn't tell her. She's also a full shapeshifter. So this is a little differentiation. A half shapeshifter or like a partial shifter can only really change part of like human form. So maybe they can change the color of their hair or their eyes or make certain body parts bigger or smaller. Like they can make those kinds of appearance changes, but a full shapeshifter can change into anything. Like she can change into a cat for all she cares about. Like she can change into a frog. She can change into a mouse. She can be a stinking grizzly bear. She can be whatever she wants. So before the anti-magic triangle came up, the king banished magic, making it illegal. And once magic became illegal, Lysandra's mother kicked her out of the house. She didn't even want to be caught housing a shapeshifter. And then when she was 7, she decided to use her abilities to be the most beautiful child she could be, because she found out that people were willing to throw a child on the street more money as like donations and charity if she was stunningly beautiful. So she transformed herself to be like the most beautiful 7-year-old she could possibly be. The only issue is that shortly after she took the form of this beautiful 7-year-old, the anti-magic triangle went up, and she has been stuck in this form for the entirety of her life up until this day. So basically, a side point to make here is that what she looks like now, like this, like what we know her to look like, is not actually what she really looks like. She doesn't actually remember what she looked like before she was 7 years old. So even if she wanted to change back, she can't, because shapeshifters have to like truly visualize it. They can't just say like, oh, I want to turn into this thing. Like they have to have a really strong visual for what that looks like in order to make that shift. So because she doesn't remember what she looks like as a child, she can never change back to who she was. But she got stuck as this beautiful, beautiful child, and naturally when Clarice found her, whose literal job is to find beautiful children off the side of the street and then force them into lives of courtesans, naturally when she saw the most beautiful 7-year-old in existence, she had to have her and basically stole her off the streets. And then we know the rest of Lysandra's story from Assassin's Blade. So she spills her guts to all of them. She tells them all this backstory, and honestly, I love how Rowan's response was like, whenever you're able to shift again, what would you shift into? And I just thought that was a really cute question. Instead of like harping on all the bad things that happened to her, he's kind of like giving her hope for the future of like tapping into that magic again. And she says, anything with claws and fangs. Good answer. I love that. That's a good answer. She also briefly mentioned something. I think it was like a tabby cat or something, but she mentions how when she was younger, before the anti-magic triangle went up, when she wasn't this like beautiful girl, she loved to change into like a little tabby cat of sorts. So I thought that was cute as well. Lysandra is really nervous about how Aelin's going to respond, but Aelin just says that she's become a far more interesting and entertaining friend than she thought she was. So that's a good answer for Lysandra, and she's happy with that. Now we're actually going to cut to the chase, because apparently Lysandra actually does have something she needs to discuss with them before our lovely fun dinner party is over, which by the way just got significantly more interesting with that whole shapeshifter plot twist. But Arobynn is summoning Aelin for a dinner date at the Assassin's Keep. And she has like a special former paper invite from Arobynn, and she is allowed 2 +1s. And this is basically just his way to flex that he is aware that there are 2 people staying with her. And then, so there's this actual really funny detail, okay? He leaves this almond oil perfume with the invite, and he says that he wants her to wear it when she comes over for dinner. Naturally, this is Arobynn, you know, being Arobynn. Like, he wants to stake his claim because he feels like he owns her, and he wants her to, like, put this oil on her body so she can, like, smell like he wants her to. And it's very disturbing. Like, if you think about it, this man has been watching her since she was literally 8 years old, and he is literally obsessed with her. Obviously, we know he's not obsessed with her as a person. He's obsessed with the power she represents. He's obsessed with the fact that she's heir to the throne, and he really just loves the fact that he can boss her around and she will just do it because he actually has more power than her, despite the fact that she's technically supposed to be a really powerful human being. So it's all very disgusting and we absolutely hate it. Arobynn, you are trash. But I just wanted to explain that as well. Also, I'm allergic to almonds. So to me, him loving almond oil is just very fitting. That was such an unnecessary detail, but moving on. Oh, also, this is another thing, because it's also showing that he knows that both of the boys that she is with right now are fae. All their 5 senses are elevated, including their nose. So it's also kind of this thing where it's like, it's a really strong smelling oil, and she's like, he's also messing with Aedion and Rowan. So that's also just like this whole side thing. I'm laughing because we'll get to why I'm laughing later, okay? So Aelin is mostly focused on getting her mother's amulet from Arobynn, so she's like, you know what, I'm willing to play by his rules, both of you will come, I will wear the almond oil, but before we can go over there, we need to get this Valg soldier. And this dinner date's tomorrow night, so we gotta get this Valg soldier like now. Chapter 39, the first place that Aelin and Rowan think to go is the nest where Lorcan kind of went loose on those 6 Valg commanders, but apparently he was very thorough and none of them made it out. They were hoping someone would be like unconscious or something, but no, they're all very, very dead. So they gotta go Valg hunting, but while they're Valg hunting, Aelin reveals to Rowan that leading Lorcan down to this Valg nest was more than just a prank, although it was a very good prank, and I absolutely loved it. But she wanted to know if a word hound could be killed. So 6 Valg commanders, but also, fun fact, there was a word hound in there as well, and Lorcan did kill it. So word hounds can be killed. Lorcan knows how to kill them. Do we know how he killed them? Not necessarily. Take that information, lock it in your brain. Something tells me that that's good information to keep in your back pocket for future. Just a thought. Another fun little added bonus to that is that these word hounds are like the king's special little creatures that he uses as conduits to communicate through the sewage system with the Valg commanders. So the funny thing about this is that the king is now going to have Lorcan hunted down, 1, because he killed one of his beloved word hounds, but 2, because it means that there is a fae male in his kingdom. And that's also going to take the king off Rowan's scent for a little bit, and he's going to focus far more on Lorcan. Because if you think about it, like, it was kind of inevitable that eventually Rowan's fae-ness would be scented out by one of the Valg or someone who worked for the king. So it's good to have them all focused on Lorcan for now. So this is really a multifaceted plan, because then on top of that, this is going to leave the sewage systems clear so that Aelin can sneak through the sewage system towards the castle, because she plans to blow up the clock tower from within the sewage system underneath it to try to blow out this anti-magic triangle. Because remember, in Crown of Midnight, Chaol's the one who figures out that if you blow out one of the towers, then the anti-magic triangle falls apart. So they continue Valg hunting. A couple hours later, her and Rowan find someone. They start to interrogate him down in the sewage system, and this is very vaguely written in the books, and it is for a reason, so I'm going to be vague to describe it here, but when we get to the part in the future why it's important, why it was vague now, I will draw connections to now in the future. If that might not have made any sense to you at all, but don't worry if my explanation here doesn't make the scene any more clear for you, if it was confusing for you at the start. We will actually talk about this scene again in the future in more detail. All you need to know is that they are interrogating this Valg commander, and it's crazy because he's pulling a Schmeagol on them. Like, he's basically going back and forth between who he actually is and the Valg evil version of him that's inside of him. So the good guard, who's not under the Valg influence, we found out his name is Stephen, okay? So Aelin was able to ask him what his name was. He said it was Stephen. And whenever Stephen pops up, she tries to ask as many questions as possible and basically says that the Valg and Dorian is a Valg prince, which we already kind of knew. And then Stephen begs Aelin to put him out of his misery. So she decides to cut him a deal. That is all I'm going to say about that scene. We're actually going to discuss the deal that they made in this moment in a couple chapters. So later that night, Rowan is sleeping, and she sneaks out to do one last thing, of course. Rowan, although, is awake when she gets back, and he's really mad because she's been so secretive, and it's literally his job to protect her, and she keeps putting herself in danger, and she keeps reassuring him that it's fine, and he's like, look, I get that you're used to doing this all alone, but you don't have to do it all alone anymore. And frankly, since you're kind of the sole heir to your throne, maybe you should not be doing these things alone. Just a thought. She changes the conversation though, and she says that she wants to ask him a favor, and there's one last thing that she wants to do before they go to Arobynn's dinner, which is now less than 24 hours away. She wants to go see Sam's grave. Remember in part 3, we talked about how Arobynn gave her the location of Sam's grave. Of course he says yes. He immediately takes her there, and he gives her space to say goodbye to him. He recognizes that this is like a very intimate thing, so he is kind of like being a guard dog. And I actually wrote down her goodbye to Sam. For all you Sam lovers out there, this is her goodbye to Sam. Every day I miss you, and I wonder what you would have made of all this. Made of me. I think you would have made a wonderful king. I will get through this without crying. I think they would have liked you more than me, actually. I never told you how I felt, but I loved you, and I think a part of me might always love you. Maybe you were my mate, and I never knew it. Maybe I'll spend the rest of my life wondering about that. Maybe I'll see you again in the afterworld, and then I'll know for sure. But until then, I'll miss you, and I'll wish you were here. And then she tells Sam that tonight she is going to settle his life debt. And who's responsible for Sam's death? Arobynn. Then we jump to Rowan's POV, and he's like, oh dang, we're killing Arobynn tonight. Chapter 40, naturally I know you're dying to know how in the world Aelin is going to pull off this plan, but we're actually going to take a break from that plot. I am so sorry. The timing of this is bonkers, but we're actually going to jump to Elide's POV. She is working in the kitchens, and I'll remind you that she is on a mission. Remember, she got that poison from Manon. Sarah J Maas set it up to seem like she wanted the poison to poison her Uncle Vernon, but it's actually a non-fatal poison that's just going to make the drinker of the poison sick, and she's going to give it to the laundress responsible for taking the towels and sheets to the Yellowlegs breeding den so that she can volunteer in her place. So she's in the kitchens, and she intentionally poisons the food of this laundress. And sure enough, the next day, the laundress is too sick to do her job, and no one wants to volunteer because people have heard the screams coming from that room, and no one wants to go in there and see what's going on. So Elide volunteers, and sure enough, she is the one to deliver the dirty clothes to the Yellowlegs breeding den. She starts her shift by getting the dirty laundry, and apparently it's all covered in like barf. Ew, I hate that word. It's all covered in vomit. And after hours of cleaning and scrubbing, and the most cleaning she's ever done on a load of laundry, Elide folds up everything to go behind enemy lines and spy for her ringleader by taking down the clean clothes. And honestly, it was horrible. She describes it as cold. She heard moans of pain, of terror, and despair. It's honestly the most traumatizing thing. So Elide runs back and reports everything to Manon. And I'm just going to read it directly from the book here. The thing that opened the door was a beautiful man, a man with golden hair and a collar around his neck. Who might that be? I'm not going to tell you yet. I'm going to reveal that later. But you know who this person is, so I'll give you a moment to think about it. But he was not a man. There was nothing human in his eyes. I'd pretend to fall so I could buy myself more time to see who would open the door. When he saw me on the ground, he smiled at me, and the darkness leaked out of him. Then she reveals that she was able to peek into the room and saw that the Yellowlegs had already bred the creatures, and some of them were already pregnant again and going through the experiment a second time, which obviously was not a part of Manon's agreement with the Duke. Then she says that the babies have snouts, teeth, fangs, and skin that look like black diamond. These creatures, I'm going to hold off on telling you more about them until Sarah J Maas tells you more about them, but if they don't give you heebie-jeebies yet, just wait till I find some art to share with you, and wait until we talk a little bit more about these creatures, because, oh my word, they haunt my nightmares. I'll just tell you right now, they haunt my nightmares. Elide also shares that the pregnant Yellowlegs, guys, I'll remind you, I've said this before and I'll say it again, and I really don't want to get demonetized because someone reports me, okay? If you are squeamish, if you cannot handle dark material, this is not for you. please back out now. Like, I really don't want to get demonetized because someone's mad at me for literally just relaying the plot of this book. This book contains sensitive material. If you are a sensitive person, this is not the book for you and you should click out now. This is your last warning. Okay, so these pregnant Yellowlegs are chained to tables and screaming and yelling and crying. They're basically being tortured. Like, it's a horrible thing. And I forgot to mention this earlier, but when Elide is reporting this to Manon, Asterin is in the room. Now, I will remind you that Asterin has been very against this from the start, so vocally so that Manon had to debunk her in her position in the 13 clan. So Asterin absolutely loses it on Manon, okay? And it's bad enough that Manon replaced her as a third, but now she has to be punished according to the witch traditions because she defied the coven leader publicly in front of other people, which Manon didn't want to have to do, but she's like, well, it's witch tradition. Like, you lost it at me in a public way, and now you have to face the punishment for it. So Manon dismisses Sorrel and Asterin, so it's just her and Elide. And Elide's like, why are you doing this? Like, why are you serving the king? Like, you clearly have an issue with this. Like, why aren't you doing anything? And Manon's just like, you don't get it. To which Elide shares more of her backstory. I know we got some of her backstory, but this is, and I'm doing direct quotes here because these are 3 paragraphs that I think are really important to know for, like, why Elide is the way she is, and everything that she's going to do in the future, I feel like is explained really well by these 3 paragraphs, so listen closely. 10 years ago, my parents were murdered. My father was executed on a butchering block in front of thousands, but my mother died defending Aelin Galathynius, heir to the throne of Terrasen. She bought Aelin time to run. They followed Aelin's track to the frozen river where they said she must have fallen in and drowned. So guys, do you remember Aelin's backstory? We learned a lot about it in Heir of Fire. Little baby Aelin like crawled into her parents' bed because she was scared. Turns out both of her parents were dead. And then this female servant came out, freaked out, grabbed Aelin, tried to hide her, and then when she realized there was an assassin there to kill Aelin, she told Aelin to run and basically tried to stall the assassin and got murdered by the assassin. But it gave Aelin time to get to the river. So that is Elide's mother, okay? The lady who saved Aelin's life is Elide's mother, okay? That connection has been made. Fantastic. Then, obviously, we know that she didn't actually drown and die in the river and that Arobynn picked her up and she's, you know, everything from Assassin's Blade till now. Elide does not know that, okay? For all she knows, Aelin is dead. Also, keep in mind, she's not in Rifthold. Like, there's a lot of buzz right now after what Aelin did in Heir of Fire that, like, oh, the Queen of Terrasen's back, and she's, like, this fire fae, but, like, Elide's in the middle of the mountains in the middle of nowhere, so of course she has not heard that, okay? Anyways, back to what Elide says. But you see, Aelin had fire magic. She could have survived the cold. And Aelin had never really liked me or played with me because I was so shy. But I never believed them when she said she was dead. Every day since then, I've told myself that she got away and that she was still out there biding her time, growing up, growing strong so that she might one day come to Terrasen. And you are my enemy, because if she returns, she will fight you. She's saying that to Manon. But for 10 years, until I came here, I endured Uncle Vernon because of her, because of the hope that she got away, and my mother's sacrifice was not in vain. I thought that one day Aelin would come to save me, would remember I existed and rescue me from my tower. Even though she never came, even though I'm here now, I cannot let go of that. And I think that is why you obey, because you have been hoping every day of your miserable, hideous life that you'll get to go home. That, first of all, I feel like this is the first time we see Elide's actual personality showing through. We learn a little bit who she is, why she is the way she is. Also, that's just some crazy stuff that we learn about her connections with Aelin, right? And then also we're really excited for her because we're like, yes, Aelin is alive. And then you feel horrible because you're like, who's going to tell this girl that Aelin is alive? But also, this is a moment where Manon's really like taken aback and she's starting to really second guess things. So Manon turns to her and she says, do you think monsters are born or monsters are made? That is interesting. Manon's not the kind of person that would ask a question like that, which makes you wonder if what Elide said really hit home with Manon, okay? But Elide just says, like, girl, that's something you need to figure out for yourself, okay? That is not my responsibility. You need to answer that question for yourself. Chapter 41, this is a short and low-key kind of funny chapter. Aelin's getting ready for the dinner at Arobynn's, and she gets all covered in that almond oil, which Ew. My skin's like itching and breaking out in hives just thinking about that. But do you remember in like part 3, I told you that Rowan was like messing around and going through Aelin's clothes and he found this black dress with all these gold detailing on it and he was like, this is my favorite dress from your entire collection. She's wearing that dress. So although she has to wear Arobynn's oils in order for this to go smoothly, she decides that, like, you know what, like, I can't necessarily control that, but what I can control is that the dress is something that Rowan chose, which I thought was really stinking cute. And Rowan thinks it's cute too. In fact, he does drool over her a little bit, but you know what? We don't have time. We don't have time for any of this, kids, because we gotta go over to the Assassin's Keep. Chapter 42, things are getting real. I need to stop like smiling so big or my cheeks are gonna hurt by the end of this chapter, but this is just honestly like of all of the chapters, like all the best ones of Queen of Shadows are really just like smack there next to each other and they just all happen to be in this video. So we're greeted by Arobynn as we go up to the Assassin's Keep, and it's taking everything in Rowan and Aedion not to like kill him on the spot. Also, notice I didn't say this is any particular person's POV because it jumps around like 15 different times, so this is just in everyone's POV, okay? Anyone who was at the Assassin's Keep right now, this chapter's in their POV at some point or another. But this is what sends me, okay? So Arobynn greets Aelin and he's like, oh, I'm so happy you wore the oil. You smell amazing, whatever. But as he's greeting Rowan, whatever is culturally accepted in Adarlan, Rowan goes, thank you for the oil. My skin was dry. Guys, Rowan like whispers to Aelin. He's like, he didn't say only you had to wear it. Guys, Rowan is wearing the almond oil and that actually cracks me up. I'm screaming. This is why I love Rowan. He didn't want her to feel alone in this, and he also kind of wanted to like kind of humble Arobynn a little bit, and I think it definitely worked because Arobynn apparently makes a face that Aelin has to like restrain herself from laughing at, which is amazing. But they decide before dinner they're just gonna get down to business, so Arobynn takes them down to the dungeons for them to put their Valg soldier in. I will say more in a bit about that Valg soldier particularly. And because Arobynn is a horrible person, he conveniently decides that of all of the cells in the dungeon, the one that they absolutely need to continue their business in is the one where he held Sam's body when Celaena first saw Sam's body after he had been tortured and dumped into the Assassin's Keep. So this is another, like, you know, stab at Aelin, basically. And to make things even worse, she's already emotionally vulnerable, trying not to be, and Arobynn says that he doesn't want the boys in the room. Although they hesitate, Aelin decides, you know what, like, yeah, actually this should just be us. But you know what, they're gonna trust her and they're gonna stay in back. So they get in there and they start to torture this Valg soldier for information. And you know what, he has some really loose lips. The Valg soldier lets a lot of things go, okay? So he tells them that the king is controlling all the soldiers with these rings and basically explains how the control works. Aelin then suggests that because he's told them everything they need to know and they can't exactly release him back into the wild, they should just kill him. And Arobynn agrees. So Aelin pulls a Queen of Hearts and goes off with his head. Then they go upstairs for dinner and things are perfectly awkwardly tense because this is just the whole thing. Okay, I made a mistake. I will be fully honest. I don't believe I have, up until this moment, mentioned that Aelin and Rowan can mind speak. If you have read any other Sarah J Maas books, yes, it is just like it is in other series. Aelin and Rowan are able to communicate to each other through their brains. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this became a thing when they found out they were Karanom. So this is part of their Karanom connection. But that's where they're magically compatible, and so they can charge each other. Basically, their magic is mates. Not them are mates, their magic is mates. If you forget about that, I go very deep into it in the Air of Fire plot breakdowns. But no crucial conversation is happening here, but I do want you to know that they are mind speaking during this dinner, and Arobynn kind of picks up that there's definitely like something going on there, and Rowan's basically just the entire time trying to comfort Aelin. That is just his number one goal there, because she's definitely on edge, but she's also like trying to pretend to be unfazed by everything that just happened. It's all very awkward and tense, but they're all sitting down and they're enjoying dinner together. Chapter 43, as if this dinner wasn't already awkward enough, Arobynn decides to confront Aelin about trying to sabotage him while she's back in town. First thing he brings up is that she got the vaults shut down, which is one of his biggest investments. He's also mad because he thinks that she dyed her hair intentionally to look like Hinsel Cormac, which apparently is one of Arobynn's most loyal investors. She hasn't been subtle about a lot of things that she's done, especially when she rescued Aedion, apparently. Like, she let her red hair flash out. So a lot of people think that Hinsel was a part of rescuing Aedion, so Hinsel's been getting a lot of slack, and so he's been coming at Arobynn basically saying like, hey, if that's one of your assassins, like, she's impersonating me and she's ruining my good name. So also one of Arobynn's biggest investors is basically no longer interested in working with him because it has people now thinking that Arobynn's part of this rebel movement, which he also does not want his name tied to, because he has the king in his pocket. So basically we find out that she's been doing a lot of things recently that, although we think are just for funsies, she's been pretty intentional about them. All this to say, Arobynn wants to know, what does she want in order for her to stop sabotaging him? It's also kind of funny because we weren't even really aware that she was sabotaging him. Like, there are some things she was doing that we didn't really know why she was doing it, and some things we thought we knew, or we thought we knew like the one reason why she was doing it. So it's funny to see like all the different ways she's been scheming to just kind of like ruin Arobynn's dynasty, which is amazing. So she says that she wants to take this conversation to a separate room, so it's just her and Arobynn. Obviously, Aedion and Rowan have their like super fae hearing still, even though it's not like great in the anti-magic triangle. Like, they still have better than the average human, so they're listening. Also, I think I forgot to mention this. Lysandra is a part of this dinner party, but it's funny because there's this whole dynamic where Aelin and Lysandra have to pretend like they hate each other. Anyways, that's a side point. It's irrelevant that she's there, so just remember that. It's not relevant right now, but she's at this awkward, intense dinner party. Aedion and Rowan and Lysandra stay at the table while Arobynn and Aelin go into the next room. Aelin tells Arobynn that she wants her family amulet. He's trying to do this whole thing like, why do you hate me? Don't you see that everything I've ever done is for you? Dude, be so for real. Go away. But he takes it a step further because she's like, just give me the amulet. Like, that's all I want. Like, I don't want any of your crap anymore. And he just says, no, like, even these Valg rings, like, I'm only trying to figure out what the king's up to for you so that we can take the king down together. And she's just like, thanks, but no thanks. Like, I don't need you. So he's like, you know what? Okay, that's fine. He takes the amulet off. So he's literally wearing it. And mind you, she checked to see if he was wearing it that one night that she ran into him in the pits in like one of the first couple chapters of this book, and he wasn't wearing it. So she knows that he knows that that's why she's there. So she's like, okay, yeah, this was all just a game to you, but whatever. It kind of solidifies to her that she made the right decision, right? So he hands it over to her and she puts it on her neck and she's wearing it. And then she's like, you know what? I think I am gonna come over tomorrow and tell me your plan for killing the king and maybe we will work together. Interesting. And then this is what's bonkers. This is the most earth-shattering thing in this entire book, probably. But he goes to take her hand as a gesture to like say goodbye or whatever. And then before he lets go of her hand, he says, I'm gonna enjoy having you back. And he slips the Valg ring onto her finger. Chapter 44, Arobynn is messed up, okay? He decides that he's gonna test out his new power because he just put this ring on Aelin, and according to the Valg soldier he just had tortured and killed downstairs, like, she'll do whatever he wants. He's so messed up. Like, he's making her tell him that she loves him and like all this stuff, and like, she is. It's honestly, it's like the most disturbing game of Simon Says you've ever seen. And then he commands her to like continue as if nothing happened. Don't tell anyone about the ring. Don't tell anyone that Aelin is under Arobynn's control. Like, just go back to your apartment. Don't tell Rowan and Aedion. And just come tomorrow to talk about like the king's plans and we can go over next steps together. And here's the crazy thing. Remember how I mentioned Aedion and Rowan have special fae hearing senses? So they literally overheard the entire conversation and they're freaking out. Like, they do not know what to do. So sure enough, like, they get into a carriage all together, and they're both just kind of looking at her, and she's like super quiet the whole way home, and they're like freaking out. They're like, what are we gonna do? Like, the future queen of Terrasen is literally a slave to Arobynn. Like, how are we even going to recover from this? So they get all the way to the apartment, and Rowan and Aedion are like, we need to decide what in the world to do, when she turns around, slips the ring off her finger, and says, so that was what he wanted. I was honestly expecting something grander. Guys, she was faking the whole time. Now remember about that super vague scene with the Valg soldier. Let's jump back to that, because when Aelin and Rowan were interrogating that Valg soldier and they said, let's cut a deal, they put a fake ring. Remember, Aedion had a fake Valg ring because he could tell that there was something suspicious with the rings, right? So he had a fake one, right? So they took Aedion's old fake Valg ring, basically, and they put it on this guy. And they told Stephen, the good guard, who, when he wasn't under the Valg influence, told him, like, we will put you out of your misery and we'll make it quick. So Aelin, that's why she beheaded him instead of like drawing it out like Aelin maybe would have in the past when she was Selena, right? So she makes it quick, and the deal is that he lies to Arobynn basically, and then she would give him a quick and clean kill, and then he could die doing something honorable and good to help take the king down. So Stephen, Commander Stephen, thank you for your service. So Arobynn put a fake ring on Aelin for the sole purpose of controlling her. And then this was also kind of the thing where she was like, you know what? This was the last thing, like, for me to 100% feel okay, just like murdering this man. So good for her. Then they kind of changed conversations to the amulet. And Rowan's asking, like, how can she be sure it's real? And she's like, oh, trust me, I can tell. Like, this thing is absolutely just imbuing Valg power. She's honestly really confused why Rowan can't really feel it, because he can sense the Valg soldiers. She is hyper aware of the fact that this amulet is definitely a word key because of the kind of like power that's like almost singing to her in a way. So they're looking at it together, and it is covered in a bunch of word marks, and they are able to decipher some of them, including Brandon's mark. Remember, that is the bastard's mark that shines on Aelin's forehead, like that the 2 times that it has happened. Okay, now there's this really weird thing that happens here, so we're gonna like take a break from the amulet for a second. Something really odd happens, and you're not gonna get any answers now, and that's fine. Just like get used to that, frankly. So Aelin starts to wrap up the word key amulet because she decides that she needs to hide it. And then she had a fake one made. One of like Lysandra's jewelers was able to make a fake copy of the amulet based off of Selena's memory. So they're keeping that. Did I just call her Selena? Aelin. But as she's going to hide the real amulet underneath some floorboards, there's like this weird moment where her and Rowan like accidentally merge, and they both kind of look at each other like, did you feel that? They kind of write it off as like a Karanom thing that they just haven't really tapped into or figured out yet, and then they decide to move on because they have some bigger fish to fry at the moment. Later that night, Rowan finds that Aelin is struggling to sleep because apparently while they were at the dinner, remember Lysandra was there, I told you it was relevant, she slipped Lysandra a note while they were at the dinner, and basically it said like that she can kill Arobynn. Like, she basically gave her permission. She's like, all right, he's all yours, go for it. Then she shifts topics and she asks Rowan to go find Lorcan and basically see if he's been able to kill any more of the word hounds. And naturally he agrees, and then they have a really sweet and tender conversation where, you know, he's trying to comfort her and he's like, hey, you're doing a great job. Like, I will never stop to remind you guys that she's literally 19 when all this is happening. So he never stops to remind her that she's doing great and to keep up the good work. Yeah, and it's a really sweet and tender moment. They're both very like stubborn people who very much have built up walls their entire life. So whenever they're like cute and vulnerable with each other, like, it's worth noting. But now let's jump to Lysandra's POV because she is watching Arobynn sleep. And all she can think about is the note that Aelin slipped her that said, he's all yours. And while Lysandra's standing over Arobynn's sleeping body, she's thinking about how disturbing and disgusting it is that after Aelin and Aedion and Rowan left, she overheard Arobynn talking with some of the assassins about a plan to have Rowan killed because he didn't want to share Aelin with anyone. So it's in this moment that Lysandra decides, for Wesley and for Sam and for Aelin, and for herself. It's time for Arobynn to go. So she slit his throat. Chapter 45, this is in Valg Dorian's POV. It's just to show that Dorian is still very much fading away and just to kind of show what he's going through right now. Basically, the Valg version of himself in his body is very much just feeding on the torture of rebels in the underground cellars underneath the palace library. Then, chapter 46, Aelin is being summoned to the Assassin's Keep because Arobynn is dead. Remember, that's how we finished the last part, which was Lysandra killing Arobynn. And then she accepts that she needs to be Celaena Sardothien just one more time. And this is more significant than you think. We'll touch a little bit more on that in a couple chapters, but all you need to know is that Rowan and Aedion do not recognize her when she kind of steps into this Celaena persona. Chapter 45, Aelin as Celaena comes in guns a-blazing into the Assassin's Keep livid, and all of the other assassins are gathered there to basically try to figure out what in the world happened to Arobynn and also for the reading of Arobynn's will. What you need to know is that all of the assassins who work under Arobynn are there, as well as Lysandra, because obviously she was in his room when he was murdered. And then obviously there is Clarice there as well. We've talked about her briefly. And then off the bat, Aelin starts throwing accusations at Lysandra. And at first it's kind of like, whoa, what's happening here? Like for a second when I first read this, it feels like, is Aelin betraying Lysandra? But of course we know she would never do that. What it actually is she is trying to get them to rule her out as a suspect off the bat. So throwing out such a strong and emotional accusation makes people be like, okay, Celaena, cool it. She couldn't have done this. And it works. So next she demands to be taken to Arobynn's rooms to investigate. And the funniest part of this is when she sees Arobynn's body, the only thing going through her mind is, what did Lysandra do to this man? Because guys, Lysandra was not trained to be an assassin like the rest of them. So let's just say the slitting of the throat of Arobynn was not as clean and as efficient as it probably should have been, and Arobynn was dying for a long period of time until he finally took his last breath. And that's the least vulgar way I can think to phrase that. So they're looking around and Celaena's pretending to be just super livid and upset about this and devastated, of course, when the man from the bank is there to read the will. So they all go downstairs into this like lounge area, and sure enough, in the reading of the will, there's like a minuscule portion that goes over to Clarice, and she's upset because I don't understand why, but she really thought that she was getting like a lot of it for some reason. So she's very upset. But everything else was left to Celaena Sardothien. People are livid. They're like, hold on, you haven't even been an assassin in the keep for so long. Why would he give you everything? And Celaena just kind of pulls like the, well, I've always been his favorite. Like, of course, like, why didn't you expect this? Honestly, everything explodes. So Celaena turns to all the other assassins, especially the ones that she knows are responsible for Sam's torture and betrayal. And she just tells them like, get out. This place belongs to me now. Also, if you remember from Assassin's Blade, when Celaena and Sam decided to step away from Arobynn Hamel, because he owns the client list, they couldn't get any jobs, which is why they got into the whole situation they did that resulted in Sam's death. So she also has the rights in the will to the client list. She owns quite literally everything. She also owns all of their stuff, because that was technically Arobynn's. So they don't get to take any of their clothes, their rooms where they sleep at night, like they all live there. So she's taking their home. She's taking their belongings, she's taking their jobs, like they have quite literally nothing but the clothes on their backs right now. And she's like, all right, get out, this place belongs to me. That's crazy. Meanwhile, while that whole argument's going on and all the assassins are absolutely freaking out and trying to fight with Celaena, Rowan has the realization Arobynn Hamel would not have left everything to Celaena, and that's when it occurs to him that, you remember how I told you to pay attention to the fact that Aelin has been making a lot of errands to the bank recently, like an insane amount of errands to the bank, and even when she went with Rowan, she told him to wait outside. So this is how we realize that Aelin has been planning for this for a long time, and this goes a lot deeper than just revenge on Arobynn. She has been planning a way to fund her war, and she's doing it on Arobynn's dime. Not that he's alive to care anymore. So as she's kicking them all out and they're losing their minds, Aelin goes, well, I guess you could buy the Assassin's Guild back because she doesn't care about the Assassin's Guild. She doesn't want this life anymore. She just wants the money. So all of the assassins pitch in with basically all of their earnings and give it all to Celaena. So this is how Aelin has now funded her army, her war, and her path to the crown. Now, remember how I said that she had to jump into being Celaena? This, I think, chapter is so stinking cool because it has been, 180 chapters at this point since we've really seen Aelin in true Celaena form. And something that is so exciting and unique and amazing about this scene is that Sarah J Maas doesn't exaggerate the Celaena-ness in this chapter. If you think about it, the Celaena we see in this chapter is the same one we see in book 1 and the same one we see in Assassin's Blade, but what we haven't seen is how she has gradually healed through the last couple books. And so seeing the drastic from one chapter to the other of a healed Aelin to a traumatized Celaena is insane, and it really helps put everything that Aelin and Celaena is going through in perspective. And that is the end of part 1 in the book, and we are now jumping to part 2, Queen of Light. This is going to start off chapter 48 in a Manon POV because she's having a really bad day. She started off the day having to publicly beat Adarlan in front of all the other witches at Morath because she lost her cool at her publicly, so she has to be punished publicly. That's just the way of witch culture. And she was already in a bad enough mood when she was summoned to see Duke Parrington, and he said, "Hey, I need another coven to do my funky little breeding experiment, but they have to be Blackbeaks, and there are no exceptions this time." Then he reveals that he has a mission for the 13. We're actually going to flash forward straight to this mission where the 13 are all on their wyverns off to this village. Now they have a couple people with them like Duke Parrington, but on Manon's wyvern with her is Kaltain. Duke Parrington commands Kaltain to release her shadow fire on this village, and I will remind you that Manon has seen things. She is a creature of brutality. She has seen the worst of the worst, and she simply cannot stomach seeing this village go up in shadow fire basically. But then Kaltain gets to a point, because remember, there is the well, or that battery analogy that we made of how magic works in the Throne of Glass world. So Kaltain does end up almost draining her battery, and she does need to stop. She practically collapses in exhaustion, I think are the exact words used in the chapter. And then Manon and the 13 are commanded to land in the village and basically kill off any survivors. Chapter 49, we are gonna jump back to Aelin's POV, and she is with Aedion and they're going on a walk. Aedion just opens up to her and gets vulnerable, basically saying, I hated being in the Assassin's Guild these past couple days. I hated seeing how you grew up. It makes me hate that we were separated and feel so sorry that I wasn't able to protect you from that life. It was a very sweet sentiment. It's very well worded. It's very beautiful. It's like an apology, but he's also not accepting that it's his fault. So we're also seeing Aedion heal here. He doesn't think it's his fault, everything bad that's happened to Aelin. It's more just like a loving cousin wanting the best for the person that they love. And it's a very sweet and tender moment. And this is the moment where Aelin, I guess out of guilt, she's like, shoot, he is so vulnerable with me. He has opened up his heart to me, and he is such a good cousin, and I can't tell him my plans. This is ridiculous. So she does open up to him, and she basically says, I have 3 things that I want to do before I go up to Terrasen and take my crown, which he's been asking her nonstop for this whole book, so it's about time, she told him. She said that she is going to release magic by blowing up the clock tower. Then she's going to dethrone the king, and then she is going to kill Dorian. First order of business is releasing magic. Dethroning the king and killing Dorian are interchangeable, whichever conveniently is able to happen first, but those are her 3 priorities, and then once those 3 things are done, they can go to Terrasen. Later that night, Rowan does report back to Aelin that he has been hunting Lorcan, and Lorcan is still alive and well in here, so that's at least some news whatsoever. And then we're gonna jump to Lysandra's POV the next day, because her and Aelin are disguised as proper ladies on their way to a bakery. They get to the bakery and ask for someone named Nellie. This is not an important character. As far as I remember, we don't see Nellie again ever. But Nellie is someone who works at Nesserin's father's bakery, and she is believed to be a opium dealer. Her her 5 to 9 outside of her 9 to 5, if you will. And they come to Nellie acting like they're interested in buying, just to really scope out where the shadow market now is, because they used to know that the shadow market was in the sewers, but ever since the king had it like burned out, they're wondering if it's popped up somewhere else. Nellie then reveals to them that if they're interested in buying some, then they need to go down to the catacombs. So we have our ground level, the village, if you will, Adarlan. Then we have the sewage system. And then there is a third and second level underneath even the sewage system called the catacombs. And that is supposedly where the shadow market has popped up again. They meet up later with Rowan and Aedion to report all this back to them when something really stinking funny happens. And this is kind of a side note, but it's a side note that I think is worth noting. So Aelin and Aedion are making jokes about how frightening Lysandra would be because they're talking about like when magic is released. And Aedion makes a joke that it would be terrifying if Lysandra turned herself into a ghost leopard, and Lysandra was not familiar with this creature, so she asked Aedion about it. And here's exactly from the text. Devils cloaked in fur, they live up in the staghorns, and during the winter they creep down to prey on livestock. As big as bears, some of them, but meaner. And when the livestock runs out, they prey on us. Aelin patted Lysandra's shoulder. Sounds like your kind of creature. Aedion went on. They're white and gray, so you can barely make them out against the snow and rock. You can't really tell they're on you until you're staring right into their pale green eyes. Then his smile faltered as Lysandra fixed her green eyes on him and cocked her head. Despite herself, Aelin laughed. I love that scene. Like I've said before, it's nice to get these little pockets of like them just messing around and having fun, because guys, I'll remind you, they're all like 19 or in their 20s. And so it's cool to see them have like these really sweet moments here and there amidst all the depressing and dark stuff that happens in this book. Anyways, we're gonna jump to Chaol's POV because he's meeting Aelin and her court in the catacombs. And this is where we're going to start seeing, I mean, they've already kind of lightly referred to them as this, but this is where it starts becoming like consistent. Aelin and her court is what they basically call Aedion, Rowan, and Lysandra. So like her people that she surrounds herself with, that's her court. So they're all meeting in the catacombs, and we find out that Aelin has actually been down there before. That one day that Chaol was down there in the shadow market talking to Ress and Brullo, and then Aelin just showed up. Turns out that day she was also down in the catacombs. And we learned that in addition to opium, apparently down here is also being sold bottled hellfire. And supposedly it's being kept down here in the catacombs. And this is when Aelin reveals to her court and Chaol that she is going to take down the clock tower using hellfire. Chapter 50. So they enter an area of the catacombs that looks a lot more like a temple, but not a good temple, okay? This is a temple for either the god or goddess of truth. I forget which one. It doesn't matter. All that you need to know is that they are the deity of truth. But here's the thing. This isn't like the living a happy, honest life kind of deity of truth. Okay, these are people who are etching into the walls the most atrocious and horrible things that they have ever done. This is basically a room full of confessions, people who have confessed to murders, people who have confessed to doing horrible things, and it's all just etched on the walls throughout this entire tomb. Needless to say, they're all getting very bad vibes from this place, so they want to find the bottled hellfire and get out of this temple as soon as humanly possible. They're struggling to find it when Aelin realizes that she has Damaris on her. Now, I will remind you, back in book 1, Throne of Glass, Gavin tells us that this sword is the sword of truth. So she is like, I wonder if it's like related in any way. So Aelin pulls the sword out of her sheath, and literally, conveniently, a couple seconds later, someone is like, oh, I found the hellfire, it's over here. Interesting, right? Anywho, so they're going over to where the bottle hellfire is when they see that there is a bunch of symbols written on the wall. So they are able to read these symbols, and they start to read it, and they realize that it is about the Valg and the First War and the Valg King Erewhon. Remember, this is the battle that Elena and Gavin were the heroes of. As they keep reading, they very quickly find out that this is King Gavin's confession. So they're like, what did he have to confess about the First War? So they keep reading, and they find out some earth-shattering things. Turns out the Eye of Elena, the necklace that Aelin wears, was used to put Erewhon to sleep. Then they sealed him in a tomb beneath a mountain called the Black Mountains. In other words, Queen Elena and King Gavin have been lying to us. They did not put down the King Erewhon. He is in fact alive. He is just asleep. Not only is this earth-shattering news, but they at least have a location, right? But they realize there's no such thing as the Black Mountains. They're not familiar with a Black Mountains. But then Rowan, fortunately, but unfortunately, he reveals to everyone present that Black Mountains in the old language is Morath. Who is currently at Morath? Duke Parrington, Uncle Vernon, Manon and the 13, and Elide. Chapter 51, this is Manon POV as she is meeting with the 13 to tell them about her new assignment from the Duke to pick another coven. And they absolutely refuse. And they all start listing off all the reasons this is a horrible idea. When Manon is like, hold on, she realizes that this is an intervention for her. And they have all very much planned this intervention and what they were going to say to her. Naturally, because this very much goes against witch culture, and we know that Manon is a stickler for witch tradition, she starts to lose her mind and go head to head with Adarlan when a young man wearing a black wordstone collar enters the room and the lights go out. Instantly, a bunch of the witches start screaming their heads off in pain and in agony and in terror. And you know what? Manon understands why, because she is reliving the day that she killed the Crocian witch in Airfire. Now, let us pause here for a second and step away from the book and think about the implications of this. In Airfire, when Aelin was under the Valg influence of the princes wearing the collar, they were making her relive all of the biggest regrets in her life, all of the most horrible things she has ever experienced, okay? She was witnessing the death of her parents. She was witnessing the attempted assassination on herself. She was witnessing the time that she let Sam go along with a plan that she did not feel comfortable with, and he ended up dead. She is reliving all of the horrible, most gruesome things that have ever happened in her life. And then even when she was running through that cemetery and the Valg influence came on her again, she was witnessing the death of Nehemia. These are things that have traumatized Aelin throughout her entire life. Now we're seeing Manon, who quite literally has seen it all. She has done the most unspeakable things. She is quite literally supposed to be one of the most horrible villains in this entire book. And you mean to tell me that when she has to relive the most gruesome, most horrible thing that she has ever experienced in life, it's killing that Crocian witch, her enemy, someone who's supposed to be your enemy. All she did was behead her. But the Crocian witch said something to Manon that has been sticking with her ever since about being made to be evil and not being born to be evil. This should be a huge warning flag to you about where Manon is, because Manon has a wall up, and because it's not like Manon's first person point of view in this book, we don't really get to see what Manon's heart and mind are going through. We only see what she wants everyone else to see. This is the first true moment that we get to view inside Manon's heart. Sorry, that got a little deep, but I needed you to see that. I needed you to see that. To me, this is one of the most overlooked details in this book. Well, Manon snaps out of it and she tackles the guy in the wordstone collar and he says, "Kill me, please. My name is Roland." And Manon does, but I want you to realize that this is Roland, Dorian's cousin from Crown of Midnight. I mean, don't get me wrong, he was a horrible man, but he didn't deserve that. He was a horrible teenager, okay? Teens are horrible sometimes. He didn't even have the opportunity to grow up and make things right and become a better person, which also is way too deep of me, but I need you to understand the gravity of a lot of the things that are happening in this book. Anywho, now there is a small detail, and I will tell you guys, this is my either third or fourth time reading through Throne of Glass, and when I tell you that I never caught this detail, like it always went way over my head, so I am making a point to pull it out in case you, like me, overlooked this part every single time you read the books. Turns out Sorrel, Vesta, Lynn, and Imogen were the only witches in the 13 who did not seem affected by the Valg influence, okay? They're the only ones who were not screaming and the only ones who are not throwing up after the relief of no longer being under the Valg influence, okay? Something else that makes them all unique is that they are the only ones in the covens with black eyes flecked with gold. Nothing happens by coincidence in a Sarah J Maas book, okay? So I want you to like put a pin in that detail, and we're not going to revisit it for like an insanely long time. But put a pin in it. Write it down on a sticky note if you need to, but just remember that. Manon decides, however, that she will also put a mental note that they're the only ones with black eyes flecked with gold, but for right now, she needs to hide Roland's body. So her and the witches go to do that, and she realizes that Roland was sent as a warning. Did Duke Barrington not tell her that if she did not get in line and comply with all of his demands, that he would set one of his Valg princes on her in her coven, which is exactly what he did. So Manon's like, shoot, I need to do something about this as soon as humanly possible. So the next day, Manon goes hunting for Kaltain. She finds Kaltain is able to get her alone, and she asks her about her shadow fire. And this is when Kaltain reveals that she had magic before, but then it was, and I quote from SJM herself, "It was melded with another source. Now it is the power of every world and every life." Interesting. Chapter 52, this is in Chaol's POV. He's still uncomfortable working with Aelin's court per se, but he realizes, it is for the greater good, so he's gonna stomach it for now. And also for the first time, he's realizing that he doesn't have anger or jealousy when he sees Rowan and Aelin together. If anything, he's starting to really understand them as a couple. Like, it just makes sense to him. And I do also think this is largely in part to the fact that he's now like giving Nesrin an actual shot. But this is good because it means that Chaol's starting to heal. So they're all talking, hanging out, planning, doing whatever when Nesrin comes up to them, and she reports that the king is having Valg foot soldiers sent from Morath back to Adarlan. And then the second thing that is even more horrifying is that the king now has Iron Teeth witches flying wyverns as his aerial army. Now, if you have not seen the map in the book, now is a really good time to look. For some reason, I cannot find a good map online. I'll note for you that Aniel is the closest city to the Farian Gap, and this is where Chaol's father is the lord. So Daddy Westfall is the lord of Aniel, and it's what Chaol was supposed to be lord of, but he gave it up for Dorian. So the real question is does he work for the king, or could he potentially be an ally? Because that could be the first line of defense. Chaol is not quite sure, but he says that's something that they could maybe find out if it comes to it. And later that night, Aelin, she's starting to spiral, okay? Once again, I'll remind you that she's like 19 at this point, but she's starting to panic because it's becoming a lot more real. She thought she had time to bring magic back, to kill Dorian, to dethrone the king, to get the word keys, but war is coming now, and she's not ready. Like, she thought she would at least be the Queen of Terrasen by the time that this war came to a head, but now she's having to be like a maybe queen fighting this war. And then on top of that, if you guys don't remember, in Crown of Midnight, Aelin barely survived her brawl with Baba Yellowlegs. And Baba Yellowlegs wasn't even trained for combat, and she was like an old witch, okay? So now there are hundreds upon hundreds of witches trained for combat, and they have wyverns. That is just a horrifying thought for Aelin. In case I didn't mention earlier, while Aelin is kind of freaking out about this, and Rowan is giving her a listening ear and he's trying to comfort her, they're walking back to the apartment when Lorcan sneaks up to them and puts a knife to Aelin's throat. Lorcan is demanding the word key, and they're like, no, absolutely not, we're keeping it, but he reveals to them that they're on the same side. Lorcan also wants to destroy the word keys. Now, this is crazy because Lorcan is blood sworn to Maeve, and if you're like, wait, then how is it possible for him to be on their side? Let's dive a little bit more into what being blood sworn actually means. It's not like Ella Enchanted, where it's just like, you must obey every single thing that I say. Being blood sworn to someone bounds you by your intentions and not your actions. So, for example, Rowan is blood sworn to Aelin. So everything he does must be in Aelin's best interest. And since Lorcan truly honestly believes that destroying these word keys are in Maeve's best interest, even though it's not what Maeve wants and Maeve wants the word keys, Lorcan truly believes that for her to have access to these word keys would not be good for her. So he wants to destroy them for the sake of protecting her, almost like from herself in a way. So that is why Lorcan is able to like go rogue without breaking his blood sworn duties. But I will also say there is a caveat here that technically Maeve can command Lorcan to do something, but it's almost kind of like oaths, you know, like there's definitely loopholes and every single word matters. So Aelin could technically make a bloodsworn command to Rowan that he would have to keep, but Aelin refuses to do that because she thinks that's an abuse of the bloodsworn power. Maeve, on the other hand, does do that. So it is, yes, he's bound by his intentions, but it is not that she can never make a direct command that he has to follow. She can, but she didn't in this scenario, if that makes sense. We're going to have examples of this in the future that will help clarify if you do not understand it right now, so it is okay if you don't fully understand it. There is a lot of nuances with the Bloodsworn Pact that we will definitely be uncovering throughout the book, so it is 110% fine if you do not fully understand how Bloodsworn Pacts work at this very moment. All you need to know is that right now, Lorcan is only bound by his intentions toward Maeve, not by any specific actions. Lorcan asked them to consider the fact that he's actually trying to help them, and then he leaves. Now, I will just take a moment to say that Rowan's absolutely devastated because, once again, Lorcan totally could have killed Aelin, and he was totally defenseless and couldn't do anything. That's absolutely killing him because despite how powerful he is, Lorcan is stronger. Chapter 53, we are going to stop by Valg Dorian real quick. He is torturing more rebels and he is fading away even more. That is all you need to know. SJM just wants to remind you every couple chapters that Dorian is still there and Dorian is still suffering. Chapter 54, this is in Manon's POV as she is reading a letter from the grandmother Blackbeak. Elide is also in the room with her. And Manon informs Elide after reading this letter that the 13 are going to be leaving in 3 days and they're going to be gone for a few more. And Elide basically needs to lay low during that time. But Elide does plan to run away while they're gone. So Elide's like, I'll have no problem laying low because I won't be here. So turns out Manon's letter from her grandmother doesn't mention anything about the breeding experiment, despite the fact that that's why Manon wrote her in the first place, to get some guidance on how to handle the situation. So she's a little disappointed that her grandmother didn't even mention it. It didn't even come up. The letter is basically just to make sure that Manon spends those 3 days preparing for this big meeting. So let's talk about the mission that the 13 are going to go on. They're flying to Adarlan to establish a safe perimeter for the grandmother Blackbeak to show the weapon that the grandmothers have been working on to the king. Remember, this is something that Duke Parrington said is going to change the tide of the war. We still don't know what this is. We just know that a weapon exists and the grandmother Blackbeak, along with the help of some of the other grandmothers, did make it. But Manon and her 13 are also going to be there as bodyguards, so she decides that she's going to use that opportunity to talk to her grandmother in person about her concerns with Duke Parrington. But then she's also realizing, I don't know if the Duke is going to wait that long. He might want a name of a coven before we leave. She decides she's going to deal with that when that comes. So she's a little stressed about that when we also find out that Manon's spies have been reporting to her that during the night, while everyone is sleeping, they have spotted winged creatures with twisted human forms soaring through the skies around Morath at night. So that's horrifying. We will learn more about that later, but for right now, we are going to jump to Kaltain's POV for the first time since, I think, the first book. And now this is bonkers, okay? Hold on to your hats. So it turns out, Kaltain hid in the shadows while the prince took over her body, and she allowed him to think that she was gone, but she was really just biding her time and waiting. Then, when he was least expecting it, she killed the Valg prince with her fire. She's been pretending ever since that she's been still possessed by a Valg prince, but Kaltain is very much herself. The Valg took things like her memory of her name, so she gave herself a new one, Death, Devourer of Worlds. Guys, who would have thought that the pick-me girl who was only obsessed with court gossip at the beginning of this book is the one who bested a Valg prince with magic she never even knew that she had? Kaltain, the queen that you are, I love you. Chapter 55. This is an Aelin's POV, and she and Rowan startle awake because someone is trying to get into the apartment. They run to the front door where Aedion is also armed and ready to go, and when they open the door, it is Evangeline disheveled and sobbing in an absolute blubbering mess. And when they ask her what's wrong, she says that the king's men came in the night and took Lysandra, said that she had shapeshifter blood and she needed to be executed immediately. Aelin immediately has Evangeline given to Nesrin so that Evangeline can stay with Nesrin's father in the bakery. When Chaol shows up, turns out that one of Ren's men inside the castle contacted him just minutes ago. There is going to be a meeting that takes place in Oakwald. Remember, Manon's job was to organize a meeting in Adarlan. I guess they chose Oakwald, and that is the meeting that they're talking about, okay? It's going to be between the king, Dorian, and the wing leader of the Iron Teeth Aerial Army, which we know today to be Manon, with a delivery of one new prisoner headed for Morath. We also learn that they take people who have very strong magic in their blood and they turn them into Valg princes. So we are now learning that they are not going to actually execute Lysandra. They found out just how much shapeshifter blood is in her system, and they are going to send her to Morath to become a Valg prince. As if this moment wasn't already intense enough. If you feel like having a good cry, this is when Aelin realizes that they're going to put a Valg prince collar on Lysandra, and so she turns to Chaol and begs him to save her best friend. When he says, "Never again." And he's not saying that I am not going to protect Lysandra. He is promising her that never again will he let what happened to Nehemia happen to one of Aelin's friends. He is not going to let Lysandra be the next Nehemia. Ugh, that just breaks my heart. But I love it, and it's a beautiful moment, and I need you to appreciate it. Chapter 56, we're going to be starting this off in Aelin's POV. And they are currently planning their rescue of Lysandra. Remember, we finished off part 5 basically finding out that Arobynn's last kind of action in his death was to report Lysandra as being a shapeshifter to the king. And she's going to be sent to Morath, and the king is having a meeting with the Duke's representatives, aka the wing leader and the Blackbeak matron, outside of Rifthold to kind of hand off this prisoner, as well as meet about something else. So as they're planning this out, Aelin is looking at a map and she is noticing that this meeting spot that was selected by the wing leader is near a temple called Themis. We won't really talk about that much right now, but definitely keep that one in the back of your mind. They're all going except for Evangeline, of course, who they left with Nesrin's father, and they are arming themselves, planning out this rescue attempt, as well as painting on themselves with word marks since Dorian's going to be there and he is a Valg prince now, so they just need to kind of have those extra precautions. On their way there, Aelin tells Rowan, "I can't bury another friend," and honestly, that line makes me unwell because poor Aelin has had to bury a lot of her friends. Chapter 57, we're still in Aelin's POV, but it is officially time for the rescue. So they decide to get there before the witches, before the king, before anyone else. Then, of course, as they're waiting, they hear the wyverns coming and they see them, and it's honestly like horrifying, and Aelin seeing those has her really nervous about this upcoming war. She's also not comforted to see the wing leader, which yes, they're able to pick her out in a matter of seconds, and Aelin refers to her as the most beautiful person I have ever seen and the most horrifying. In other words, Manon. So on the spot, they come up with a new plan because they take one look at these witches and their wyverns and they're like, no way. Like there's a good bit of them, but there's no way they're going to be able to take on these witches. So the new plan is that they're going to rescue Lysandra before she is within 30 feet of the witches for handoff. And honestly, the 30 feet metric does not really matter. Basically, the idea is they need to try to take a more stealthy approach than an attack approach. Aelin then turns to Chaol and asks him to do everything he can to rescue Lysandra and get her out of there while everyone's fighting. So there's a certain spot in the woods. She tells Chaol, okay, like you're in charge of getting Lysandra to this spot, and if a fight breaks out, like we will do the fighting, but you need to make sure that Lysandra gets somewhere safe. When he agrees, she agrees in turn not to touch Dorian, okay? So they come to that agreement when the King of Adarlan shows up. Chapter 58, let's start with Manon's POV because she actually really does not like this spot. Mind you, she did pick it, but the reason why she really doesn't like it is because it's still kind of out in the open in a field, kind of smack in the middle of the woods really, by this temple. But the real issue she has is that the king gave them like a range of space, and they had to pick within that range. So this is like the best spot in the range that he gave, and she basically just rolls her eyes and she was like, this is what happens when you let a human pick the meeting spot. But she's like, you know what? I welcome someone to try to attack us because the 13 are ready. Then she notices that the prince who came along with the king is low-key kind of a smoke show. And she's a little curious when she notices that he has one of those gnarly black collars on. Now, I will also note that this is Manon's first time ever actually seeing the King of Adarlan in person, and basically she kind of confirms, I feel like, what most readers feel when they read this. Like, this is just a slimy, crusty man. She's like, ew, like, this guy's just not it. Like, he's the villain, straight up. And although she hates him on the spot, she knows that she has a responsibility as being the wing leader of her coven and having to represent the covens. So she is, like, pleasant to him, and she does kind of go through the typical, like, introductions. But in her own little rebellious way, she leaves out her iron teeth. And of course, the Blackbeak grandmother, who's also there, definitely sees this for what it is. So after all the introduction, she's like, okay, King, let me take you to show you this secret weapon we have been working on. A couple things to note here in case you're a little bit confused, because it's this big grand old secret weapon that we've been building up for a while. And they go into this like tiny wagon to look at it. It's apparently like a smaller version, like a replica almost of it. It's almost the prototype, if you will. So she's going to show the king this prototype in this wagon, and it's like enclosed because this is a super secret weapon that's apparently supposed to turn the tide of the war. So they go into that wagon. Manon and the 13 are standing around this wagon, basically daring anyone to try to stop this meeting, when Manon decides out of curiosity she's gonna go walk up to the prince. Now we're gonna jump to Chaol's POV because he's having a lot of guilt because, of course, remember, he believes that it's all his fault that Dorian is in this position in the first place, and they're about to make this jump to rescue Lysandra while the king and the Blackbeak grandmother are looking in this wagon when the wing leader walks right up to Dorian. Now we're gonna jump to Valg, Dorian's POV, because this super gorgeous wing leader just walked right up to him. And what's really funny is that he wants to talk to her, but the Valg prince inside of him is fighting with him. Okay, so think like this is like a mental throwdown that he's having with this Valg inside of him. And the Valg is practically begging Dorian not to talk to Manon. Interesting? I would think so. So she goes up to him and she asks, are you man or demon? To which he responds with flirting. Okay, this man, do you guys remember, like, in the first two books, Dorian was kind of known for being like a flirtatious little playboy? We're starting to see that version of Dorian again, popping out for Manon. And I want you to recognize the significance of this. First of all, it's crazy for two reasons. One, she's supposed to be one of the most brutal witches in existence, okay, and he's just flirting with her. And two, he actually broke free from the Valg influence to flirt with Manon. So then Manon asks Dorian, and I need this carved into my brain, okay? She says, would you bleed red or black? Basically asking, are you human or Valg? And this boy drops the best line in any Sarah J Maas book ever written and says, I'll bleed whatever color you tell me to. Dorian. Anyways, so she asks his name, and this is also really significant. Okay, so like not only is this really iconic because of that line, but it's also kind of insane because we learn a lot about Valg Dorian in this moment, right? Now, I will encourage you to remember, and if this hasn't stuck out to you yet, or I haven't like verbally pointed it out yet, this is the time that I'm going to do it. And I need you to remember this. I need you to hold on to this. I need you to lock this away in the forefront of your brain until you get through the rest of the series, because this is so important, okay? Have I stressed it enough? Are you paying attention? Are you listening? What is the first thing that someone under the Valg influence loses? Their name. They forget their name. This was the thing with Kaltain. Remember, she like renames herself Death Destroyer of Worlds. This is a thing for Dorian now. He even started forgetting Sorsha's name. Like, he remembered that there was a woman that he loved who was beheaded, but he couldn't remember her name. That was also one of the first things he forgot, was his own name. When he sees Aelin for the first time after becoming Valg, he keeps calling her that woman, and I think even at one point even says like the familiar woman. Like, he does not remember names. Names are the first thing to go under the Valg influence. So tell me why when Manon asks Dorian his name, and of course the Valg inside of him starts going crazy, they get into this another like inner mental turmoil showdown, but then Manon reaches forward and with her fingers touches the collar on his neck and he blurts out, Dorian. That's crazy. That's insane. And we're going to leave Manon and Dorian in that moment for a second and actually jump to Aelin's POV because she just witnessed the moment where Manon reached out and touched Dorian. And she is absolutely freaking out, thinking that she's going to like kill him or something. But then Manon actually backs off. After he says something, she walks away. So apparently after Dorian tells Manon his name, she walks away. Now that that tense moment is done, Aelin decides it is time to get Lysandra. They have already wasted enough time seeing what Manon was going to do to Dorian. So she starts going towards one of those caged wagons where Lysandra is. I'll remind you, she's been in these a couple times, so she knows exactly how they work and how they're built. So she goes, she picks a lock, and she reaches in. Obviously, there were some Valg guards around the wagon, and she unalived them all, stuffed them into this wagon, and then pulls Lysandra out. And then, of course, as planned, she gives Lysandra to Chaol, and Chaol supports Lysandra and runs her all the way to the meeting spot that we will get to momentarily. Right as they're doing this, though, that's when the king and the Blackbeak grandmother come back out of the wagon, and no one noticed that Lysandra's gone. No one noticed the guards that are missing that Aelin kind of shoved into the wagon, and so they all start to leave. The king has seen what he needs to see, I guess, and he's starting to head out when the Blackbeak matron walks up to the wing leader and she just slaps this girl across the face because she's mad. She's ticked off. Now that the king isn't here, she doesn't have to play nice anymore, and she starts chewing out Manon to be like, why are you defying the Duke's orders? I'm sorry, this is about Duke Parrington. Basically, the grandmother goes into this big rant about like, yeah, I've been getting all of your whining letters and I've burnt them all. Like, I'm not responding to them because you're just being a whiny little child and you need to follow orders because that's just what you're there to do. That's what a wing leader is supposed to do. You just need to follow orders, stop questioning it, stop letting humanity get in the way, like just do what you gotta do. Be the witch that I raised you to be. Then, I will remind you, we're still in Aelin's POV for this, so this is like all something that Aelin is seeing and hearing. And then Aelin watches as the Blackbeak grandmother tells the wing leader to look and see what the secret weapon is that the king and her were just looking at in the wagon. So Aelin decides that this is her cue to leave because she's like, okay, so there's a secret weapon. I don't have time to really figure out what it is because of the witches. My main goal right now is to get out with Lysandra. So her and Aedion and Nesrin and Rowan and the whole crew that went with them, they go to their meeting spot where they see Lysandra, but there's no Chaol. Chapter 59, very quick aside to say that Dorian is obsessed with Manon and cannot stop thinking about her as they are walking away from the place that they just were. But I think what you're really concerned about right now is where is Chaol? And if you're not, then you should be, because we're going to jump to Chaol's POV to learn that he is running after Dorian. Basically, he has decided after seeing what he needs to see that he is going to put Dorian out of his misery. He's like, clearly Dorian is not himself and it's my fault that he's there. So Chaol knows that the second he does this, like, he's not going to come out of this alive. His plan is to pretty much run into the field where everyone was just meeting and unalive Dorian, and then him get unalived in the process. So he plans to go out. There's a name for this that I'm not going to say because I do not want to get demonetized, but he basically knows that he's not going to make it out alive going into this. So he's going to go out with Dorian, knowing that he put his best friend out of his misery. The funny thing is, and not really funny, it's actually kind of horrible, because he left early with Lysandra, he's not aware that Aelin and them already left and that the king and the matron finished their conversation. He left right before that all happened, so he doesn't even know that the king and Dorian are gone. So he breaks the line of the trees, runs into this open field, and is met by all of the witches in the 13 Coven. So we're going to jump to Aelin's POV as she is running through the woods because she's kind of picked up at this point, like, what Dorian's on his way to do. And she knows that the king and Dorian have left. So she's like, he's basically just running into a field with all of those witches and he's not even gonna accomplish what he's gonna do. He's just offered himself up to die, basically. So anyways, they're running through the woods trying to find him before he does something dumb. Unfortunately, he already has, but they don't know that yet. Sure enough, they get to the field. I guess Manon kind of picked out that they were all coming back, and so she decided to hold Chaol as a hostage. So they get there, Manon basically has her claws to Chaol's neck, and then she also reveals that they learned that they stole Lysandra. So Aelin offers to make a switch. She offers to give herself in return that they get to keep Lysandra and they can have Chaol back safe, but the witch reveals that she could easily take them all to the king, so she doesn't really need to participate in this little switch that Aelin is proposing. So then Aelin's like, oh, I think you're gonna want to take me to the king alive, seeing as that I am Aelin Galathynius, rightful queen of Terrasen. So yeah, let's jump to Manon's POV, and this to me is a big signifier of some of the growth that Manon's been going through, because you know the first thing she thinks of when Aelin reveals her identity? This is the person that Elide has been waiting for. That is not something that the most brutal person ever would think. The most brutal person ever would be like, oh, let me unalive this person or let me deliver her to the king. But the first thought is like, oh, this girl that I'm pretending I don't care about, that I've low-key taken under my wing and been a mother hen to, she only finds hope to live another day because of the possible existence of Aelin Galathynius, and here she is standing right in front of me. But that quickly goes away because Manon's like, no, the right thing to do is take Aelin to the king. But she takes one look at Rowan, and she is a little nervous because although she has fought Fae men before and won, she can tell just looking at Rowan that he's not your typical Fae male. She can also tell by the way that Aelin is standing and moving that she's very well trained, but she's like fidgeting a little bit. Like she keeps like fidgeting with her leg, and Manon's like, okay, that's like a dead giveaway that you're like super nervous, but I also am not really willing to figure out how well trained in combat you are because you seem to carry yourself like you know a thing or two. And this is the point where Manon lays her eyes on Aelin's necklace of scars. Do you guys remember in Crown of Midnight when Aelin goes to kill Baba Yellowlegs? Baba takes one last slash at Aelin, basically creating a necklace of scars, is how it was described in Crown of Midnight, branding her as a witch killer. So according to witch traditions, if you know someone who's been branded a witch killer, you are for the honor of the person that was killed, aka Baba. Manon now has to kill Aelin. So Manon goes to make an absolute lunge to attack Aelin when she slams into an invisible wall and freezes, because apparently Aelin wasn't fidgeting with her leg because she was nervous. She was drawing word marks in the ground with her foot. Now let's jump to Aelin's POV because her, Rowan, Chaol, and Aedion are running as fast as they possibly can, and these witches are way too fast, and they know that there's absolutely no way they can outrun them, and they don't want to run them right towards where they left Lysandra, so they decide to run to the Themis temple. Remember, they were meeting near a temple? This is that temple, but it is crumbling because it's abandoned. Something you should know about this temple, and the first time I read this, I was so stinking confused, but basically, here's how you explain it. There's land here. There's this big, like, ravine. It's like a think of it like a giant canyon, okay? And then there's like another side where there's like more land. And then in the middle, there's like this island, but it's like on this like high, tall rocks, and then there's this temple sitting on that, and there's like a bridge connecting it, but the temple itself is basically an island in the center of this canyon. If that doesn't make sense, I don't know how else to explain it, so that's my best. So Aelin basically sends up a prayer, hoping that these bridges are intact, and sure enough, the first one is, barely, and so they start to run across this bridge. Aelin the entire time is worried about it collapsing, because let's just say it's a crazy long fall down to the bottom of this canyon, which has a bunch of water at the bottom of it, but still, like, she knows if you fall, it's not going to be a pretty fall into the water. So they all make it across the first bridge when they see the witches are running after them, when some of them start shooting with bows and arrows. So Aelin starts dodging some of the arrows, and then when she goes to dodge one, she accidentally flings her body into the direction of another arrow when Rowan jumps in front of her and takes the arrow to his shoulder. Chapter 60, Rowan falls to the ground. Aelin's kind of freaking out when she notices that Manon is already almost across the bridge. She lifts up Rowan and tells him to run and go to the other side, basically get off the Temple Island to the other side of the canyon, when he tells her no, he's not gonna leave her. And then she uses the blood oath and commands him. And you can tell in the moment that he's really upset and disappointed, but, you know, he's under the blood oath, so he does it. So now it is just her and Manon. Aelin decides to cut the bridge right as Manon makes it across, and then when we jump to Manon's POV, we get the fight. And I'm not going to give you a play-by-play, I'm just going to give you like the main big points that you need to know, but just know that it is an insane fight, and Aelin and Manon have both met their match with each other. Honestly, it's to the point where Manon says to herself, like, it's a shame that I need to kill this girl, because I actually really enjoy fighting with her. Like, this is a nice challenge for me. Okay, so this big fight's going on. We're going to jump to Aelin's POV because their fight has gotten so physical, so aggressive, and Manon's like a really powerful being, so it's not just like your typical humans fighting each other thing. I will remind you that the Temple Temis is old, abandoned, and crumbling. So their fight is apparently so intense that this island is basically shaking and the entire temple is starting to collapse. Like, it's starting to just slowly fall apart and crumble. Sure enough, some parts of the temple fall in between them and they get separated while the temple is collapsing, and Aelin starts to leave and go to the other side when she notices that there is a string connecting her to Manon. I will remind you of Assassin's Blade. The last time she felt this kind of string was towards Yrene at the tavern. Anywho, this is also the moment where she realizes, like, this is going to be her best opportunity to get to the other side, to Rowan and Aedion and Chaol and all of her friends, but she decides that she's not going to ignore this string and let Manon die. She is going to run to Manon and rescue her. So she does. She gets her out of the rubble and crosses her to the other side of the bridge, and by the time she gets to the other side and they turn around, the entire temple is gone. Not only has the temple itself fallen apart, but the entire cliff that it was sitting on has crumbled into the water below. Then we jump to Manon's POV for a split second because she sees Aelin running to Rowan and then she passes out, only to wake up later when the witches finally hopped on their wyverns and flew to the other side to get Manon, but Aelin and all of her friends were gone at that point. Chapter 61, Aelin's POV as they are making their way back from an insanely botched yet still somewhat successful rescue mission of Lysandra, when they're like, okay, Rowan needs a healer, we cannot go straight back to Rifthold yet. Turns out Nesrin's father knows a guy whose wife is a midwife, and obviously that's not a healer, but it's, you know, someone in the medical field, so they decide that they're gonna go see this midwife. Sure enough, they get there. Her name is Marta, and Marta, the midwife, is taking care of Rowan, basically reveals that he is very lucky because the part of the shoulder it went through, it didn't hit anything vital. It was an inch away from his heart, but inevitably he's going to be fine. So Aelin decides to go wash herself off now that she knows that he's going to be fine, when she runs into Chaol. Chaol takes the time to apologize and also tells her that she was right. You know, Dorian needs to be put out of his misery. That is really the best thing for him right now. And she has this moment where, you know, she's always the bigger person, and I love that, but she turns to Chaol and she's like, Chaol, it's fine. If it was Rowan, I would have done the same thing. Like, I'm not mad at you for doing that. And this is the moment where Chaol finally, he realizes that he's had it all wrong. Aelin is not the monster that he has painted her out to be in his head. Flash forward to a few days later because Rowan is finally healed and they're gonna go back to Rifthold, quote unquote from the book, one last time. Chapter 62, Manon is going to see the king? And she informs him of the rebels who attacked, and he's like, all right, why are you telling me this? And she basically just is like, well, I wanted you to know, like, that I'm a great wing leader and I know what I'm doing. But I also think that you should send Dorian to Morath. I have some theories as to why I think she's doing this, but you know, think what you want. I'm not going to insert my opinions into this video. This is just the entire plot as it is written by Sarah J Maas herself. So now we're going to learn about the secret weapon because because of something that's said. And it's only breadcrumbs, thank you, SJM. But I'm going to encourage you to remember this, take this with you, take what you can from it, and just kind of bookmark it in your head for later. This is what Manon says to the king. "That weapon my grandmother made, the mirrors. You truly plan to use shadow fire with it? Make of that what you will." The king does not like how forward that question is, but honestly, that just kind of confirms the answer to our question. Now we're gonna jump to Elide's POV because, as you remember, she was planning to escape while Manon was gone on this mission to transport the prisoners and show off that secret weapon. And she's getting ready to escape, and all she needs to do now is grab the bag of supplies that she has been hiding in Manon's rooms. But when she goes up to Manon's rooms, she runs in to Uncle Vernon, who's sitting there and waiting for her. Chapter 63. Because Uncle Vernon is a bully, he's using this time to tease her, basically saying like, "Why would you leave while your coven is gone?" And then also mocks her for thinking that she's a witch. But the fact that she bleeds red and not blue and even draws blood to prove a point, he's honestly a horrible man. And then he reveals, "I'm so glad that you confirmed that you're part witch, because now I have some really exciting, fun plans for you." And we know that when Uncle Vernon is saying fun and exciting, what he really means is bad and horrifying. And then he throws her into a cell. Now we're gonna jump to Manon's POV, because after her meeting with the king, she did head back with her 13 to Morath, but by the time she lands, she's already being summoned to the Duke's chambers. So she decides to take that time to confront him for setting Roland on the entire coven. Remember, she had to like unalive him because she was like torturing the coven with his weird like Valg powers stuff. But you know what? He doesn't care. He doesn't care that she knows. He doesn't care that she's aware that he did that. He's just kind of like, okay, what are you going to do about it? Anyways, here are some files I want you to check out. And she's like, okay. So she picks up these files. She starts to read them. They're all about Aelin Galathynius, the supposed queen of Terrasen. Basically saying that fire magic was used in Wendelin and it was believed to be her, and that she killed these 4 Valg princes, and that Aedion has joined her side, the Wolf of the North, and then on top of that, Prince Rowan has joined her cause and left Maeve to do so. And Manon's like, oh, so that's who the other guys were with Aelin. Then she realizes at the mention of Chaol that these were not just rebels trying to spy or in fact even see what the weapon was, but that they were there to save Lysandra and Dorian, and that they succeeded in one and failed in the other. But she isn't considering the fact that the plan was never to rescue Dorian. It was to unalive Dorian and put him out of his misery. So more on that in a bit, I guess. So she leaves her meeting with the Duke after reading the files when she runs into Astrid, her ex-second and cousin, and Astrid just says, hey, we need to talk. They hop on their wyverns and then they fly kind of in the middle of nowhere in the mountains where Sorrel is waiting for them. And this is where Astrid tells her, I need you to listen and not talk while I tell you a story. So, in a nutshell, here's the story. At the age of 28, Astrid got separated from her coven while they were doing some witchy stuff and got her in a storm. A human man found her, helped her, and healed her, and fed her, and cared for her. Sure enough, even though he knew what she was, they did fall in love, and eventually, I think it's like months later, she's summoned back to her coven once they find out that she's alive. But when she goes back to her coven, she is pregnant. She tells the Blackbeak grandmother, who was the head of her coven at the time before all of the covens kind of got merged together under the King of Adarlan, and this grandmother isolated her in a tower until the baby was to term. Witches having babies is super rare, but it's almost like this super sacred thing, you know, like because it's so rare. So if you're a witch and you're pregnant, you're basically treated like a goddess until you have the baby. So it's a very big deal. Astrid's exact words actually are a pampered prisoner for the Blackbeak matron. So take that as you will. So she finally goes into the labor, and it was apparently very traumatic for her when the baby was born a stillborn. And instead of being able to grieve the loss of her baby that she had with who she believes to be the love of her life, the Blackbeak grandmother gets angry and says that she failed her coven for not birthing a live baby, and so begins to beat her. and refuses to let her see her baby's body. As if this wasn't already hard and horrible enough, she then brands Adarlan. So deep scars on her abdomen. The Black Meat grandmother writes unclean in all caps, and this is where Adarlan removes her shirt and shows the scars to Manon in that moment. And despite the fact that this was like, what, 80 or so years ago, it's almost as if she got them yesterday. And Manon had no clue about any of this. She didn't even know that Adarlan was pregnant at one point. And then, as a really sad, heartbreaking aside, as if that didn't already ruin your day enough, Adarlan reveals that she watched from a distance for years as the love of her life waited on his porch, looking out into the skies for her, and she watched him age a human lifetime, and that's devastating to me. Anyways, Sorrel, like I said, is here, and once this whole story is done, Sorrel reveals that she knew about this, and basically Sorrel and Adarlan have been waiting to kind of decide if they should tell Manon. And they were afraid to because they didn't know if she would turn out like her grandmother or not. But over time, they can tell that she really cares for witches, that she values life, and she's not as brutal as she was maybe raised to be. So it's in this moment where Manon realizes that she has a decision to make, and she just turns to them and says, "Do you have a plan?" And they do. And we're not going to find out what that plan is for a hot minute, so you're just going to have to wait to see what happens. Chapter 64, this is in Rowan's POV because he has woken up and he's still in the healing process. Like, he's not fully healed, but he's doing pretty well. And Aelin, now that he's awake, she's excited to tell him all about the plan, but he's like, you know what, I have a piercing headache and I'm not really ready to talk about this. There's like this tiny moment where he briefly is upset about the fact that she used the blood oath to get him to leave her, but he also kind of sees why she did it, so it ends up not being that big of a deal. What he really wants to know, however, is why Aelin saved Manon. And obviously there was that whole string tug thing, and that's what we heard when we had Aelin's POV. I don't necessarily think this is her lying and being dishonest. I think there's like maybe more than one reason why she saved Manon, but the reason that she gives Rowan in this moment is that the golden-haired witch, which we know to be Adarlan, screamed Manon's name the way I scream yours. So basically, it was this moment where she saw Manon as someone who had loved ones, and just like she couldn't handle someone taking Rowan away from her, she didn't want to be the one to take Manon away from Adarlan, despite the fact that she doesn't know them. Like, she doesn't even know their names. Aelin heads downstairs to check on Lysandra, and she's doing well and she's feeling herself again when Lysandra reveals to Aelin that she didn't think anyone would come for her, and when Aelin asks why, Lysandra's like, I've never had friends that I could depend on before, and basically just expresses her gratitude to this amazing friendship she has with Aelin. When Aelin gives her a letter, all right, I don't think it's a letter, it's more of a contract, saying that Lysandra's debts have been paid and she is free. So Aelin paid all of Lysandra's debt, and she no longer has to be a courtesan and raise Evangeline around that lifestyle. Okay, now before I cry, let's jump over to Manon's POV because she's still out with Adarlan. Adarlan has just finished telling her their plan, and she has said that before they head back to Morath, Manon knows that there's something that she needs to do in Rifthold. So Adarlan and Sorrel agree to go with Manon to Rifthold to do something mysterious that we're going to find out a little bit more later. Then we're going to jump to Elide's POV because she's now been in the cell for 4 days. Sorry, it's not funny. I'm not laughing because it's funny. It's inconvenient and it's horrible, and there's a comedic aspect to it, but it's also like, you know, we laugh so we don't cry. It's one of those moments. But she's been in this cell for 4 days, and when she realizes that Manon still hasn't come for her, she realizes that, like, I don't think anyone's going to notice when I'm gone. And the crazy thing is that we know that Manon's just had a lot going on. She hasn't even had an opportunity because she came straight from Rifthold, straight to the Duke's office, straight to the middle of nowhere with Adarlan. So, like, she hasn't even had the opportunity to see if Elide is around or not. She also told Elide to keep her head down. So for all she knows, Elide's just continuing to keep her head down. Anywho, besides the point, let's move on to the next. Chapter 65, this is in Rowan's POV as he is training and trying to get back to his normal strength before their big mission, when he sends Lorcan. So he decides to climb up onto the rooftop, and sure enough, Lorcan is there. Lorcan reveals that he has slaughtered all of the word hounds, which is exactly what Aelin was hoping he would do, so yay for that. When Lorcan asks for more of Aelin's plans, Lorcan, however, is dumb, and he is mad that Rowan won't tell him anything, so he has the audacity to ask Rowan, would you rather be buried next to Lyria, in other words, his dead mate, or Aelin, your dead princess, when all of this goes down? The audacity to even ask that question. But, you know, Lorcan's doing this all for a reason. Not saying that it's a good reason, but like this is a tactic. He's playing a mental game with Rowan. Rowan basically wants to know if that was a threat, referring to Aelin as a dead princess, when Lorcan just says, hey, look, you don't have to worry about me, but you have to acknowledge that anyone in a position of power, take the King of Adarlan or Queen Maeve, for example, who either want her as a puppet or 6 feet underground. The odds of her making out of this are very slim. And you know what? This seems to have actually got into Rowan because Rowan decides to cut a deal with Lorcan. If you remember, Lorcan wants the amulet, and he swears that he's going to destroy these word keys himself because he doesn't want Queen Maeve to have them. And in return, he wants to give Aelin the Valg immunity ring so that she can just be safe from the Valg and kind of disappear into safety. And Rowan agrees and hands the amulet to Lorcan. Now, before Lorcan goes off, Rowan kind of justifies this in his head because he's like, look, this way Aelin doesn't have to destroy the word keys herself. And then on top of that, I've never seen Lorcan break an oath in his life. Like, if there's one thing that Lorcan is honorable towards and takes very seriously, it is his word. So Rowan feels like this is a safe switch to make. So Rowan goes back inside where he's met by Aelin, and he shows her the ring, to which she responds. How mad is Lorcan going to be when he eventually opens up that amulet, finds the Valg commander's ring inside, and realizes that we gave him a fake? That's diabolical. Basically, they just played Lorcan and Aelin was in on it the whole time. So, like, I mean, that's good. I would have hated for Rowan to have betrayed Aelin like that, but diabolical. Now we're gonna jump to Valg Dorian's POV, and he's losing control again, only to realize that he's only really felt in control of himself around Manon. He did learn her name because when she asked his name and he said Dorian, she did share that her name was Manon. So he does know her name. And so that's the crazy thing. He remembers her name. So all he can think about is Manon right now. Interesting? I think so. Anyways, we're gonna jump back to Aelin's POV because her and Chaol are finalizing plans for tomorrow. So everything's gonna go down tomorrow. And he basically tells her that he doesn't regret sending her to Wendelin. However, he is very sorry about Nehemia and everything that happened at that time. She then apologizes for almost mulling off his face when she found out about Nehemia, but also says that she's also happy that he sent her off to Wendelin despite the fact that she was livid at first. Because, you know, she's grateful. That kind of needed to happen. A lot of who she is today is because she went to Wendelin. She found happiness with Rowan. And even Chaol is recognizing that. He's like, I'm happy for you that you found someone that you love. So he's no longer like jealous, spiteful ex-lover at this point. He's now like, I want what's best for you, and I don't think you're a monster. I think I was just hurt and traumatized, and I was trying to make that your problem. So this is a big healing moment for Chaol and Aelin. It's like healing moment for their friendship. And then at the end of their conversation, she basically just says, I promise I'll make things quick for Dorian, but if you want to take out Dorian yourself, just say the word and I will let you. But let's jump to Chaol's POV later that day. He is hanging out with Nesrin, and he's obviously a little bit depressed knowing that Dorian's end is coming tomorrow, and basically just wishing he had cherished more of his time with him. Guys, I'll remind you, Dorian was like his best friend, his ride or die, and the person he swore his life to. His quite literal only purpose in life was to make sure Dorian was safe, and now he has to be Dorian's undoing. And Nesrin decides that in order to maybe not cheer Chaol up so much as like kind of get his mind off of things, she takes him to the temple of the sea god. Okay, and from my understanding, this might not be totally accurate, but I did the best I could with what SJM gave me. So you know how like there's pews in a church? That's kind of how I imagine this because they refer to them as like benches, but we're in a temple. Each of these pews are facing 4 different directions, either north, south, east, or west. And so Nesrin takes a seat at the south facing pew. or bench. And this is where Chaol and her decide to discuss her heritage again, because he believes that her sitting on the south bench was very intentional to face towards the southern continent, which is where her father is from. And she says that this temple reminds her of the southern continent, which is why she likes to come here. And she's only visited the southern continent a couple times, but Rifthold has never felt like home to her, and she's desperately searching for a place that feels like home. And this is when, oh my word, I'm gonna try not to cry. Chaol takes her hand and promises that after tomorrow, he's going to help her find a place that she can call home. Then she turns to him and tells him to promise he will come out of the castle alive tomorrow. And that's when Chaol realizes that this is not just the temple of the sea god, okay? This god is also god of oaths. So she wants him to make an oath to her in front of the god of the sea and oaths on the southern facing bench that he will walk out of the castle tomorrow. So a lot of symbolism there, in my opinion. That's such a small scene, but so beautifully written by SJM. The attention to detail is insane. We're just gonna have to find out more about that later, because we're gonna jump to Rowan's POV, who has his mostly healed shoulder, and he's preparing for tomorrow because him and Aedion, their job is blowing up the clock tower. And so he needs to be in his good shape because they plan to blow it up. So him and Aedion basically have to set up all the explosives and then run like their lives depend on it. And they're both either full or part fae, so they have more of like a sense of the supernatural speed, which is why they are taking on that role. And then Aelin and Chaol are going to be in charge of Dorian. So he's also struggling with the fact that him and Aelin are going to be separated on such a big day, but he's speaking to Aelin the night before this big mission, and she is horrified, obviously, and fully aware of how terrifying it is that they're going to be separated during like these pivotal moments that their lives are going to kind of be in the balance. And they really do have this tender moment. I wouldn't say they're trying to cheer each other up, but they're more just trying to comfort each other. And they have this really tender moment, and basically they hold each other through the night, praying that they're going to live to see past tomorrow. And it's just overall really emotional. Chapter 66. This is going to be in Aelin's POV because it is officially the day of the big mission. So guys, everything that we're about to talk about takes place during this big mission. Okay, we're covering it all. This is also the mission that we've been building up to for the entirety of the book. So Aelin is saying goodbye to Lysandra and Evangeline. They're actually going to stay in Nesrin's father's country home. Lysandra hates this. She wants to be a part of this. She wants to help out. She really doesn't want to leave, but she also recognizes that she is the closest thing that Evangeline has to like a big sister slash mother figure. So she does feel a responsibility to stay with Evangeline, and obviously they're not going to let this like tiny child be around when everything goes down. So they're heading out, and then Aelin goes down to the market to buy some pastries. I mean, hey, if it might be the last day of your life, I would want some pastries too, so I don't blame her. But she has this really awkward interaction with the vendor at the market, and he basically is like, yeah, everyone's on edge today because of the message. Didn't you see it? And she's like, what message? So she goes to this wall that she sees this crowd gathering around. On this wall, written in Valg blood, it says, "Witch killer, the human is still inside him." So that was what Manon told Astrid and Sorrel that she wanted to do when we discussed back in part 6 that she wanted to do something in Rifthold. And Aelin says, like, in the moment, like, she knows that this is true and that she can trust this because this is Manon paying a life debt. She understands witch culture and witch politics pretty well, actually. Maybe that was, like, her training coming up as a princess to really understand the cultures of the different beings. Oh my word, I have, like, the worst hiccups right now. Do I need to pause? Because of that, Aelin knows that she can trust this message. This is Manon paying back a life debt of Aelin saving her life. So she decides to run all the way to Chaol's because now there's been a change of plans. Chapter 67. This is going to be in Aelin, Chaol, and Rowan and Aedion's POV as they're setting up for the big mission. And nothing really happens in this chapter, but if you guys are on social media and you see some of the like quotes and mottos and sayings going around, one of the big ones is "Let's go rattle the stars." This is the chapter where Aelin says that. That's pretty much all that's said. Chapter 68, we're in Lysandra's POV as she is traveling in this carriage with Evangeline, and like I said earlier, it's killing her that she has to go, but she also recognizes she needs to be with Evangeline. Then we're going to jump over to Aedion's POV because he's nervous about their part of the plan. I will remind you, Him and Rowan's job is to travel under the sewers all the way to underneath the clock tower and put all of the like hellfire bombs basically underneath there, run a fuse from that bomb to like further down the sewage system, light that fuse, and then run away and hope that they run faster than the hellfire can kill them. So I hope I don't get demonetized because I'm really not sugarcoating any of this language, so please don't demonetize me. And then we end off Aedion's POV with him and Rowan entering the tunnel system. Then we're gonna jump over to Chaol's POV because he's talking with Aelin about their new plan, giving what Manon said about Dorian, and we're not gonna learn what that new plan is for a little bit. They start to head towards the castle, the two of them. When unfortunately, as they're walking up, they see a lot of men who have been left outside for people to see after their execution. Chaol realizes that they were his inside men. He had a lot of inside guys in the castle still who were still loyal to him from when he was captain of the guard inside the castle, and he hadn't heard from any of them since Aedion's escape. And he can tell from their bodies that they had been tortured, so it kind of hits him like, oh, these men have been being tortured since Aedion's rescue. Then they were executed. And he's just kind of like really devastated by that, but he's also like, I need to get my head in the game, like, it's time for stuff to go down. And quite literally, because as they're walking up to the castle gates, okay, so we're going to the castle, Aelin turns to him and promises to make the king pay for what he did to Chaol's friends. They get to the castle gate, they go straight up to the Valg soldiers, and Aelin says, tell his majesty that his champion has returned and she's brought him one hell of a surprise. Okay, so let's pause here for a second. She is pretending to be Celaena again. She's acting as if she's just returned from Wendelin, because remember, the king sent her to Wendelin 9 months ago, okay? So literally everything that has happened from the end of Crown of Midnight up until this point in Queen of Shadows, it's only really been 9-ish months. That's crazy. Like, a lot has happened in these last 9 months. Chapter 69, we are going to stay in Aelin and Chaol's POV as they are being escorted through the castle, and there's like this side note. There's actually 2 side notes here. One is that the castle's pretty empty. There's really only Valg soldiers and the king and Dorian. And then if you're like, oh, but where's the queen? That's the other side note. So the rumor has it that the queen and her court are hiding away in the mountains, so they're not in the castle. Interesting? I would think so. So they get to the throne room and they see the king, and Dorian is of course next to him. And I'll also give you the side note that Dorian is fighting with the Valg internally for like this entire chapter and really this entire like sequence of events. And he's mostly fighting the Valg to remember Chaol and Celaena's names because he knows they're familiar, he just can't remember their names. Also, another side note. I take it back. There's way more than 2. Aelin is blonde again. So goodbye, redheaded Aelin. We loved you. You were great, but I missed the blonde. I will say, though, she didn't go fully back to her bright, bright blonde because she did not want to kind of trigger the king's memory after everything that happened with Aedion. So her hair is more of like a dirty blonde, and from what I'm assuming she got from Lysandra, she put on some makeup around her eyes to try to mute the uniqueness of her eyes. Because remember, Ashravers have very unique eyes. Another side note is that Aelin does not sense the word key is in the room. So that's something she was like low-key hoping for, but she doesn't sense it. However, she can smell Valg very strongly, not just from Dorian, but from the king as well. Anyways, enough side notes. Aelin reports to the king, or I guess Celaena reports to the king that she succeeded. She's back from Wendelin, and her proof is that she gives the Wendelin enemies that she was sent to kill their rings to the king. She's like, look, I have their rings, so I killed them. And of course she doesn't actually have their rings. If you remember from when we totally pranked Lorcan into thinking that he had the actual amulet of Orinth, Lysandra has a very talented jeweler who can replicate any jewelry. So she had Lysandra's jeweler replicate the rings. So that's why she has them. She didn't actually like unalive anyone in Wendelin. And the king is skeptical, so he asks her like, okay, like we'll get back to that in a second, but why do you have Chaol? So she comes up with some story about how he actually came to find her. Because if you remember, about 9 months ago during the events of Crown of Midnight, it was pretty well known that Chaol and Celaena were in a relationship. And the king actually was so so aware of this that he used Chaol against Celaena a couple times. This is a pretty safe thing for him to assume to be true. So she kind of says like, oh, I came back and he was waiting for me, and then when I heard about what he had done and how he was a rebel, I decided to bring him to my king, my master, whatever. And for a hot second, she thinks that he is buying it until he says, I do wonder who has been conspiring more, the captain or you, champion, or should I call you Aelin? So basically the plan is a bust, and he knows exactly who she is. Chapter 70, let's jump from that disaster to a second to Rowan and Aedion to see how things are going over there. So they're busting through the tunnels to get to the base of this clock tower. There are word stones everywhere, and there's also a lot of like Valg magic down there, and it's starting to really take a toll on Rowan. In case you don't remember, way back in Crown of Midnight, when Aelin first discovers the clock tower and goes under there, she got headaches a lot when she was there because of how strong the Valg influence was, and because of Faye's heightened senses. Even if they're not Valg infested, they're still pretty like affected by sensing the Valg nearby. And apparently this Valg influence is so strong that their noses start bleeding, and if you have watched Vampire Diaries, you know that bleeding noses where magic is concerned is never a good thing. Then, as if things couldn't get worse, they plant the Hellfire, and on their way back to light this fuse, they hear some growling. Turns out Lorcan lied, and he didn't kill all the word hounds, and now they are here. And now Rowan and Aedion have to fight off 3 word hounds. But let's jump from that disaster back to the other disaster and check on Aelin and Chaol. So Aelin and the king are like bantering and sizing each other up. It's kind of one of those cliches where like the villain maybe could like unalive the hero if they didn't have to monologue, but of course both Aelin and the king are monologuing. It's all very diplomatic, but we learned that for the king, it's more to size up Aelin in like a pride way. But Aelin is trying to stall to give Rowan and Aedion time to blow up the clock tower. As we know, there has now been a bit of an issue and a delay, so she might have to be doing that for a while. But then the king goes on this whole thing about even if she did have her magic, his Valg power is so much more powerful than her silly little fire magic. And I don't know if that's true, actually. We're gonna have to find out. But he decides he needs to do a demonstration on Dorian. And so he forces Dorian to his knees and basically starts like whipping Dorian with his Valg power. It's honestly very insane and very discomforting to read. And Aelin is doing everything she can to keep Chaol back because she's like, don't escalate the situation. Like, we need to stall. But then she feels horrible because if stalling means that Dorian's getting hurt, like, there's a lot of conflicts of ethics here. So as this craziness is going on, the noon bell starts to ring. So the bell's gonna chime 12 times in the clock tower. And the plan was for Aedion and Rowan to light the fuse when the bells start so that the end of the bells at exactly noon, the clock tower would blow up. Unfortunately, however, after the 12th chime, the clock tower does not blow up. So Aelin's like, oh shoot, they failed. So now we need to come up with a new plan on the spot of how in the world we're going to do this without my firepower. Chapter 71, let's see what's going on with Rowan and Aedion. They're still fighting the word hounds, as you probably expected. Thankfully, both of them are still alive. And it's frustrating because everything is set up. They just need to light this fuse, but the word hounds are kind of like backing them into a corner, so they can't light this fuse. Then we get a lovely play-by-play of how the fight's going, and let's just say it's not really looking good for Rowan and Aedion. These word hounds are absolutely insane creatures. Let's jump back to Aelin's POV because she needs to continue to stall, and she does the first thing she can think of. She whips the eye of Elena off of her neck and shows it to the king. She also shares that Queen Elena has been helping Aelin this whole time, and basically is like, oh, so I guess your ancestors on my side, not yours. Us Ash River women have to stick together, I guess. Which, iconic. Then she can actually tell that the king has a bit of a reaction to seeing the necklace, and she doesn't really know how to read this at first, so she threatens to destroy the necklace when the king turns to Dorian and orders him to retrieve the necklace from Aelin by any means. Aelin then runs out of the throne room. Okay, so she books it. Dorian chases Aelin out of the throne room, so it's just Chaol and the king now. Chaol pulls out his sword in what I can imagine is a really epic moment. He has a sword out and he's like, this ends now. I don't know. I feel like he could have said something more epic, but yeah, it has some finality to it. Okay. We're gonna leave Chaol with his drastic decisions to go back over to Aelin's POV as she is running from Dorian, and I know you're just dying to find out what she has under her sleeve. They're playing the world's most terrifying version of tag. She's basically running through the glass castle like her life depends on it, because it does, and Dorian is chasing her, like flinging this mix of Valg power and his raw magic together. So they're running, and she starts running upstairs, and like 3 stairs at a time, which honestly, like my quads are quaking just thinking about that. But she's like sprinting up these stairs, and she just keeps telling herself like, just keep getting higher, keep getting higher. So she's trying to get as high up on this bridge as possible. She then gets to like a glass covered bridge that it's like, you know, there's like towers within a castle, right? So there's like this really high up tower, and then there's this glass bridge that reaches from that tower to like another high tower on the other side of the castle. So she is running across this bridge when Dorian almost catches up to her, and then she jumps off the bridge. She's a crazy girl. I love her, but she's a bit of a psycho. Chapter 72, Aelin's POV, she's falling through the sky. But good thing there was another bridge below that bridge, and I guess she knew that. She doesn't land very gracefully, but she gets down there, and then she continues to try to run to the other tower when Dorian pulls like a total Black Widow move and like executes this perfect fall onto the second bridge, and then like proceeds to chase her. And there's this really sad moment where as Aelin is running, she sheds a tear for Rowan, Aedion, and Chaol, and this basically confirms to us that this plan has gone so sideways at this point that she doesn't really think any of them are going to make it through this. But she makes it to the other tower, and she starts running up the stairs again. Back to Chaol's POV. Obviously, he's relieved that Aelin and Dorian got away, and he hopes that Aelin will succeed because she has a better chance of freeing Dorian when the king is not around. So we learn that although it wasn't accomplished exactly how they wanted to, the plan all along was to separate the king and Dorian. So at least that went to plan. And his task was to unalive the king. So the king starts throwing out his Valg magic at Chaol when Chaol's trying to come at him with a sword. Dude, you bought a sword to a magic fight. Like, let's think about that for a second. And he keeps hitting Chaol with the magic multiple times. And I'm going to quote this directly from the book. And I'm going to try not to cry. And you're going to listen and not judge, okay? The darkness hit him, shattered him, obliterated him until there was nothing but light, burning blue light, warm and welcoming. Aelin and Dorian had gotten away. It was enough. And when the pain came, Chaol was not afraid. Chapter 73. This is in Valg Dorian's POV, and it's pretty short. He has a one-track mind. He's going to kill this girl, and this girl's pleading with him, and she calls him Dorian, and he has no idea who that is. And he's like, shut up, let me kill you. And stop talking about this Dorian guy. I have no idea who Dorian is. Chapter 74, we're going to be in Aelin's POV as she is pleading with Dorian to remember her, remember Chaol, remember who he is, and then she starts begging him to remember Sorsha, thinking that since that was the last thing that happened before they put the collar on him, that he might remember, but there's nothing going on upstairs. And then he approaches her and stabs her in the ribs. That's crazy. If I whisper it, will I still get demonetized? So let's jump to Rowan's POV. I'm sorry. This is Sarah J Maas did this, not me. And he is still working on fighting these word hounds with Aedion when all of the sudden Lorcan shows up out of nowhere. Probably out of guilt for what he has done. At least I hope he has some guilt. And he kills all 3 of the word hounds. Where were you, dude? Like forever ago. But he kills all 3 of the word hounds. And they realize that this is their chance, so they light the fuse, and then the 3 of them run like they have never run before. As they are running through the tunnels, Rowan feels his Karanom bond with Aelin fading and fracturing. So this is like the exact moment that Aelin gets stabbed and she starts dying. Rowan can sense that. Their Karanom bond is like a string between their souls, right? So they can constantly feel each other's life, and they're just bound together. So like when she's dying, he starts to feel that bond like start to quake a bit, and he starts freaking out. He's like, I need to get to Aelin like right this second. But he doesn't have time to process that thought very much before boom, the clock tower explodes. Now here's the issue. When the clock tower explodes, it causes this mini earthquake, if you will, and I will remind you that these men are underground. And there were 2 exits out of the tunnels. One going into the castle, which was actually their planned escape route because they were going to join Chaol and Aelin. And conveniently, when the earth shattered, the exit collapsed, and so now it's like filled with debris and they can't take that exit anymore. But when they look towards the second exit, it is filled with over 100 Valg commander soldiers. Let's do some crazy POV jumping. We're jumping to Manon's POV because she feels magic ripple through the world, and she, guys, I'll remind you, Manon is as insane as she is without her magics. So now imagine power just rippled back into the world. Manon is about to be a fearsome thing to behold. You've been warned. Then, crazy thing is, we're gonna jump to Kaltain's POV, and this is super short, like a couple sentences, but basically all you need to know is that magic is free, and so is the great beast that resides in her. Crazy. Now let's jump back to Aelin's POV because she's dying. And it's very sad. And her number one goal before dying is to make Dorian remember who he is. So with a sneaky sleight of hand, she takes Anthral's ring. Remember, this is the ring that makes you immune to Valg influence that they got from Lorcan. She shoves that ring onto Dorian's finger and it starts like pulsing, and then she hurls her magic at him because magic has been freed. Chapter 75, Dorian's POV as he's being burned by a ring and that he realizes this woman just shoved onto his finger. And then he notices that her stab wound has healed itself because of magic. We actually learn later that it's not fully healed, it's just healing, but that's besides the point. And then it hits him that the woman in front of him is Celaena Sardothien. And he doesn't even have time to tell her that. He recognizes who she is before she hurls a bunch of her magic at him. If she had just waited like 5 seconds, honestly. All right, let's jump to Aedion, Rowan, and Lorcan's POV because now they're in a pickle facing all of these Valg soldiers, and Lorcan starts hacking his way through them, but they're all pretty beat up by the word hounds, and they definitely don't have enough manpower to go against 100 Valg soldiers. There's also this really sweet moment where Aedion, because Rowan has taken the biggest beating of all of them from the word hound fighting and also just being in that Valg-infested clock tower, when Aedion steps in front of him and says, "It's been an honor, Prince," and decides that he's going to die protecting Rowan for Aelin. When something crazy happens. So it was a really honorable moment. It was very sweet. And as they are going to continue the fight, a snow leopard, stick with me here, shows up and just starts ripping heads off of guards with its teeth. So let's talk about Lysandra. As you remember, last time we were in Lysandra's POV, she was in a carriage with Evangeline, feeling bad that she was not able to help. When the clock tower exploded, however, and she felt magic ripple through the air, she immediately got back in touch with her shape shifter powers. Also remember, earlier in this book, Aedion and Aelin were joking about how much of a fearsome thing to behold Lysandra would be if she turned into one of the Terrasen snow leopards, and that's exactly what she turned into, and ran through the entirety of Rifthold to get to the castle to help. And now she's saving the stinking day, as she should. Lysandra is my queen, okay? I know Aelin is technically queen of Terrasen, but Lysandra is my queen. Anyway, so she helps them take out every single one of the guards, and then Rowan shouts, "To the queen!" and they all book it. And then they storm the castle to find Aelin. This is also the point where Nesrin and the rebels show up to join Aelin's cause. Now let's jump to Aelin's POV. She's in a bit of a pickle because she used too much of her power too soon. She also shifted into her Fae form and it was just too much. But then the king shows up, and this is where she actually is like, Chaol is dead. Like, she realizes it in this moment. And so she asks the king, and the king says, in response to, "Did you kill Chaol?" His response is, "My only regret is that I didn't take my time, and I won't make the same mistake with you." And before Aelin can even respond, Dorian says, "What did you say?" Guys, I need you to understand how insane this is. Remembering anyone did not help. Sorsha did not help. The news that his father killed Chaol, his best friend since birth. Dorian remembers everything. And I am unwell. So let's jump to Dorian's POV as he learns that his father killed Chaol, and he remembers who he is, and he snaps the Wordstone collar from his neck. Chapter 77, the king witnesses all of this, and he's like, okay, now you're both gonna die. Then there's actually this really cute moment where Aelin reaches for Dorian and says, to a better future. And then he takes her hand, and this is what the book says, and to me this is like, I love this. So the world ended and the next one began. And I'll tell you, like, the series, it's like the first part of the series ends and the next part of the series begins. Like, the trajectory of this book series is insane. Anyways, but the king is harshing the vibe and is still there. So we gotta take care of him. So the king decides to start shooting his Valg power at them when, in the book, specifically uses the words, they erupted with their magic. So let's jump to Rowan's POV because him and the others are running looking for Aelin, and they run out into the castle gardens when Rowan sees this huge flash of light on the other side of the castle. This is SJM inferencing that that flash of light is, of course, Dorian and Aelin erupting with their magic. So Rowan goes to run around the corner of the castle to see what exactly is going on. But let's jump back to the king, Aelin and Dorian's POV, to find out what he sees. So Aelin and Dorian are absolutely crushing it against the king with their magic, and he really doesn't stand a chance against the both of them. And they end up fracturing his power and totally decimating it. There's even a moment where Aelin is like, he looks like a human again. Like, there was always something about him that seemed kind of inhuman, and now she's like, oh, he looks like a man. Now, this is where it's crazy, and I need you to stick with me. The king gets this, like, crazy look of shock on his face, looks at Dorian and says, my boy, as if he's in, like, agony or something. And then he looks at Aelin and says, have you come to save me at last, Aelin Galathynius? Guys, this is bonkers. Let's talk about it. Chapter 78. Aelin can't believe what she's hearing and what this means, but Dorian's like, don't listen to him. This is all lies and manipulation. But Aelin wants to hear him out. So this is what the king says. He found a key when he was young and brought it to Morath. In Parrington, we were young. He took me under the keep to show me the crypt, even though it was forbidden. Why was it forbidden? Think about it. What was Brannon's confession when we went down to the god of truth's temple? But I opened it with the key. I opened it and he came. He took Parrington's body and he let his minion take me. Okay, so here's what the king is claiming here. He is saying that he and Parrington, when under Morath, unknowingly woke up Erewhon, okay, the Valg king. This is the guy that Brannon and Elena put to sleep all those years ago. And the Valg king Erewhon took over Parrington's body, and the king ever since has been under the influence of a Valg prince. Also, side note, this all happened before Dorian's birth, so this has been going on for years. Aelin kind of believes him. She has a lot of questions. She's definitely very skeptical, but she kind of believes him. Dorian, on the other hand, he doesn't believe a word. He thinks this is all in an attempt to basically save his own butt. The king says he tried to stop it and fight the influence, but the Valg prince was too strong. The king then built the magic towers because he knew Dorian had magic when he was born and wanted to protect him. And for those of you who are like, but wait, Dorian had magic and was using his magic before the clock tower got blown out. Yes, that's true. The king thinks this is because he used a spell and bound it with his blood, so maybe his bloodline was immune to this, like, magic blocking spell. But I will remind you, in Crown of Midnight, or was it Throne of Glass? No, it's Crown of Midnight. Nehemia at a ball has a conversation with Dorian, and she's like, there's something sleeping inside you, and then she, like, taps on his chest, and he felt something awaken, okay? Remember, when we went through Crown of Midnight, I specifically said, guys, isn't this weird? Remember how weird this is? Let's talk about that a couple books later. This is a couple books later, guys. We know from Crown of Midnight, Nehemia's the one who turned on this power. And if you're like, who was Nehemia to do that? And why was she able to do that? And why did she do that? I guess we'll have to find out later. If we find out at all. You never know what Sarah J Maas is going to do. Anyways, also, the king continues to explain some of his actions. Now, you'll remember Back in Heir of Fire, Aelin had a flashback to when her and Aedion were children, and Dorian and the king came over for this feast in Terrasen, and she basically got bad vibes from the king, and then she lost control of her magic and almost set like the whole place on fire, but her mom had to like drown her out with like this water magic. And Aelin always figured that it was the king of Adarlan kind of like goading her and trying to get her to use her magic and make her lash out. And he reveals that that's true, but it's not because he was trying to get her to hurt herself or anyone around her. He wanted her to do it so that she would burn the Valg out of him. So he was trying to get this tiny young girl that he knew had this crazy intense fire power magic to burn the Valg prince out of him. That's crazy. And if that wasn't enough plot twist for you, the king is definitely kicking the bucket, if you will, in this moment. But he says, I wanted to let you know I did not kill Chaol. So Chaol is alive. But Dorian is like, I've heard enough lies. And Dorian roars is the words that's used. But think of it as like, you know, like that moment in Harry Potter where Voldemort is like, bah! And then all that like magic gets shot at Dumbledore in Order of the Phoenix. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, then definitely go watch all the Harry Potter movies. But if you do know what I'm talking about, that's very much what you can imagine here. And when Dorian does that, I will remind you that they're at the highest point on top of the glass castle. And the entire glass castle erupts and shatters. Chapter 79. Aelin is falling because the glass castle they have all been standing on is now gone. And I also think this is a funny full circle moment because back in Throne of Glass, when Aelin first goes to the glass castle, she's like, I never want to go inside the glass castle. Because she was like, if that thing like falls apart, like that's a death wish. Which is really funny because now she's at the topmost of it and it just exploded. So she's falling, and as she is falling, she summons the last of her power that she currently has towards Rifthold to make a wall of fire to guard it from the shards of glass that are just like flying everywhere. And in doing so, she melts all the glass into a giant glass wall basically around the stone castle, because remember there's like a stone castle off to the side that Aelin stayed in during the first book. This is that castle. She then falls to the ground and is somehow fine. Okay, Sarah J Maas, that's fine. Once she knows that the entire town is safe and that her glass wall was effective, she passes out safely. She then wakes up, I'm assuming a couple minutes later, and she sees that she's fine. She looks over, she sees that Dorian is still passed out, but he's breathing. Then she sees Rowan, Aedion, and Lysandra in the distance, but instead of running to them, she goes straight to the glass wall where basically the entire city has gathered at this point. If you think about it, literally their government building, like the king's palace, just exploded, and now there's this giant glass wall. Magic was just released, so I'm sure all of them felt a ripple of something, even if they're not a magical being. A lot has happened, okay, in the last couple minutes. So the entire city is gathered around this glass wall to basically try to figure out what in the world is going on. And then Aelin makes some crazy announcements, okay? And there's like multiple bullet points here, so let's bust through them. First one, your king is dead. Very straightforward, but Dorian lives. Also very straightforward. Then she pulls out my name is Aelin Ashriver Galathinius, and I am the queen of Terrasen. Wild. It gets crazier. She then says, your prince is in mourning until he is ready. This city is mine. So Aelin just announced herself as the queen of not only Terrasen, but she's like the interim king of Adarlan. She then says that if there are any riots or anyone tries to revolt against Dorian becoming king when he is ready, then she will melt the glass wall to flood the streets with glass lava, basically. Then, as if things couldn't get crazier, she then reveals that she is the one who killed the king. And we actually know this is not true. We know this is Dorian, and she has her reasons for this. She'll explain it a little bit later, but basically it's kind of the mindset of usually people don't respond well to a king coming in power if the way they got that power was by killing the king before them. So she's like, you guys need an enemy, I'll be your enemy. Then, because this girl knows her roots back from Assassin's Blade, she says, all slaves are free people, and owning or selling one is a crime punishable by death. That's my girl. And then she gets off of this glass wall, She's done addressing her people, I guess, and then walks right into the stone castle. And it is not until the castle door closes behind her when she collapses. Chapter 80 is actually going to be in Elide's point of view, because remember, her Uncle Vernon threw her down in a dungeon cell. She's still there. She did, however, feel magic ripple through the world when Rowan and Aedion finally did get along to blowing up that clock tower. And Elide has no idea how long it's been, and she can tell that, like, the food keeps changing time, so she just kind of lost track of trying to tell what day it is or how long she's been down there when her Uncle Vernon comes down to visit. He informs her that now that magic is freed, he's intrigued to see what the magic in her blood is capable of, and that she will now be undergoing some experiments. And as we know for how things went with the witches breeding with Valg, we can imagine that these are going to be some very gruesome experiments. We're going to jump to Manon's POV. First of all, she's really hoping that Aelin got her message about which killer the human is still inside him, and luckily for us, she did get it, and now Dorian is safe. But the other thing that she's thinking about is how badly she wants to find Elide, because she needs to tell Elide that the woman that she has been holding out hope for, the reason why she finds enough hope to live and continue day after day, is actually still alive, and she is taking up her throne in Terrasen. Only issue is Manon can't find Elide anywhere to deliver this good news, so she goes up to her rooms to find that she hasn't been there in a while, so she decides that she's going to question Vernon to find out where Elide is. As she's storming through Morath to find Vernon, she gets stopped by a laundress who informs her, because at this point, everyone who works in Morath as a servant, like Elide did, they're pretty aware of Elide's protection that she receives from Manon. And so one of the laundress tells Manon, like, there's nothing we could do, but they took her down to the dungeons, and as much as we want to help her, like, we're just servants and they won't let us down there. And so Manon's like, oh, I'm gonna take care of this. But before Manon goes to rescue Elide, she goes to see the 13. Chapter 81, Elide is being scrubbed clean by some servants for these experiments and refers to herself even as a lamb to slaughter when the guards come to get her. And as they're brutally and very inappropriately transferring her from the cells to the catacombs, Manon shows up. And let's just say it's a matter of seconds before these guards are brutally mutilated. Okay, they're gone. They're no longer with us. So, flashback, when Manon went to the 13, she decided that she wanted to make a statement, and she knew a lot of the witches and the 13 would also want to make this statement with her, but on her way to see them, they received news that the king of Adarlan was dead. And there was moments of chaos in this moment, because I will remind you that the witches are flying for the king and the king's aerial army, because he is promising them the wastelands. So if the king is dead, you know, like, that raises a lot of questions. So, like, witches start killing guards start getting aggressive with witches. It's like this whole thing. It's not really, like, stated outright, but shortly after this chapter, it's kind of assumed that Parrington is taking the lead on everything. So it all gets squashed in a second. But it does help Manon out in this moment that there's basically riots going on all around Morath. And then we get this nice inner monologue, and obviously I feel like you can gather now that Manon has changed a lot as a person, but on top of that we get this nice little inner monologue where she basically says that I'm now very aware, like, my grandmother sold us out to the king, and now she's basically gonna sell us out to Parrington. And Manon just comes to the conclusion that she has so many regrets in life. She regrets being a Crochan witch slayer. She regrets a lot of her brutality. She regrets how she treated Astrid. Obviously, she didn't know what was going on, but she just has so many regrets, and she decides that she's just going to start making changes, starting with Elide. And yes, I know I switch back and forth between saying Elide and Elide all the time. I honestly, like, I've never, like, one pronunciation or the other just never sounded great to me. To me, the name itself is just not a nice sounding name. So I don't know, because, like, I don't like Elide, but I also don't like Elide either. I think I say Elide more than anything. Chapter 82, as they are running out of these catacombs, they run into Kaltain in the catacombs. She warns them of all the chaos going on upstairs, and then she asks if she can help them. Manon also knows in this moment, she's like, how long have you not been under Valg influence anymore? Wouldn't you like to know? But Kaltain does something very interesting here, and I want you to soak this all in, okay? I really, really do. So she takes Elide's cloak and puts it on herself, and Manon in this moment makes a comment about how they look like they could be twins. I also want you to recognize how gross it is that Uncle Vernon has been obsessed with Kaltain and has, like, forced himself on Kaltain, and she looks identical to his niece that he enjoys torturing. If you needed another reason to hate Vernon, like, that's a good one. I've also heard theories that because Elide looks so much like her mother, maybe Kaltain also looks like Elide's mother, and what if Uncle Vernon was just in love with his brother's wife? That was also another theory that I saw, which, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say I like either theory because both of them are disgusting, but I feel like either way that goes. Uncle Vernon is a slimy, crusty man. Anywho. Kaltain then continues to ignore Elide as Elide's begging her to run away with them. And then Kaltain takes Manon's dagger, cuts into the scars in her forearm, and pulls out, think about this, a glimmering sliver of dark stone. It's the word key, guys. The word key has been in Kaltain's arm. And now Elide has it. And then this is exactly what Kaltain says to Elide. You find Celaena Sardothian, give her this, no one else. Tell her that you can open any door if you have the key, and tell her to remember her promise to me to punish them all. When she asks why, tell her I said that they would not let me bring the cloak she gave me, and I kept a piece of it, to remember that promise that she made, to remember to repay her for a warm cloak in a cold dungeon. Guys, remember at the end of Crown of Midnight, Celaena Sardothian goes all psycho after Nehemia's brutal assassination, and they threw her down in the dungeons, and she was talking to Kaltain, and she's like, wow, Kaltain's not in her right mind because she was under the Valg influence. And she gave her her cloak when Chaol finally came to take her out of the dungeons, and then she promised that she was going to punish them all. Kaltain has literally, like, hung on to that conversation, which is also crazy because in the moment, like, even Celaena herself throughout that conversation was like, I don't even think she's here. Like, she doesn't hear anything I'm saying. Like, Celaena was so convinced that she was just, like, in her own little world. But Kaltain heard everything she said, and she clung onto it, okay? And even when she was not allowed to take the cloak that Celaena gave her, she kept a piece of it. Also, I want you guys to realize this, if you've read ACOTAR, if you haven't, I wouldn't call this a spoiler. There's a creature called the Suriel in ACOTAR. And the Suriel's this kind of like unidentified creature. And this creature has an obsession with cloaks and also is obsessed with like the tea and like gossip and all of that. And a lot of people have drawn correlations because of this scene. And of course, earlier in the books, Kaltain in the court, obsessed with gossip. So a lot of people have drawn conclusions that Kaltain is the Suriel. So that's where this comes from, if you guys are curious or interested. Anyways, and then finally responding to Elide begging her to come with them, she says, I have no interest in living, not after what they did. I don't think my body could survive without their power. I shall enjoy this, I think. And then she tells them to run. So we are going to jump into Kaltain's POV as she does the most epic thing in existence. A new set of guards rushes down to the catacombs. They see Kaltain in Elide's cloak. They believe it is her, and so they take her to the room where these experiments are supposed to be taking place. And before I get to this next part, I do actually want to pause because she does make this tiny comment that, I mean, it isn't like earth-shattering, but I feel like I missed it the first time I read because it's just like 2 tiny sentences. But basically, it's important for you to know. She basically just says that Parrington wanted to find all 3 keys and then put them inside of her arm so that the king inside him might rule again. And we know from the King's Confession a couple chapters ago that Parrington is infested by the Valg King Erewhon. So basically, he wants all 3 word keys, and he was going to put them all in Kaltain's arm so that he can become like his own physical bodily form again. So they take Kaltain, thinking she's Elide, to this room where all the experiments are supposed to happen. And then she waits for all the men to crowd around her. And then she unleashes her shadow fire. She takes out the entirety of the catacombs in this explosion, basically, of shadow fire, literally so hot that it melts the rocks. Mind you, Morath is in the side of a mountain. She ends up blowing up a third of Morath, and it collapses down the side of the mountain. And we can jump to Manon and Elide's POV real quick for you to know that they made it upstairs in time. Manon had the 13 waiting and mounted on their wyverns, waiting for them, and Manon and Elide hopped on Abraxos, and they all flew out while Morath was like crumbling behind them. Chapter 83, we're gonna be in Aelin's POV. It's actually 3 days since really the last time we saw her and everything crazy happened, and she's staying in her old rooms in the stone castle from the first 2 books in the series. And also, just a side note, it's really not important, but it's important to me. Do you guys remember Philippa, who was Celaena's servant in the first book and was literally like helping her scheme to like run out of her room to go attend balls and stuff? Yeah, Philippa's back, and she's actually assigned to take care of Dorian. So not important, doesn't affect the plot whatsoever, but in case you were wondering where Philippa was, she's fine. She did not die in the collapsing of the kingdom. There's so much POV hopping here, but all you need to know is that Rowan and Lorcan at some point do have a conversation during these 3 days where, well, Lysandra throws up Valg remains all over Lorcan after she changes into her human form, which is honestly the funniest thing ever. And then Lorcan and Rowan talk, and Lorcan basically reveals that he came to help them because he couldn't live with himself and go back to Gavriel knowing he was responsible for Gavriel's son's death. And I'm like, dude, maybe just don't lie. Like, yes, you came to help, but we only needed help because of you. So, I don't know. I don't really buy it. I'm annoyed with Lorcan, but lucky for us, that's the last time we hear about him for the rest of this book. Anyways, so Aelin's skin, let's jump back to her. She's resting for these 3 days because obviously everything that she went through was really exhausting. But on her way, like falling down in the glass castle, like falling in shards of glass with them, her skin got pretty shredded up by the glass. So that's a lot of the reasons why she's been resting for the last 3 days. Some healers have been coming in, pulling out bits and fragments of glass out of her skin. And there's also a comment about, because you know she has this like crazy huge back tattoo that Rowan gave her. And it's like totally like illegible now. So he's like, dang, I'm gonna have to redo your entire back tattoo. That took forever. Which is such a funny thing for them to worry about. But I get it. Like, the story of what happened to her parents and Nehemia and the people of Terrasen and everyone she's ever loved, and also just her trauma, was all scratched into her back in the old Fae language. And so, like, I get it. That's hard to part with. So she's gonna have to get her tattoo fixed up eventually, someday, sometime. There are other more important things going on right now, but just know that that's a priority of theirs one day when everything dies down. There's also a moment where Rowan is worried about Dorian's power, basically saying that Dorian has a lot of raw magic, and it's very untamed, it's very untrained, and he basically has this moment where he's like, I want to train Dorian. Like, I'm going to help him learn how to control this magic. And really, I think only Rowan is qualified to help Dorian learn how to control that powerful of magic. I mean, he helped train Aelin. It makes sense. So once Aelin is fully healed, she tells Rowan that she wants to talk to Dorian, when Rowan's like, hey, can we maybe talk first? Basically, they talk about how scary it was, thinking that they lost each other for a second because of like the bond between them starting to fracture, and how scary it was, and how they never want to do that again. And it all gets very mushy very quickly. And it's cute, especially like if you love them as a couple. Like I feel like that's just one of those moments where it like solidifies like these people are endgame. Then after they have their moment together, Rowan finally takes Aelin to go see Dorian in his rooms. So POV in Dorian's rooms, he actually kind of feels empty inside, which I get. Although it's, I'm sure, very nice for him not to be under Valg influence anymore. That was such a big part of him, and it took over his body for so long that now that it's just gone, like, it makes sense that there feels like there's like a hole that needs to be filled, basically. And he doesn't really remember everything from being in his Valg form, but he remembers bits and pieces. And he's kind of at this point where like he wants to know, but he also at the same time like really doesn't want to know, but he feels like he owes it to everyone else to remember. But at the same time, like he doesn't want to relive those experiences. So it's trauma, which is all valid. And while he's wrestling with this, Aelin comes in. And basically they talk about like what happened and then what needs to happen going forward. And there's this moment where Dorian clearly is not interested in like jumping at the opportunity to be crowned as king officially. Like, yeah, he's their king by succession, but he hasn't had like the coronation yet. And when Aelin questions him about this, he shares that it's really just because he has so much guilt about everything he did as Valg. Like he feels like he doesn't deserve to be the king, which it's a valid thought. Also, I want you to realize that Dorian had the collar slapped around his neck within seconds of Sorcia's unexpected execution. So he never got a chance to actually mourn Sorcia. So to him, it's like she just died in front of him. So he also needs to mourn. And Aelin's like, yeah, that's why I made myself interim queen. Like, I keep using the word interim, and I know that's like a business term, and it doesn't really apply to like royal situations. What's the word for when it's royalty, right? Like if a king is too young, like his mother will step in as a, where's my husband? He would know what this is called. So that's why she kind of stepped in and she was like, hey, whenever you're ready. And now we're going to jump to Chaol's POV, and this is a warning to prepare yourself because he's awake now and he's starting to remember everything. And when he looks over, he sees that Dorian is waiting at his bedside, and Dorian tells him everything that happens. And then Chaol realizes, as he's trying to like, move his body. He's been laying in bed for like 3 days. So he tries to like, move around, get some feeling back in his body after being in bed for 3 days. And then he realizes not only can he not move his lower body, but he cannot feel it either. So that is when Dorian reveals that when the king hit Chaol with his Valg magic multiple times, he hit him and severed his spine and fractured it in multiple locations. Obviously, they have their own healers and medics there, and Rowan himself is a bit of a healer, but his injuries are far too severe and they're not able to do anything to fix it. So Dorian informs Chaol that he will be sending him to the southern continent. This is where Nesrin's father is from. Also, do you remember in Assassin's Blade, there was like a girl named Yrene who was working at the tavern, and Aelin taught her self-defense and then gave her enough money to go to the southern continent to become a healer, okay? So we've talked about this briefly here and there over the course of books, but the southern continent is where all of the best healers are. And now, here's the thing. I never really have to say this out loud. I'm going to have to find a pronunciation before we get to the tandem read, but there's something called the Tor. That's how I say it. Some people say Torre. I say Tor. But there's something called the Tor, and that is, think of it like Hogwarts, but for healers. It's where magic healers go to learn the art of healing, and all of the best healers in the world come from the Tor. So Dorian wants to send Chaol to the southern continent to see a healer from the Tor and see if they can get full function back in his legs and heal his spine. Chaol, honestly, and this breaks my heart, like honestly, you've never seen a better literary friendship between men than you do with Dorian and Chaol. And hey, if you think of one better, you can put it in the comments, but I doubt you can list one that I'm gonna think is better than Chaol and Dorian, okay? So Chaol, upon hearing this, he's not excited about gaining feeling back in his legs. He's not even asking more questions about what it means for him now that he's paralyzed. His life quite literally changed in an instant. And the first thing he says and thinks of is, I don't want to get separated from you. I just got you back. Hold the tears. Get the tissues. So Dorian's basically like, Chaol, no, like, I want you to go. I want you to heal yourself. And then I want you to come back and, you know, everything will be just like it was before. Like, we're inseparable. When Nesrin walks into the room, and she is in the King's Guard uniform. Now, this is crazy because there has never been a woman in the King's Guard. Okay, so she's the first ever woman in the King's Guard. But wait, there's more. It gets better. She's not just in the King's Guard. She is the captain of the King's Guard. So that is Chaol's old position. And if you're like, did they take away his position because he's paralyzed? No, they took away his position because while he was like basically in a coma, Dorian promoted him to the King's Hand. And for those of you who aren't familiar with that term, basically the King's Hand is just like the right hand man of the king, basically. It's like the number one person that they go to for counsel. They're basically the king's most trusted advisor, most loyal friend, and that person basically goes with them everywhere and helps make them informed decisions. It's basically like, authority-wise, the next strongest thing next to a king. Chaol and Dorian are gonna rule Rifthold. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. And then, if you like dark humor, I included this, but Chaol turns to Nesrin and he goes, Nesrin, I'm so sorry. I broke my promise to you. And she's all confused, like, what do you mean? And he says, turns out I won't be walking out of the castle after this. 'Cause he can't walk. That's horrible. But they laugh and cry together. More crying than laughing. They cry a lot together, and Dorian decides to leave the two lovebirds to kind of figure stuff out. Nesrin tells him not only is she relieved that he's alive, but she volunteered. She is going with him on this trip to the southern continent. Chapter 85, let's jump to Elide's POV as they are all landing in the forest. After they land, Manon tells her a couple things. One, she tells her about Aelin. She tells her about everything that happened in Rifthold and the king's death. Then she tells Elide that she needs to go find Aelin. But Elide recognizes that she made a promise to Kaltain and Kaltain saved her life. So in her honor, she is also going to make it a priority to find this Selena Sardothian, whoever that is, which is the funniest thing ever because she doesn't realize that Aelin and Selena are the same person. So she's like, I need to find these two ladies. And they're both the same lady, which I think is hilarious, but that's besides the point. And then Manon tells her that all of the 13 have to go back to Morath. So Elide will be making this journey on her own. Manon basically gives her some money, some supplies, some advice about surviving and lying low, and tells her to go north to Terrasen. And then they leave Elide alone in the woods. Chapter 86, if you were missing some of our cute Aelin and Lysandra moments, well, you are in luck because we get an Aelin and Lysandra POV where they are chatting and then Aelin hands Lysandra a ring. And Lysandra's like, are you proposing or something? But Aelin informs her that there is an abandoned territory in Terrasen where the snow leopards have their habitat, which is probably why it's abandoned because snow leopards are the most terrifying thing in the world. But as we know, Lysandra is not afraid of a snow leopard given the fact that she can be one herself. Basically, Aelin says, I'd like you to join my court and be the lady of this territory when I take up my throne. And it's very sweet and very tender. And then they all go off to dinner that night when Dorian musters up the strength to join them. And it's a very sweet moment. He basically decides in this moment, although he is still mourning Sorsha, he's out of like mourning, and he greets all of them and he gets to know the entire court. And this is kind of like the beginning stages where Aelin's like, okay, I think it's about time for me and my court to leave and start heading for Terrasen because Dorian doesn't need me here anymore. Chapter 87, a quick little Manon POV, because unfortunately, Parrington and Vernon both survived the explosion. She was hoping for both, if not at least one of them, to not make it from the explosion, but unfortunately they did both survive. And then she is informed that the witch grandmothers, okay, all three of them, they're coming to Morath to train them in the latest battle plans, because although the King of Adarlan is dead, the witch's job is not done. Chapter 87, let's see Aelin in her Fae form. This is going to be something that you start seeing a lot more. She's trying to get more used to being in her Fae form again. And she is with Chaol and Dorian, and a couple things happen here. She lets them know that her and her court will be heading to Terrasen, but she also asks Chaol to multitask while he's in the southern continent. She has made him the official ambassador of Terrasen, and basically says, you need to beg the southern continent to ally with us in this war, because not only is it a war against Parrington, but it's most likely going to become a war against Maeve as well. Then the next day, sure enough, Aelin and her court pack up and leave for Rifthold, and they have all their heartfelt goodbyes and they hit the road. We're gonna jump to Dorian's POV later that night, because now that the court is gone, he's finding that it is very lonely in the stone castle, and then on top of that, Chaol leaves in a couple days with Nesserin, so he's about to be very, very lonely. Also, it's like 3 a.m. at this point, because every time he goes to sleep, he has nightmares, which kind of serve as memories of when he was under the Valg influence, and that's obviously very traumatic for him, so he's finding that he's not getting much sleep these days. And so one of these nights, when he is woken up by his Valg nightmares, he decides to head out onto his balcony, and in the distance, he sees the silhouette of a creature that looks like a wyvern and a witch sitting on top of it, and for some reason, there's a name echoing in his head just on the tip of his tongue. Now let's jump to Manon's POV, because she is in Rifthold looking at the prince standing on his balcony in the distance, because she just wanted to know if he was still under the Valg influence, and sure enough, she notices that he has no collar. In relief, she flies back to Morath. This is a side note and a personal note. If you don't care for my personal notes, you can skip 15 seconds. She could have flown Elide all the way to Rifthold. Sue me. Chapter 89, and the last chapter of this book, is Aelin and her court. Basically, they travel for days. We get this funny, cute little montage, because the court is just really fun. Like, they have a really fun group dynamic, and so we get to see a little bit of that here and there. And then they make it to the top of a hill when Aedion says, "Welcome home, Aelin." And honestly, that would have been a cute ending, but Sarah J Maas, she knows how to write a really good last sentence in a book that just, like, is a breath of fresh air. But her last little sentence at the end that feels like lemon in a Coca-Cola or a street fair lemonade in the middle of June is, "And at long last, Aelin Ashriver Galathinius was home." Ugh, this book is so beautiful. I love this book. Not only does like so much happen, but we learn so much about Aelin. We learn so much about Manon. Whether you watch this on YouTube or on Spotify, just thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate you being here. And we are going to continue very soon with the tandem.